Disclaimer, this stream is for entertainment purposes only, YouTube. This is not an official helpline. We are not medical professionals or counselors. We're just a community being there for one another. Welcome, everyone, to the Community Mandela Helpline. I am your host, Sandy Diva, and joining me already tonight, we have Splatter 420, Ever Josh, Sagar Mandela Effect, and Mr. Super Sidewinder. How are you guys tonight?
Woohoo! So,
Yay!
doing
Nice.
Oh,
good.
gosh. I had to
Thank.
update the intro. I didn't realize Ever Josh wasn't in that one. My goodness.
Yeah, you're slacking.
I am slacking. But I'm slacking because I don't have access to the app to fix it. So,
Well, we know
Well, at
Ever
least you
Josh
have
is here.
excuses.
Yeah, Ever Josh gonna be a regular, I bet. Nice.
yes. So, yeah.
Yay.
Guys, tonight we are talking about do you believe people when they say, my family member is different, my spouse is different, my spouse doesn't exist anymore, my kids don't exist anymore? Because we have had experiences and we've seen videos and we've heard people say these exact things. Many people remember Bluebeard 2011, years ago, saying he was missing a kid. I saw a video a long time ago that I can no longer find of a woman who was saying she was missing a child and a spouse. Her husband was gone, and she didn't. She woke up to that, and she was a hysterical mess. And I wish I could find that video, but I've looked for it many times. I can't find it anymore. It was just a woman standing in her bathroom.
Yeah, in the mirror, crying because he says
Yes.
that's a different man. I don't recognize that man. Who is he?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody switched my husband. Where is my husband? Like real traumatic. Really. I mean, I felt it. I seen that video.
Yeah. That I'm glad you saw it because I can't find it anywhere and I'm questioning myself. So I'm glad you saw it too. You're
No,
right. It's
yeah.
standing in the mirror, hysterical. Exactly. That was exactly it.
Yeah, she was scared to go back to the bedroom because she said, I'm sleeping with the stranger. I don't know who that man is. What happened to my husband? It's like, yeah, that thing happened.
Yeah. Pushing Buttons remembers it. Thank goodness. Hey, Pushing.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's
Uh,
confirmation right there.
yes. Well, your confirmation too.
I don't
I'm right.
remember that particular one, but I've seen a lot of similar ones.
In the chat right now, we have Jackie McCarran, Geek, Neo Freak 91X, and Pushing Button 62. And Mr. Super's in the chat, and Rainwater. I missed Rainwater hopping in. I'm writing down names real quick. So, how are you guys tonight?
I've been pretty good. Been coming around after my doggy passed away, so I'm back and I'm trying to smile and I'm trying to have a good time and I'm trying to be brave and courage because my little puppy gave me a lot of courage and he made me the person that I am right now because he was a brave little dog. And I mean, I had him for 10 years, but right now I feel a lot better because I have to let him go, you know. He's no longer
Yeah.
around, but I have to face reality. But if it was the other way around, I told my girlfriend, if it was the other way around, if I passed away, he would like truly dig my grave out just to be with me. That's how
Really?
much he loved
Yeah.
me. Yeah, that was my dog really loved me. Like he always wanted to be with me, be everywhere. I go to the backyard, he had to be there. He's like my little shadow. So it's hard not to wake up and not not seeing him around, and that's hard to get used to that. So that's the biggest obstacle that I have to cross. But yeah, I've been a lot better. So hopefully I'll show.
Here
And
for you, man. If you ever need to talk to me, Sandy, you can give Jose my email. I'd love to
oh,
Okay.
talk to you whenever, dude.
oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Sure.
I will do that.
Yeah.
Hello, Sue. Yeah, I know it's so hard. I got to tell you though, thank God you have your other puppy, because when Silas passed and my other cat was already gone. When my other cat passed in 2019, having Silas made it so much easier because I was still needed.
Yes.
So
Hmm.
I got to tell you, if I could do it again, like a year after she passed, I would have gotten a new brother or sister for Silas, because it was so much harder when it was just Silas. When
Yeah.
Silas was gone and then the house was empty,
Well, I
you
took.
felt that emptiness. It was
Yeah,
horrible.
it changes the whole
Hmm.
vibration or frequency in your house. It's like there's something missing, but you can't put your finger on it. Is their presence? Is their love? Is
Yeah.
Yes.
their commitment to the humans? You know, because I
Yeah.
believe the dogs and the cats are like little angels with no wings to help us. Uh, we learn from them love, loyalty, dedication.
Oh yeah.
You can burn a dog with a cigarette. He'll love you
Oh
forever. He
yeah.
don't care.
Don't do that.
Yeah, they don't. They
Yeah,
have no
don't do
hate.
that. Yeah.
No, no, no. I'm making an example that dogs, they get beaten, they get mistreated, and
They
they'll
still
always
want to be
love you.
loved. Yeah, they still
Yeah,
want to be loved by you. Yeah.
yeah. They have no hate, and so I learned that a lot
Animals are
from my
special.
animals. Yeah. So
I
today,
know. I have a 15-year-old and a 10-year-old cat right now, and I dread the thought of like losing
mm,
either one of them.
yeah, it's so hard.
Especially Kieran, which I've had for 15 years now. Like,
I do have to say cats are different though.
Yes.
So here's the thing. When my ex-husband came to get the rest of his stuff, my cat would not come out from under the table and was hissing and growling at him because she knew he was going. She knew he was gone, and she didn't want to have anything to do with him. And he begged for me to bring the cats over to. He was staying with his brother, to bring the cats over so he could spend some time with them. So I did, because I knew how I would feel if someone took them away from me. Even though I didn't want to, I brought them over, and they hid in the closet the whole time, and he told me to pick them up after an hour.
Oh wow. They know.
They knew. Yeah, they
Yeah.
did not care. They hated him.
Exactly. But the one thing that broke my heart today, that I'm sorry, I don't want to put everybody down or whatever, but my dog, the one that I have left, he doesn't know where he's buried or anything. He just went straight to the grave and started digging. Like, hello,
Oh,
he just started digging. So that was, I mean, that really
it's
hit me
hard.
because now he knows. But
wow.
I'm glad he knows where he's at. So we go there every day. We go visit him. So, but he doesn't care. He's like he's there. He's alive. He doesn't know what death is. So they're so innocent, and
Yeah.
that's what I got stronger. He made me stronger because we leave our bodies here, and with the Mandela effect, it showed me that our souls keep going. They don't stay here. They keep going and they move on. Maybe he's playing in the park right now with the balls I left him in the grave. Who knows? But I know I did the right thing. I know I did the
Oh yeah, you give them 10 years of happiness and love.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's all you can do.
yeah.
I
Uh,
know, like me, like
yeah, so I
15
made him.
years.
I gave him everything that he wanted. I gave him a good home. I gave him everything. So I'm happy.
Yeah,
I know he went peacefully, and I know he went
that's
to a good place. So
you took
that's
a chunk of your heart with it. Yeah,
oh yeah. So that's what healed my heart today. It's like
that's worth
it,
it.
yeah. He's in a better place because he had cancer. He was going blind. He went blind for 3 weeks,
Yeah.
and I couldn't handle it. I couldn't take care of him. But yeah, he gave me a inspiration today. It's like, don't be sad. My soul keeps going. And with the Mandela effect, our soul is alive. Our soul is being moved by the Creator. And I have to stick with that and be strong and believe that there is a Creator
God,
watching us over us and He is in control. So that's what I learned today.
don't be afraid to call him God.
Okay.
Splatter, I'm dropping a picture for you to share.
Okay. You get me all sad thinking about my cat again. I just dread that thought. Like I want my cat to be one of those 30-year-old cats. Like,
But Splatter, we know the day's coming, but they don't know. They live their day after day like there's no tomorrow. They live happily. They love their toys. They love to see you. They love to play with you. I mean, they have the life, but we know deep inside it's like this is not gonna last. So that's the terrible part about being a human. We know that time is coming, and for us too. Every
yeah.
day that we wake up is a day closer to our death.
I know. I'm the last one in my family.
Yeah, we can't get out of there. Paying taxes and death, you can't get out of it.
I'm the last one in my family too. So.
All right, so Jackie's talking about this in the chat, and we have talked about it before. Humans are bioluminescent from metabolic reactions, but our glow is 1,000 times weaker than the naked eye can register. They have hashtag humans fail. No, I think that's not a fail, though. Because then we wouldn't be able to sleep. It'd be like a constant nightlight, you know?
Well, yeah.
So it's good that we can't see it.
I have to wear an eye patch things that are extra dark anyway.
No, I know it's new for you. I know. We did talk about it. We talked about it. There was another thing I was going to mention in relation to that.
That's the FBI guy, see?
Huh?
The FBI guy that was on our show.
Yeah. I see. But you're not on stage anymore.
No, I know. I just wanted you to see that anyway.
Yeah.
Because you seem to have forgotten the last time.
No, I remember.
Okay.
Some people do glow, though. No, that's not what it is. Oh, I forget what I was going to say. I'll think of it.
Is she talking about the aura?
No. The metabolic processes in our body actually makes us glow like a fish glows, or like seaweed glows, or like our food now glows in the freezer, apparently. But our eyes can't detect it because it's so faint. But it's possible that maybe our pets can detect it, or something else can detect it.
I believe so, because my dog would not come near my lady. If he has to pick around the wall, and he'll look at her to see if she's in a good mood or a bad mood, or if she's tired, or if she's cranky or whatever. They know. He takes off. He's like, "Why is my dog taking off?" He's like, "What kind of mood are you?" And, they know, and they're not dumb.
No, they're not. Hi, Schneider.
Hi, Schneider.
That's hilarious. He peeks around the corner.
Oh yeah, me too. I says, "Hello, good morning. How are you?" He's like, "Okay, thank you. Good night." I'm out.
Hi, Red Storm. All right, well, I have to ask you guys before I open up the panel and other people come in. Have you ever had that experience? Have you lost a person? Has a person changed on you? Ever, Josh? You're the reason why we're having this show. How about you go first and talk about your mom?
Yeah, that's the reason that I came up with the. I thought about it, and I don't know why it didn't occur to me earlier. When this first happened, but yeah, I was thinking about it. I mean, it's just totally out of her personality. For her to fall in love with somebody who's in prison and want to get married and all. I mean, it's like it was just a couple years ago. Because she's worked in this prison ministry for 10 years that she's run. And, her and my sister would always talk about, like they couldn't understand how these girls get involved with these guys in prison. You know what I mean? Like it just always blew their mind up until a couple years ago. and now,
There you go.
so that's kind of what gave me the idea, because I was curious. I'd seen very few of them on the internet, but I've seen a couple stories of people saying that, they woke up and their husband was different, or their wife was different, or they didn't have a kid, or they had an extra kid, or something like that. And I was just curious how many people out there, like if anybody knew anyone personally, or seeing a video of somebody that they trusted, and if they believed them. And so I was just kind of curious. So yeah, so that's the closest I have, but that's what got me thinking about it. And also one thing real quick I want to say is thank you guys so much for the other night. That was so much fun. You guys coming on and helping me run my first live stream.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
I,
Thank you. Yeah, you did good. I mean, I was nervous for you because you're in control and you got to push all those buttons. I was just talking. So you made me real comfortable, and I wanted to thank you because, I get nervous when I have to talk, and especially around strangers. But you guys made me feel at home and welcome. Like I said, a lot of channels banned me for years, so it's kind of weird for me to talk to the community and let them know what I'm about. So I appreciate you opening the door for me like Sandy's doing, and thank you, Josh and Propagate. They're opening the doors for me to be able to speak and share my theories. So yeah, it was fun. I loved it.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back sharing again, because you got some good theories, and you need to get the word out there. So, but anyway, thanks for helping with that. That was a lot of fun. If Mr. Super was there, it would have rounded everything out perfectly. I don't know why we were thinking. Probably maybe he was sleeping.
So this was on your channel, Josh?
Yeah, a couple of nights ago, like I was just Sandy was just going to come help me, like try to figure things out, and then Splatter came, and Jose came, and they were like, "Well, we're all here. Why don't we just go live?" And I'm like, "Okay."
Oh,
So
dude,
it's kind of a spur of the moment thing.
Yeah, I'd have been there.
Yeah, but it was an accident show. We were just testing the microphones and him being with the controls, everything that Splatter does. So I was impressed. It's like he was pulling out everything, showing, everything like a regular professional would. And it's like, I was like, wow, this guy's good. Yeah, it came out pretty good.
And then you guys set a record the other night, right, Sandy? Wasn't that your longest stream, 12 and a half hours or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Technically, I'm mad at YouTube what they did. I was technically there for almost 13 and a half hours. Ray took over the stream, but I was still there for like an hour. And when I left, YouTube ended my stream. But
yeah, I saw that because I tried to watch it on your channel, and like it was like the video was frozen. Like they didn't stop it, but they stopped like the streaming. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't active anymore, but it went on for a while, like an hour or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but when they cut it, they cut it wrong. They literally cut me off in the middle of my shout outs, and my outro is on Ray's page.
Yeah, and only credited you for like 11 and a half.
That's terrible.
You only got credit for like 11 and a half hours instead of almost 14.
Yeah. So I'm a little annoyed. I mean, not that anybody's going to sit there and watch the whole stream again, probably. But, like at least end it after my outro. Like, that's dumb. You would think. So, yeah, YouTube did that.
Yeah, I remember I was on for 14 hours and Ray wanted me to stay on there. And I'm sorry, I just can't. My eyes are going weird. And, 14 hours just staring at a screen is pretty good.
I did pull a Ray, though. I'm like, I'm just going to go.
Yeah, you did. And all of a sudden, whoop, you were gone. And I left after that, too. I said, well, you left.
You get to a point. You go overload.
But,
well, I was up like 30 hours. So I had to go.
But hey, Sandy, that video went to your #1, and it blew up. I mean, that's what people like. They like variety, like different shows. They're tired just watching the same old show every week for years. And I think that was Staley's downfall, because he kept talking about the same thing for 7 years, and he didn't want to do anything else. And so,
Yeah, could be.
so
we never intend for a show to be that long.
No.
But what happened is all these new people started joining. And there was good conversation happening. I'm not going to stop it. There was 80 people watching.
Yeah. What
And
you
I'm
had? You
like,
had like nine or 10 people on the panel most of the time.
yeah.
It was
And there
full.
was 80 people watching. I wasn't going to end it, so I let the conversation keep going.
Every time you think it's going to end, someone else would join. Like, here we go.
Yep.
Refresh. Oh, no.
well, I was there
Uh,
for 3 hours, and I fell asleep. When I woke up, you guys were still on. I was like, "What? Did I sleep for 2 hours?" It's like, "No, you slept for 12 hours." You're like,
Yeah,
"No
that's what I did
way."
too. I
I
was in and out.
was,
I did like an hour
yeah.
here, hour there, another hour. And then Ray called me. I was dead asleep. Ray called me up. He goes, I'm taking over Sandy's show. I said, what? Dude, I just woke up. Slow down. What are you talking about? You know?
So welcome to Red Storm, Chicago Cubby Bear, and Speedy Romans who joined the chat. And Rudy Dog. Good to
Rudy
see
Dog. Rudy Tooty.
But yeah, that was
We have real,
everybody
not for real.
was done at that point. So it was like 80 people were watching. Hey Jennifer. And then Ray took over and it dropped to 30 and I'm like, I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed.
Yeah. It's just our regulars.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I didn't even say goodbye. I just like left. I could because I didn't want to interrupt Ray. Ray was in the middle of something. So.
Hey, Sandy, before I forget the email thing, I would like for you to give my email to Josh and Splatter too, so we can all keep in touch or whatever. Josh, let me know if the next time you're going live, dude.
Okay,
I'm sorry
that's
for
cool.
that noise outside. If you guys can hear it.
Nope.
I don't know if I have. Yes, I do. Okay. I'm going to just send a group email to everybody. And then everybody has everybody's email. How does that sound good?
That'll
Sounds
work.
good to me.
I know.
Yeah.
Just to talk about Everjosh theory, that if there's people, other people that you don't know, or you have encounters and you talk about it and they don't remember what you talk about, I believe you're talking to a different version of that person, because that's had happened to me a bunch of times when I tell somebody, because I was a boss and I had a crew, and I would tell that person personally, like, don't do this, don't do that, or you're taking too much breaks. Your breaks is you break it down like a 15, a half an hour, and a 15. But this guy would take a whole hour at 12 o'clock and didn't come back to 1 o'clock. And I said, like, hello, I told you we break it down through 3 breaks, not 1 hour. But it's always been in 1 hour. It's like, no, I already told you a bunch of times. You have to take a break 3 times. Break it down the whole hour. You break it down through the whole day. And now I realize, it's like, wait a minute, I think I was talking to somebody else. Maybe he was a traveler like me, and maybe he was a different version of that, my old employee. So a lot of things like that throughout my life, that I experienced, that I couldn't explain it. And now that I can, because I'm affected with the Mandela effect, now I have a kind of like a guide of the paranormal and the freaky things that's happening in the world. Now we have like a reason or a name for it, instead of just saying, oh, just blowing it off and it must be my memory.
Do you guys know what brown stamping means?
No.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So brown stamping is like holding something against someone but not telling them about it. Like if I said, Sandy, I hate it when you leave the coffee cups on the table because the dog always knocks it over. Okay. And then
Okay.
every day she leaves the coffee cup on the table. I'm thinking to myself, that's a direct attack on me because I told her not to do that or asked her, I begged her not to do it. She said she wouldn't, and there she is doing it again. And so every day that she does that, I'm like internally getting madder and madder. I'm like holding or stacking up brown stamps against her. Right.
It's
I
just
get
But
building.
that.
what if,
It's just something building up.
yeah, but yeah, but you're doing it to yourself and you're using it against someone, but they don't even know you're doing it. Like over time, you're madder and madder and madder, and it never is going to vent like nicely, right? So, in light of what we're talking about here, you might tell somebody something like that. They understand, they have compassion, they don't plan to do it again, or they commit not to do it again, or whatever, because they know it bothers you. But the next day, that person might be on a different time branch, just like we're talking about here. They might not even remember that conversation, or they might not have even been part of that conversation,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. Do you have to
So
keep
I'm
telling
bringing
them?
up ground stamping to remind people, don't hold things against people. It's you have to voice it maybe over and over again. Say, look, we had this conversation. Maybe you don't remember, or maybe you don't realize how much this means to me, or how much it bothers me, or whatever. But like, hey, please don't do that because it really bothers me. Like, get it off your chest and give them an opportunity to not do it by choice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is. I I definitely know. Like Joey does that. 100%. I think people do that do that subconsciously, but it's better to talk things out. It's better to not hold that stuff in. That's just
And
going to
if you
cause
think that's happening
major
in a
problems.
relationship that you're in, or it's that sort of thing affects you or whatever, rather than waiting for each of those brown stamp bubbles to burst into individually, because each one can be a really nasty experience when it finally does like wash out. Like, I've told you, now you've done it 1,000 times, and every time you do it, I get madder and mad. Like, that's on you, dude.
Yeah.
But if you want to sit down and have a conversation with your loved one or whatever, and give them an opportunity to understand how much it means to you or whatever, bring it up like this in a conversation where, hey, it's okay to vent all your brown stamps. Don't carry anything against me. You know what I mean? Because if you
Mhm.
do, it's on you, and there's nothing I can do about it but give you a chance now. Bring up all
And
the
some
brown stamps, all the things you hate about me, all the things I do that bothers you. Dump it now so that we can deal with it.
Jessica S says, "Hey Jessica, passive aggressive if you're doing it on purpose."
Well, yeah, it does tie into passive aggressive behavior. Absolutely.
And then there's times like it's just how you do things and you don't mean to. It's just subconscious because that's just the way you do things. And it's like, well, if something that I do subconsciously is bothering you, then where have you been the last 10 years? Because I've been doing this for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not
In
doing it
all
on
likelihood,
purpose.
Sandy, they've actually been brown stamping all those things against you all that time, or they
Yep.
think that you really just don't care about their feelings, which
Yep.
is just
And
as
it
bad.
and it's not yeah, and that's the thing. It's not that at all. It's just that that's just how you do things. And you like for example, in front of me, okay? I have 3 drinks at all times. I have coffee because that's dehydrating, okay? I have water, and then I also have a body armor because if you drink too much water, then you lose the electrolytes and then my heart starts beating weird. So I have to have all 3. I have to have 2 drinks to balance out the coffee if I still want my coffee. That's what the doctor said. I could drink as much coffee as I want as long as I drink water and juice to balance it out. So that's what I do. But they sit on my table in a direct order. I want the coffee, that's first. The juice is second, and the water is last. You see what I'm saying? So that it's subconscious. I don't do that on purpose. That's just the way I put them there subconsciously, because that's where I always put them. You know what I'm saying? So if Joey all of a sudden says, "I hate that you have 3 bottles on your desk," and he's brown stamping me for that, well, that's on him, I think, because I need these. Number one, number two, I'm just putting them in the order that I put them in. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like if someone always did something, and I agree with you that they were probably doing it the whole time, and they didn't let it bother them until there was a problem. I don't know. But you know what? It could also be, Mr. Super. It could also be the topic of tonight's panel, that they're not the same people.
Yeah.
And the things
Oh
that
yeah,
did not bother them
ties
before.
in. That's the reason why I brought it up, Sandy. You may not be dealing with the same individual. They may have they may be on a different branch.
And we understand because we're affected with the Mandela effect, and we know it could be possible. It has to be, because I already told that person many times. It's like, what the heck? You're still doing it. And you just don't understand it when it happens, but you have to realize it's a different person. Maybe my lady, it's not the one that I was talking to. It's not the one that I fell in love with. Maybe she's another person. So you got to keep that in consideration now that we're affected with the Mandela effect. You might have a different version of a wife, a kid, a husband, a pastor, everything. When you get in trouble, you have to realize it's like, did they told me, or they told somebody else that looked like me in another place? So that's the dilemma.
You want to look at it like from a positive light, like, oh, it's like I get to start a new relationship every week with the same person.
Yep.
But we want stability. We want anchor memories, things that we've shared with these people, right?
Yeah, that's
So
what makes
there's nothing exciting about it. But like we look at it like other people might be different, but we might be different to them as well. I mean, when I look at like the physical changes, and I usually don't talk about them much as it relates to the Mandela effect, because it's awfully hard stuff to prove, right? But on your own body, like I had scars all over my body that I've only got one left. Even like what they considered the permanent scar from like a TB test or whatever that was that they gave us when we were young. They said that would last forever, and it lasted up until about 2016. And it just disappeared. So
Wow.
I feel like the same person. The things that I've made in this world around me, like I'm a maker my whole life. So I see and I have things that I've made since I was young, all around me. So I don't feel like I'm a different person, but my body is not the same body that they injected or that I beat up and scarred, brutally by a life of stress and fun.
Yeah, exactly. I wake up and with different pains. It's like, wait a minute, my knee never used to hurt. Now it hurts. I can't walk. I can't even go down the stairs. Why? It's like I didn't hurt myself, but that's what happened to me 2 days ago. My knee started hurting. I couldn't walk today. So
Probably from a football injury you never had in this one,
yeah,
but you did in the other one.
yeah, exactly. What was this person that I jumped into was doing with my knee? So now you're stuck with the pain, and you don't realize that you're in somebody else's body right now because you didn't have that pain, and it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Ken. Yeah, this is weird. As far as I know, joints don't miraculously fix themselves. I was having an issue for about a year where if I was standing too long, my hip would lock up, completely lock up. Like I'd have to like lay, like do this weird, like imagine like a pregnant woman trying to sit. Like I know you've seen that. You can picture that, right? Like a pregnant woman trying to sit down, like really pregnant, like she's ready to pop.
Yeah, you put your hands
Yeah.
behind your back.
Yes. Yeah, like that's how I'd have to sit down. And then after resting, it would like unlock itself. Okay. I have no problems with my hip anymore. It's gone. It's just gone. Doesn't happen. So for 1
Nice.
year, my hip locked up, and now it no longer does it. And I don't know anybody whose body just fixes itself like that.
For
And
most of
it's
my
just,
life, Sandy, from the age of 16 until whatever age I was in 2016 when all these physical changes happened to me, I had a heart murmur and constant pain in my heart. Like every beat of my heart, I could feel painfully. And it was, I don't want to say it like made me cringe or whatever, but like there was never a time where my heart beat and it didn't hurt. And all of a sudden, at the same time these scars disappeared, that the heart murmur cleared up.
that is
That stuff
crazy.
doesn't just happen. Like
No.
medically, if you told a medical doctor about that, they'd be like, "No, sorry, dude. If you had a murmur your whole life, you're just gonna have it until until you die, dude. Sorry."
No, it does not go away. To me, that is very indicative of shifting to a different version of you. It has to be. There's no other way. They don't just go away. That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
worse than my hip.
Trust me, I wish my pinched nerve person would go away.
I'm saying to you, Splatter, it's possible because, like I said, a full year, my hip would do that, and now it doesn't do it anymore. But my back, forget it. My back's a mess.
Well,
You,
there you go.
I worked for a hospital for 10 years, and I always used to see a lot of people with collarbones broken with those little harness on behind their neck,
Mm-hmm.
and now I don't see those at all. Or paralyzed people walking on the streets, or I mean, I'm sorry, somebody pushing them down the street in the park. I don't see too many paralyzed people, and neck injuries, shoulder injuries. It's like we have a stronger body now with thicker bones or something.
Yeah,
There's some,
that extra third bone up near your collarbone, that would save a lot of collarbone breakages. That's
yeah,
I know.
and the ribs. We will always get broken ribs, but now
Two
we
of my
And
don't.
now,
friends had their collarbones broken. One of them did a jump on a bike and landed wrong. Yeah, wouldn't happen now. The other
Yeah,
bone, not the collarbone.
yeah, exactly.
Red Storm says, Sandy, when you get old, things come and go.
Yes.
Really? So the locking hip could come back?
Yeah.
Oh no. I don't
Come
need
back.
that coming back.
Come back worse than it was the first place.
Ken says, hello, Jose.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Ken. I did write a message and to Hunter and to Jackie. I think I missed Jackie and Red Storm. Hello. Thank you for
Hunter,
being here.
the drama, I think, is why my last stream had 1,000 views. The drama brings people.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Preliminal. Hello, Hunter.
Jackie, let someone new talk tonight.
The drama is a good thing for the channel, I guess. As long as it's not all night long.
No, all night. I'm too tired for that. I'm gonna fall asleep.
No. No, I mean, like, as long as the drama isn't start to finish.
Oh, well, yeah, that would drive me nuts too.
Yes. Hi, Vinny. All right, guys, we are going to drop the link because this is an open panel. But before we do, actually, not before we do. I mean, Splatter. We
Yeah.
heard from Mr. Super. We heard from Sagar, and we heard from Ever Josh. Do you have any experiences of people changing on you?
No, I don't. I'm kind of glad I don't. Like I said, my whole family's dead pretty well, so I don't have enough to change,
Yeah.
which is sad. I'm a sole survivor, But
See, Jackie. I'm going to make you honorary Gen X because Jackie says LJ is her elder, so she'll never fight back. And that's how Gen X was raised. And I don't know what happened with the younger generations.
oh, they don't care anymore. It's all loosey goosey.
Yeah. So Jackie is Gen Xant when it comes to that.
Oh yeah, don't mess with LJ.
No, I mean the fact that she respects her elders to the point that she won't fight back with LJ because LJ is her elder. Michael Fontaine says, I have many people changing on me.
Well,
Oh wow.
I'm so sorry.
no doubt.
And that's very hard emotionally because you don't know what to expect. You go to work and it's like, who am I dealing with? You know, and it adds an extra stress just to show up at work and people be on your back and hello, it wasn't me. You didn't tell me. It was somebody else. You can't say that. You can't tell that to people because they'll label you as a crazy person.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, we have to do a thank you. Guys, we are raising money because all the apps are Flickr is currently expired. StreamYard expires in 4 days. So there is no StreamYard for next weekend. I can't update the intro tonight to add EARBUDS because the video app is expired. No, I'm just saying, like, everything's expired or expiring.
Yeah.
It's that time of month.
We
But
hate
I have to
that.
do a thank you. Because we did get some help right now.
We got a little bit. That's
Yes,
good.
we did.
Good.
I'm furiously writing in the chat. Give me a minute.
That's good.
Actually, I don't have to write this one. I already have a thing to go up. I think.
Donations.
Thank you again to Pushing Buttons 62.
Oh, always. What a generous.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
What a generous person.
He is. He's very generous. Thank you. Thank you, Pushing. So Pushing got his own thank you because he donates so much.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much, Pushing. And I'm glad I was able to do that. Yeah, it's that time of month. Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Hey, Sandra,
yeah,
you're in
glad
trouble.
I got that done.
You're in trouble with Cubby Bear.
Why?
Remember that show you made with the juicy fruit? He said, I can't get that stupid song out of my head.
I see it. I see it. I'm so sorry.
That was crazy for sure.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I've just still got that song going through my head too, trying to figure out what's the sexy part. I know it just doesn't click for me. Maybe I'm too old. I don't know.
Oh, it's okay.
That's the first complaint. That's the first complaint we ever had with the Mandela Effect shows.
Hello, LJ. Gotta get LJ in the on the list.
Yeah, who's the next to donate?
I don't know, but you know what time it is?
Donation.
Hey, Kim Ray.
Donation time.
It is time to drop the link. I'm dropping the link, Noel.
Better catch it before it rolls away.
The link is going to be pinned. I guess I should do the banner. Link is pinned in the chat. Well, we'll be in 1 second. It's in the chat. I just got to pin it.
This banner over me.
There we go. Link is pinned. So again, we are talking about. Oh no, not the Sandela Effect telethon. No. Oh,
Yeah,
telethon.
Yeah, I read that one. I didn't want to say anything.
Please don't name it the Sandela Effect. Please don't.
Well, that's funny. Sandela Effect. I like it.
Really? Well, I don't see anything negative. I hope not, at least. Pain meds can change the way you think and feel and act, but you don't realize it. All right, Mr. Super. But you can always come back too, right? Mr. Super?
He already dropped.
No, he's still here.
I know.
He says,
Yeah, but
if the panel fills, I can drop out,
he left the room, apparently.
but he can always come back, right?
Yeah,
Pushing says,
absolutely.
okay, good. Very good. Pushing
Yeah.
button says, do not hesitate to
To donate.
donate. Can't even talk.
Take it from the King Donator.
And Jessica is thanking Pushing Buttons for his contribution tonight. Noise Guru. I'm not putting that on the screen. I gotta add noise to the list. Good to see you again, Noise Guru.
Well, that's the double mint gum slogan, that one.
Yes. Watch that be Mandela because we're bringing it up now.
That's the one my mom always chewed.
Noelle is here.
Don't.
Welcome, Noelle.
Excuse me. I
Yes,
need.
hi, Noelle.
Hi. So my day, I went to bowling with my friend. Wait,
You know, I used to be on a bowling team.
really?
I
Which
love
team?
bowling.
Which team?
No, I mean a team with my mom and my ex-husband. We were on.
And you were really good at it.
I was for an amateur, not a pro.
Yeah.
But I was at my average. Was close to 250.
My average was a 118 in my last game.
Very good.
And so I made a new friend tonight, and
You
his
did?
name his name was Spencer, and he is a 19 autistic boy.
Oh.
And so I really asked him for his phone number, and he was like, sure, we can be friends with you.
That's very nice. He sounds like a nice boy.
And so he's really he is autistic, and he was with his friend. His friend Ashley talks really much, and his friend is like a normal friend, but
That's okay. I'm glad you got to meet new people. That's very nice.
Well, how did Noelle know the color you're going to put on? She wore the same color.
Yeah, Noelle matches the stream.
excuse me.
That's what
Your
Ken
shirt
knows.
matches the stream. Look at the ticker at the
Excuse me,
bottom.
I can't see it. I'm sorry. My phone has computer blocked.
Oh, I see.
Ken noticed that when I stole his line.
I can't see.
I'll take a picture and send it to you for later, okay? Noelle?
No, thank you, please.
Okay.
Excuse me, Josh. Hi, Josh. I didn't.
Hi, Noelle.
How was your day today? What did you do today?
It was good. I didn't do much. I relaxed.
Josh, I never seen you around in Cleveland. I never seen you around in Columbus, right?
Yeah, Columbus is a big city, and I don't go to Cleveland very often anymore.
Why? Because
Well, one, I haven't really had a car that's reliable enough to get me there and back until recently, but I don't know anybody in Cleveland. I like to just stick around close to home.
And so, Sandy, how was your day today? And did you see my video where I'm singing?
I did. I saw your video. I loved it. Noelle sent me a very short video of her singing Country Roads, which was Country Road.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yesterday I sang Metallica and Leonard Simple Man by Leonard Skinner,
Nice.
and so everybody cannot believe I know the song, the lyrics wasn't there, so the Metallica one was very good than the Country Roads one.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's great, Noel. You should have recorded more. I only got to see like 5 seconds of it. But it was really good. It was really good. You did a great job.
Excuse me, Sandy. How is the doctors are doing?
How are the doctors doing?
Yes.
Well,
You.
yeah, I saw the doctor because for those of you that don't know, hi Melissa. I got multiple spider bites. First, the spider bit
What
my ear like
happened?
4 times.
What
There was like a
happened?
little tiny spider apparently. We don't know exactly what spider it
Mhm.
was, but it had to have been small because I didn't notice it. But it bit my ear, the top of my ear, like 3 or 4 times, like little tiny bites. And when I went up to feel why my ear was on fire and hurting, it crawled on my hand, bit my hand, and then it crawled up my arm and bit my arm. And then I must have accidentally killed the thing because, again, no more bites and no more spider, which is a good thing because my hand got infected. And like right now, I have a big red circle around a bite on my arm that itches a
Sandy.
bit. Yeah. And the doctor gave me antibiotics.
How is your mental?
Not great. Not great at all.
What happened?
The doctor cut the meds in half
Why?
because he was mad that I bothered him. He claims that it's because it's the new policy of the hospital. But that doesn't make sense because the hospital policy would be much less than the CDC recommendation, which isn't even a requirement. It's just a recommendation for new patients. So it's below the CDC recommendations by half, and that doesn't make sense.
So my track meet is in June 13th, June 14th, and June 15th, my biggest one.
Yes. Ever, Josh, are you going to try to go to that?
I am going to try to go to that. It sounds like fun.
Hello, channel.
And so, do you have any special needs, Josh? Just trying
Any special
to...
what?
Needs, I'm sorry.
No. I mean,
Oh my gosh. Guys, wait, I need to interrupt a second. We need to pray for Channel 727.
What
Yeah.
happened?
Channel 727 says, what's up, Sandy? Just dropping in to say hi.
What
Hi.
happened?
I've recently moved to another county, finally got off house arrest with an ankle
Melissa.
monitor. Now
I
I'm
say
here
hi to
at my...
Melissa. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
It's okay. Now I'm here in my new spot. I'm currently dealing with fraud.
Fraud? What is fraud?
Fraud can be a lot of things. If you pretend to be somebody else, that's fraud.
Oh,
If
wow.
you...
$20,000.
What's up, Pitts? Are you from Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's LJ. It's LJ. LJ and Jackie joined us. Welcome, guys.
hello.
Pitts.
It's Pittsburgh. It's LJ.
I don't even like their team. I'm sorry.
I don't like our team either. It's okay. That's the no-go for the University of Pittsburgh team, and it no longer has a dot on the I and it's merged.
So.
Oh, wow, I see that.
Sandy, what are we gonna talk about tonight?
We are talking about if the Mandela effect causes shifts that drastically alter our lives. Some people claim to have shifted to a reality, the current reality, and they don't have children anymore, or their husband is a different person. In my case, I have family members that don't remember things that I remember or act differently than they used to act.
Right.
Really quickly, Channel 727 goes on and says, someone stole my identity. That's
What
the
the
fraud,
heck?
Noel.
What
Someone
does
stole.
that mean?
That means like they steal their social security number, because you are a social security number in the United States.
Yes.
So they stole their social security number, and they found out after $20,000 was stolen. That is awful. I am so
That's just
sorry.
crazy. You should call the cops on them, honestly.
Oh my gosh, that's awful. Prayers definitely coming your way.
Call the fraud
I will-
squad.
I am definitely adding you to my prayer list. That is awful. I am so sorry.
How did they take it? I'm confused.
I don't know, but they know who it was. Police reports have been made, Noel.
Oh, good. There you go.
What?
Fraud
They did-
squad has been.
They did call the police.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so awful.
So, Sandy, how is it going with your husband and everything with that?
Oh, he's doing well. He just clocked out and now he's sleeping.
And do you have kids or grand?
Oh gosh, not grandkids, no. Joey has a son that I helped raise.
And why cannot Joey can do these streams with you?
Because it's not his thing. He's not interested in doing streams.
And what are you gonna do tomorrow?
Work on the next show and sleep. Oh, we lost LJ. No, we lost Jackie.
You lost Jackie.
Yeah. Wi-Fi is turtle slow, she says.
Oh.
She's coming in through phone data.
I did have a very much fun yesterday.
You did have fun yesterday or you didn't? I'm sorry, my phone broke up.
I did.
You did? I'm glad you did. I slept all day and I overslept, and that's why we're having the open panel tonight, because I didn't get any of the work I wanted to get done. Jackie's back. Welcome. Pushing Button says my dad does not act like he used to about certain things.
What
Like
does that
a
mean?
180 on these subjects.
What does that mean?
Okay, so Noelle, what we're talking about tonight, the Mandela effect. For those of us that think that we're shifting in and out of realities, like for example, I'll tell you my example. My mom used to want to hear about Mandela effects, and she now she doesn't want to hear anything about them, and she gets angry if I bring it up, and that's not the way my mom used to act. She used to be
Mom's
interested
asked
in it.
why.
I don't know why. That's what we're talking about tonight. Give me 1 second. Hello, General Sorrow. Welcome.
And then, and then, Mr. Super.
Mr. Super, you're on the hot seat.
Sorry, I was muted. What was your question,
Please,
hon?
Sandy, let's go around and let's tell our day today.
Oh, okay. Everyone quickly tell Noelle how your day was so we can start with the panel. Sorry, Mr. Super, you're on the hot seat.
Mine
Josh and I
started
already
out
went.
super hot. It hit 83 degrees in the house early this morning. And so I've convinced myself it was time to put the air conditioner in the window. And it took several hours to bring the temperature down even a few degrees to tolerable. So between cooking for that time, you know what I mean? It being way too hot for a while and having to struggle with an air conditioner in that heat, it was kind of a rough start to the day. But after that, everything was pretty nice. My sister stopped by and brought me some treats, a couple pieces of cake and some cookies and some homemade stuff. And that made it a really nice day for me.
I'm
Okay.
glad you got the air conditioner in.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so next in line is Jose. Jose, how was your day? Or Jose's not here. Splatter, how was your day?
Oh, it was okay, I guess. I slept most of it, so makes it better. I'm still tired. I can't get woken up lately. I don't know what it is. I'm just always tired.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. I understand. I'm sorry.
Sandy, are you really feel like you're really tired right now, or just are you?
Yes, I'm sleeping a lot. I'm sleeping 10 to 12 hours a day.
Is anybody else feeling more tired than usual?
Yes. Earlier, it's not on my screen anymore, but Geek said she was feeling tired. Me too, very tired
Yes.
all the time, says Schneider.
I
My
Channel
can sleep a full
727
night's
says
sleep
his
and
day has
I'm
been
ready for a
better.
nap after I've been awake
Sandy,
for 2 or 3 hours. Splatter.
Sandy,
Yeah.
why did you went to the emergency room, the ER?
Oh, it was because of my hand.
Is your hand feels better?
Yes, now that I have antibiotics. They gave me steroids, but I didn't take them. I said, let me try the antibiotic first. I try not to take more medicine than I need, and the antibiotics are working great. So, like, it was so bad that when I'd move my pinky up and down, you could feel it rubbing. It was a weird, like, creaky sensation in my finger. That's gone.
Good.
And my hand isn't swollen anymore.
Your hand is not showing anymore.
That's good. That was from the spider?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not swollen anymore.
Wow.
It itches a little bit, but I think that's a sign of healing.
Yeah. Itching usually is healing.
Hello? Excuse me. Sandy, I felt like I feel bad for you. Like you went to the ER and just.
Thank you. Thank you, Noelle. I am feeling better, and thank you for the prayers, guys. It's doing great now. It just, like I said, it's healing. It's itching.
One thing I want to bring up to awareness: the food. The food is different here. I hate.
How is the food?
I hate the fruit. I hate the vegetables. I hate the fast food now. I'm
Yep.
kind of like losing weight now, so that's kind of a plus because I'm not getting hungry.
Excuse me, Siren. What are we talking about? The food is nasty. Like
No, it tastes different. It doesn't have the same taste. Like the fruit is a lot sour here, a lot harder, and it goes bad really fast. Like if you take it home 3 days later, your food is spoiled, and if you don't keep it in the fridge or underwater, the food will spoil faster here.
Eat
And
it quick.
Even onions go bad in a few
Yeah.
days. They get soft and mushy, and that's crazy.
Yeah, and it takes longer to cook hot water or popcorn. Popcorn never comes out like it should be. I always have like half an empty bag, like the potato chips. Like it's weird. I mean, I can go on all the differences that I see when throughout my life, but that one, the food, it doesn't taste the same at all.
Splatter, I'm putting a link in the private chat. Mute it before you share it, please.
All right.
Also, we have the problem with the rubber fruit going on.
The rubber fruit tastes like rubber nowadays.
Hey,
Yeah.
Connie. Yep.
I noticed that too. The fruit, it's hard to find a nice sweet peach. And then maybe I went to the Okanagan. I don't know.
I didn't see this video. I just saw what it was about. So that's why I'm saying just mute it.
Yep.
At first, when I first saw this about a year ago,
Yeah.
I just thought it was somebody messing around. But there's so many videos of people getting watermelons, bananas that are like rubber. And then someone got blueberries and they were like plastic. Let me know when you're ready, Splatter.
I'm ready now, I believe.
Okay. So, Noelle, this is the weird part. Look at this. Rubbery watermelon. Sound. Turn the sound off.
Sound.
Yep.
Oh.
I don't know what they're playing in the back on this video. I never
there we
watched
go.
this video before.
You ready?
Yep. Look at the fruit, Noelle. It's people. They're fruit, and that's an avocado. Twisting. That's an apple. That's a blueberry. Here's another watermelon. They're all different people. I showed this video, this specific one, about 6 months ago to a year ago.
Yep.
A woman gave her daughter strawberries, and one was
Is it
she put
repeating?
them down
Oh, it just looked like it.
the garbage disposal, and it would not like shred up. It was like plastic. So that's weird with the fruit. Bananas taste like nothing these days, says Ken.
They also finding at Walmart, they're finding a chicken, like fiber chicken, like made out of a 3D printer.
Yes,
with
fiber chicken and
steaks and chicken.
And chicken that they're saying magnets stick to.
And
Let me
now
see if I can get a video of that.
Even the baby food, they're finding metal, like they're going through it with the bag, and they put the ingredients in the bag, and then go with the magnet, and they're finding metal on baby food.
Let me see if I can get a video of the magnets. Why is this magnet sticking to my meat? All right, again, Splatter. I'm going to send you a couple links. One is a guy talking. Mute that, though, please.
Right.
It's in the private chat.
We're getting used to that.
And then the next one's going to be in a grocery store. And I'm going to have you mute that as well.
It's all right. I already have it muted.
And another thing, I know I opened a can of worms, but another thing is they're finding plastics inside our bodies, and they're causing our heart to fail because they're plugged up with plastics.
Oh yeah, the microplastics. Yeah.
Yeah, like Cheryl, Leo.
I just say hi, Cheryl.
Yeah, hello, Cheryl. She said microplastics. She's correct right there. That brought back memories that people are dying because of plastic.
Yeah. There we go. Here's video number 1. I'm muting it again. It's
already muted.
a guy's going to show that his why is this magnet sticking to my meat? Hit play. I would have worded that differently.
Yeah, don't get your minds out of the gutter, people.
I don't know if you can fast forward it to where he holds the chicken up.
Oh, there it is. There it looks like.
No, I don't know what that is. That looks like an IV bag. Actually, that looks like a. There we go. There's the chicken.
No, that's not chicken.
Looks like a.
It looks like a pork chop.
Or maybe it's pork chops. Yeah, I just saw it small. Yeah, that's pork chops. So now it's pork chops too, not just chicken. Okay. He's holding the magnet up. You can see it's a magnet. Doesn't stick to his body.
Could be wrong.
Chicken doesn't stick to him.
No.
But the magnet sticks to the pork chops. Explain.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Explain, everyone. Colostomy bag. Yes, thank you, Jessica. I could not think.
Well, it's not sticking too good to that one, but oh,
All right,
well,
didn't
it's
stick
not sticking
there.
too good.
But you can see he's not faking this. It is sticking. Oh, wait, he's rubbing it on him. Is that static electricity?
Yeah.
Is he trying to prove how they're doing it?
Thicker chops.
No, I'm wondering if he's trying to prove how they're doing it.
I don't know. No, he's just wiping it off the water or whatever, condensation.
Oh, wiping off the condensation.
Yeah.
It will stay even after wiping. All right, now there's another video. It's your daily dose of iron, yeah. They must be infusing meat with heavy metals now. So this looks like one of the first videos I saw was in a grocery store, and a woman was flipping out, and this might be the video. It looked similar.
Huh?
Oh, I saw it, Pushin. I saw the picture that you were talking about. She looks like she's 30 now. That's insane.
I don't know what happened here.
Celebrities are getting surgeries and probably something that ends in chrome.
There's your show.
And they're looking ridiculously young.
I don't
And
know
it's
what's happening
insane.
here. I got the wrong one, I think.
Let me see.
Well, I took. Oh, it's Facebook. I did have the wrong one. Yep.
Yep, I can't say that though, channel 727. Definitely chrome. Yeah, I can't. That's the best I can say is chrome.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that's not a video.
No, I don't know what happened, Sandy.
All right, let me go get another one. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I get the same one, but, you know.
It's the Young Turks. Let me just get a different one.
I don't know why it's not here.
I don't trust the Young Turks to not strike me.
Yeah.
Except that's the only one in the grocery store. Hold on.
Weird. I
Okay,
just
here's
feel it.
this. I found one that's Instagram.
Yeah, this one's just spinning.
Hold on. Let me try a different search term. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I tried that one again. It's just sitting here and spinning. Spinning.
Okay, this is a short one. It's all I'm getting is Instagram. It should let you play it.
Oh, you got another one? No, it's the same one.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you an Instagram one.
Well, I can show you, but it's just
Here you go.
spinning.
Use that. No. Like I said, the other one's Facebook, and it's the Young Turks, and I don't feel like getting a strike for it.
Okay, there's no
Not
problem.
a strike, but you know what I mean.
Couldn't get it anyway, it was just spinning. It wasn't coming in, you know?
Mhm. I understand.
Okay, I have to get rid of that because I can tell the joke again. Okay, get on here.
Jennifer says twice now. I bought bananas that were inedible. I'll see if I can find the banana.
Oh my. I have to log in. I guess maybe if it works, it works. Why is it being so
TikTok.
weird tonight?
Oh, I found a good video. It's 8 minutes long.
Okay, it's
It's
coming
got
in.
all
okay.
the rubber fruits. But you're going to mute it and we're going to skip through it. Actually, we can play the sound, but we got to skip through it after this one. Let me know when you're ready.
It's not right. Hang on. Yeah, right, I had to log in. It made me log in.
All right, you know what? Just forget that one, Splatter.
Oh, we got it. I got it now.
All right. I'm adding you to the stage. I don't see chicken.
Oh, I do.
That's not it. No, we're not seeing that.
What? Oh, no,
We're not
that's the
seeing
other
that.
one. That's the wrong one. No, we're seeing this one here. I have it working. Maybe sticking it to chicken. There we are. There we go.
Okay. So guys, this is like what I saw the first time. People are bringing magnets into the grocery store now, and they're showing you that in the grocery store a magnet is sticking to chicken. And that's it. Like, why does a magnet stick to chicken? Like, they don't trust it. So, and it's Walmart. I'm gonna tell you, they're going to Walmart.
Oh, I've heard nothing bad, nothing good about Walmart meat.
But this is Purdue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Look at it. Yep. Look at that.
All right, now I'm gonna offer an alternative of what that could be. I want you to look at where she's putting the magnets.
Yeah.
Could it now? That one, no. That just destroyed my theory. Never mind. I was thinking maybe there's metals in the ink on the labels.
Oh. Okay. Oh,
But
I'm still thinking she's sticking to the condensation on there, but no, maybe not. I
no,
don't know what's
the
going
way
on.
she dropped it just there, you saw it.
Yeah.
It like pulled itself on like a
Yeah.
refrigerator.
I seen
Yeah.
on that one. Yeah, I seen that. It went click
Yeah, the first one, it just picked it up.
right here. This one. Or no. Whatever. We seen it.
All right, so go to the next video. Like I said, it's 8 minutes long. We'll skip through it. It's got all the fruits. It'll pretty much update you on everything that's happening, and then we'll move on. Noelle, are you playing your game? I think she is. I think she's now in her,
Game World.
yeah, whatchamacallit. Yep, she's playing. All right, I'm going to get you on screen splatter.
Do we want the sound for this?
I mean, we can, as long as we stop it, interrupt it, and react to it. We can react to it, yes. Guys, on the panel, feel free to say you want, like, talk over it. Feel free.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
But I do want to credit the person.
Yeah.
Let me see I got to see who it is. Hold on.
Gardening?
No, I want to credit the creator. Let's see. It is, I can't see it.
I got
I'm going
gardening.
to the channel.
Gardening in Canada. Gardening in Canada, it says. Okay. There we go.
You watch these TikTok videos right here and you're like my sister questioning whether or not the government is poisoning us, then this video is most definitely for you. Now, ultimately speaking, the 3 that are showing up on TikTok
We lost Sandy.
What was that?
Looks like we lost Sandy. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to
I moved
say,
you from the stage.
this is for entertainment purposes only. TikTok and YouTube, entertainment purposes only.
Yes, we have the disclaimer here. Entertainment purposes only, YouTube. I got kicked out. You guys couldn't hear me, so I took you off the screen, Splatter.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't, no offense, guys, I didn't trust y'all to keep talking.
Oh, see, we stopped. We paused as soon as.
Well, I took you off the screen because I had to refresh because you couldn't hear me trying to get the name of that channel. But yeah, gardening in Canada. So here we go. Let's try this again.
Am I still ready to go?
Yep, you're ready to go. I would just fast forward till you see some fruit.
Well, there already was fruit. She was breaking it up.
Oh, I just see her on the screen.
Yeah, but it's because she stopped for a second.
Of your fruits and vegetables. Half the crowd just was like, goodbye. Okay, so
No,
when it
she
comes to maturity,
pause.
ultimately
Just
affect
fast forward till you
things
see
to
fruit.
ripen.
Yeah,
So
Too much.
now, yeah, you're right.
in most cases, the best flavor and the best texture. Now, cell wall modification
I
is a
would just
fancy
mute
term
her.
for essentially
What?
I would just mute it. Just mute it. We need to see the videos. Just mute it. So yeah, so this one was the first banana one I saw. And they opened 2 bananas and both do this.
I wouldn't eat that. That's yuck.
It looks disgusting.
Lots of
Like she
fiber.
shouldn't be able to smush it like that.
Well, yeah.
Her fingers just go right through it.
Well, look at this guy here. What's it?
He's talking about the same video. All right, so here's a watermelon.
Water.
Look at that.
And the blueberry. Look at that blueberry.
Yeah, here's a raspberry.
Strawberry.
Oh, strawberry, sorry.
That should go smush. It shouldn't do that.
No.
Gross.
This one too. Oh man, the whole package is like that.
Hey, Austin. Austin says, I've had that with my bananas.
Oh really? Did you eat
And
it?
that's, yeah, did you eat it? That is happening? Oh my God. Yes. Yes, it is. I will link this in the description because it sounds like she's trying to give like reasons for why this is happening.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get the stream taken down. So I will, well, first of all, I'll give you guys the link if you want to open it in another tab to save it. But I will add it to the description.
That
After
watermelon.
I can't add it till after the show.
Well, that watermelon looks okay. What's wrong with that watermelon?
Yeah, Jessica says it's GMO, like grown in laboratories.
Oh,
There's
well, yeah.
warehouses. There's warehouse with plants that you can grow them in
Yep.
tubes. They don't touch the ground anymore. They're growing on tubes, so you're getting everything artificially, not from the ground now. It's all
Yeah,
in
but if
warehouses.
you can't eat it,
Yeah.
eat it, what's the use of growing it? They made their money. They don't care, type thing.
Yep, it's all about the profit.
Hey, Mustard Seed, has anybody tried 3D printed food? That's what I'm worried this is.
No, I don't think I would. That's what I heard that Walmart sells. They got this. Their chicken breasts are 3D printed.
Look at the avocado.
Yeah. How can you make guacamole out of that? It'd be pretty chunky.
Yeah, maybe it's frozen. Maybe they're freezing it.
What you think
If there's,
people are doing this as an act?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen people eating it and then stop eating it because it's disgusting and it's not the way it should be. I would fast forward till there's more videos. She might be done. Yeah, it looks like she's done showing videos. We can take it down.
Yeah.
You guys get the idea, though. And if you search online, there's a lot more.
I got a story about a watermelon if you want to hear it.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
We got a local farm here that most of the produce there is either made on the farm or it's like from local beekeepers or local jelly makers or whatever. It's all really local stuff. And everything there is pretty good, you know, but like I said, not every bit of it comes from the farm. So they had some watermelons. These were round, like the perfectly round ones. You guys seen those?
Yeah.
Little ones.
I was skeptical. Hold on.
What?
He said, hold on a second. He has to clear
Yeah.
his throat.
I was skeptical about them because they had a numbered stamp on them, and I've always been aware that like numbered crops were experimental things or whatever. But I mean, everything you can do, I knocked on it, I shook it, like I could feel liquid moving in it a little, you know what I mean? Like the inside would shift a little bit and knocked like really good. It sounded like the solid skin, but a hollow core. Like everything seemed right about it, even smelled good. So I bought it. I brought it home and I set it on my counter. Now, mind you, this had been sitting under a tarp, but getting some sun exposure. So it was warm when I brought it home. I didn't want to eat it warm. I left it on the counter. 12 hours later, 12 hours later, this thing was slimy. It had like dents in the surface. It looked like craters on the moon, like 1-inch dents all over. Like every place there was room to have one, there was one. All of those were like weeping sores. There was different colored liquids coming out of all of these things, and it smelled like dead fish. Like it had been laying around on the beach with dead fish for a month. This is like I said, actually less than 12 hours. If I had time lapsed it, you could have watched that happen. And I immediately had the thought, first of all, get it out of the house. Second of all, I can't just put it out in the trash. Some animal, some poor innocent animal, wild or not, might eat some of this, and Lord knows what would happen. And then I thought to myself, what if I had eaten that when it looked okay, and then it did that while it was inside of me?
Oh my
Like,
God.
I coined a term for it, and I don't know if this is like a real thing or not, but I call it cellular cascade collapse. Where you could like watch the cellular structure of this thing decay in real time.
Oh my God, that's awful.
And so the final thought of all of that is I bought that off a cart that had 50 of those. But if they sat there one more day, still looking good because they were in the sun or whatever was keeping them from collapsing, cellular cascade failure could collapse. So did some people buy and eat those things?
Probably.
Like, I don't think I got the one bad one out of 40 of them. Do you guys? Or do you think they all were going to do the same thing?
I would think they'd all do the same thing.
That's right, Sandy. I think so too. And so not only did I buy the watermelon and have to throw it away and lost the money, and so did everybody else that bought one, except for the people that ate them. Think that through.
I would stick mine in the fridge for a day because I like it nice and cold.
Dude, I wouldn't eat a watermelon now if you paid me.
I don't know where the video is, but there was a video of a woman who also got a watermelon, but she got it from the store. She said that she had like reactions to it, like burns. And she had never had anything like that happen to her. The mind is here. Welcome, the mind.
I think that's exactly what I would have experienced had I eaten that, Sandy. I think it would have been a burning sensation, and I think as its cellular collapse started, that it would have affected cells in my body as well. Like I probably would have had digestive disorders and whatnot from that day forward. I don't think that would have been something you'd get over in the weekend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They say you are what you eat. So if you're going to eat something that has a cellular collapse disorder, what's going to happen to you?
Yeah, that's terrifying. I don't even want to think. I'm glad you didn't eat it. I'm just glad you didn't eat it.
Yeah.
And it's disturbing that
How
a
many
watermelon
people,
could have like
I don't know how much I can say online, but like things that cause us to expire quickly, right? Oh, he had a heart attack, he had this, he had that, or whatever, an aneurysm. How many of those things were actually caused by something more like my watermelon? They're going to label it as a common condition so that you accept it, right? They're going to tell you it was a heart attack or it was congestive lung failure or it was this or that, right?
Yeah.
What if it's not? What if it's something more like this diabolical food?
Yeah, okay, I want to say something here. Well, this is one thing I don't like about the multiverse and this idea that nothing's real is because there is no consequences and there's no order or structure, and there is structure and there is order and there is consequences, and we need to understand and realize and learn from these experiences that we're having.
Correct.
Am I coming in clearly? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a little crack. You're crackly, but we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, okay. That I just want to say that because Sag Arm just recently posted a thing talking about how the spiral staircase was a thing. And did you read my post, Sag, that I sent you where I showed you there was some nuns who prayed to a saint of carpentry,
Yeah.
and then
That's that
yeah,
famous story. I
Yeah.
heard about that. Yeah.
Yes, there was no nails, no support. They don't know how it was created. They can't find any clamps or how it was glued together. There's evidence of
It was
how
like a
it was
yeah.
made.
So that's that was a thing that I was aware of for at least since 2012 because I went to a man's home, a men's home for a Christian retreat, and a guy told me that in his town in Texas, that was where it was at. It was in Texas, and that was a spiral thing, and it was a phenomenon because scientists don't know how it was built. But and then now you are onto something here because I noticed the same thing when I started seeing the spiral staircases becoming a common thing where people were doing it. Normally, I was like, this is weird because that's the first thing I thought. I was like, how is this a common thing if what I remember and this story right here, they're saying it's unknown, weird thing that hasn't happened before, like
Yeah.
it's never been done before and it shouldn't be possible and this and that, but yet
once in a lifetime thing. Yeah.
now supposedly in this timeline, if you want to call it that, quote unquote, because I do think there is a lot of deception going on with a lot of narratives, and I do believe and know that I said this before. Yes, the jumping of timelines, the merging of timelines, this is happening. This is definitely a thing that's occurring, but there's more than one thing that's happening here. We can't get stuck in a loop. There is these loops that we're getting stuck in, and we're always focusing on this one truth, and we're not focusing on all the other truths. Like, yes, this is an illusion. That's true, but that's not the only truth. Everyone wants to only believe once. This is the thing, Jack. I was talking to Jackie earlier about this. Like, once you have your mind made up on what you believe, no one else is going to convince you otherwise. I could show you all the proof, all the truth in the world, and you're not going to believe it because you already have your mind made up on what you want to believe. And we are going around trying to tell each other our beliefs and saying, like, look, you're believing the wrong thing. You need to believe what I'm believing. And ultimately, even that ends up being a thing where we could get stuck in loops where we need to listen to each other, and that's true. But when we try to say that thing, like, look, everyone has a truth. We need to listen to each other's truths. That gets twisted, and then people start looping into a twisted truth of that because everything's not just a subjective truth. And yeah, so there is an objective truth. And that objective truth is more subjective than people realize. So it's like contradictions up the wazoo. But
You
what?
also sorry,
Go
but
ahead.
you also mentioned that the stairwell that you just mentioned, it was in Texas, but when you went looking for it again, it wasn't in Texas anymore. So that's what
Yeah.
that's what made you believe what my theories are, that we are the ones moving, not the things
That definitely happened.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
definitely. I would like to agree with you on that. Originally, it was in Texas, and now when I looked it up, it was in, I think, New Mexico. So I do definitely believe we have moved again, for sure. And I'm agreeing with you. I do
okay.
agree with you on that.
Well, thank you. I did
Really
see your
quickly,
messages. Go ahead.
Splatter, I put Jose's video in the background. Start at 48 seconds
Yeah,
so
I got it
people know
ready to
what they're
go.
talking about.
I got it ready.
You're not
Yeah,
sharing now.
you gotta keep in mind this
Oh,
is
yeah.
700
Other than that.
years. They've been doing stairwells like this for 700 years. This is not new.
But it's not the
And
wooden staircase that the
Yes,
carpenter.
it is,
no,
Splatter. You're not sharing it though. I can't show them.
No, I'm getting there.
Okay.
When I said it was brick.
Okay, I'll talk to you a little bit later about it, Sad Charm, but I think we're gonna share a video.
No. We're
okay,
just
thank
showing
you.
what you guys are talking about.
Okay. So let's talk about this. So this is what I'm not understanding, and I was trying to talk to my brother about this, but you're better to talk to because you were the one who presented it. So if they're saying this is a thing that has a thing that has been done for over 700 years, why is it that the wooden version of this staircase it just seems to be a phenomenon, and they literally said it's physically impossible for that staircase to be built, but yet it's right here you're saying they're obviously accepting it to be a 700-year-old technique. So which one is it? Is it a 700-year-old technique, or is it so mysterious and we don't even know how it's built? Because there's two narratives that are being told here.
Well,
The
when I
wooden
first
one, it
saw
was
this
like
video,
All right,
wooden-
we're gonna play it in the background just so they can see what you're talking about. You guys keep talking. Hit play,
Yeah.
Splatter, because it's muted. It's muted.
yeah, I had to talk to Sandy about it. Have you heard the Catalan Vault builders? And she said no. That's a Mandela effect. And when I showed her the pictures, it's like, yep, make a video about it. So I did. But I had to get the okay from Sandy to verify it that this was crazy. This was never known in our world. Look at that.
Yeah, that's
Like
definitely new.
there is no way I could build that in my house. There is no way.
Yeah, that's a new thing for sure.
Yeah,
But
it's new.
but how do you explain that there's the thing that I showed you is an old thing, and they are saying that that's new. They're saying that that old thing that they experienced a long time ago, back in the 80s, I think it was built, the
That's
wooden
it.
staircase. They're saying like, hey, this is weird, this is crazy. They didn't say, oh yeah, that's a 700-year-old technique that's been done already. Why? Why, Sag?
Well, that's
Yeah,
the
we're getting
mystery.
into
We
the
don't know
Arcturian
because
stuff.
we're new here. We're new here. That's why I posted there. It says I don't belong here. My videos are I put stuff like Sandy. We find things and we put them out there so people can decide for themselves that that's not in
I
our
agree.
memory. Yeah, that's not in
But
your
no,
memory. So you must be new here. You're new here.
okay, but no, but look, I agree with you. Okay, we are new arrivals to this place, but the thing that is not making sense is the story has always now, instead of it being in Texas, like I remember the wooden one, now it's in Arizona. It's always been in Arizona. Why is it that when they first built that thing in Arizona, because the history is the same, you're saying nothing has changed. The history is exactly the same in this place. We just jumped to this one. Why is it that when the nuns saw the spiral staircase get built, why was that such a phenomenon? And people, literally scientists to this day, are saying, yes, this is weird. This shouldn't be physically possible. This shouldn't be able to be built without without proper whatever support. That's
You
what
know
they're
what?
still saying to this day.
Yeah, and also you forgot to mention that there was people doing investigation, going to Home Depot or lumber yards, asking where did this wood come from, and they would say it didn't come from me, it didn't come from there. So
Yeah, they tested the wood. They
yeah,
tested the wood, and they said it came from Alaska, or they said that the wood was no wood that they've ever found anywhere.
yes, that's what freaks me out the most is that how was it made when it wasn't local, but it was from somewhere else, and how did that
Exactly.
one man with no help built it in like in three months or something, and then he was
That's what
gone.
Well, a lot of things have just popped up for us that we have never heard of, and now we mention them in casual conversation, like we know about them now. But like star forts, who heard of star forts before 2016?
Right.
Wait. I don't want to get thrown off track here because we could go up into star forts, but there's something specific here that I want to focus on. This spiral staircase.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
I'm not
important.
trying to
Yeah,
say
I'm
where
actually sending pictures to
this ties
Splatter
in.
because his video didn't show everything. Splatter, I'm sending you pictures to put on screen while they're talking.
Yeah.
This matters. The spiral staircase matters because your wonder, Sag arm right now is what I'm trying to get you to think about. The fact that he made this thing, he didn't just jump into another reality that this thing existed in, because everybody knew that wasn't there. Everybody knew that somehow this thing came into being supernaturally or outside of their understanding, at least. And I'm telling you, the Mandela effect has to do with this. It has to do with the act of creation, of manifestation.
And
It's not just this thing of us moving from one place to another. That's a part of it, but there's more.
Yeah, that's a sign from God that He is alive, and He's letting us know that
Splatter.
He's in
there.
control. That
You're
is a
getting stuck in the
miracle.
loop. You're saying the same thing over and over again. You're saying the truth, but
it's a
you're in a loop. We're
No,
in loops. We need to get stuck out of the loops.
The way
These
I
are
believe,
the actual stairs. These are
Yeah.
like hundreds of years old.
yeah, those
That
are
he was
stairs that
talking about. Go through them, Splatter, as they're talking.
That makes no sense. This picture.
yeah, that's
They
a
get
spiral.
worse.
Yeah,
The Mandela effect community has talked about this in the past. This thing of deja vu, this thing of being stuck in a loop, of the Groundhog's Day. Like this is a thing that we're trying to understand, because it's an experience. It's a part of the experience we're having of the Mandela effect. Like there's lessons we need to learn, and if we don't learn them, we are doomed to repeat them.
The only thing we're doing, me and Sandy are doing, are showing evidence of stuff that is not inside our memories. This is new stuff, and we call them the Mandela effect. We don't have the answer. We don't have the answer you're looking for. Everybody has a different answer that's going to work for you, because you have different beliefs. My mind is not in a loop, because I've been saying this for 12 years. But everybody wants
There
to
are
know.
cycles. There are cycles and seasons. Like there are loops. There are things. There are circles we could get stuck in.
Yes.
Just showing different structures they make with.
Yeah, but if I build this, I mean, I'm a Mexican. I know Mexicans. There is no way a Mexican bricklayer is going to do that in Mexico. I've been in Mexico. I lived in Mexico. I saw the stairways. I saw the buildings. There is no way this was in my planet or in my reality. This is new.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm on the same page with you. Yeah, I agree that this is new.
But the history stays the same, because we're living and we're on the parallel Earths. Everything's the same, but different. That's what Sandy's job is, and that's what my job is. We find little things and we show them.
Picture just looks weird.
Yeah, this stuff we never seen before. That's why I called Sandy. It's like, I found this. Is this a Mandela effect? And she goes, yes. Make a video about it. And
okay, I didn't mean to attack you. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to attack you. I do get a little like jumpy, but no, I was just saying what I felt and believed, and I agree with mainly everything you're saying. I do think, like I said, there are these circles, these cycles, these loops that I think everyone in the Mandela community, we are in. Like, some people have suggested we might be dead right now, because how many people have experienced near-death experiences. Like, there's a lot of different things that we have all experienced, and we have drawn certain conclusions, and being dead, jumping dimensions, the merging of timelines. the time travel idea. There are a couple of different things that are all interconnected to the same thing. Like if one of these things is possible, then that makes it likely for all of those other things to be a part of what's going on here.
You have to experience it for yourself to believe it.
I have.
Yes. Okay. Same thing with Propagate. He went to an earth that says the Home Depot, and then he went somewhere else. He saw the Home Depot, and then he came back to the flip-flops, and he asked me what happened. It's like we're jumping to different parallel earths that have a different history, but the flip-flop happens is because you were there where the Houston, we have a problem, and then it changed again. Houston, we may have a problem. I don't know what the thing is now, but that means you were there, and then you came back, and then you got jumped again 3 times. That's how flip-flops happens. It's because you were there. Yeah.
Houston, we had a problem. I thought it was.
Yeah, Houston, we had a problem. Yeah, and we have a problem. So, yeah, if those things flip-flopping on you, that means you were there, and then you came back, and then you went back again, and then you came back again. That's
Okay,
why
Senator,
you have flip-flops.
So let's go back to the original thing you were wondering. How did this guy build this thing? Do you think he just jumped to another dimension and the stairs were there, or like he had the wood because he jumped to another dimension? How did he make that wood and those stairs? Because
well, first of all,
wait, because I want to finish the sentence here. Because every time anything happens, when it comes to anything supernatural or any changes, you're gonna just say that it's because we're jumping timelines. That's your explanation for everything. So how did he do that?
I'm confused. Wait. Yes, jumping timelines, because that's the theory that we believe is what's happening. What do you mean? How did who do that?
He's talking about the miracle. This guy, I believe he was an angel. Okay, he was an angel carpenter, because the 3, I believe the man that was building the stairs quit on them, and they had an unfinished stairs. So the nuns, they prayed to God, and 3 days later, the guy showed up, and then 3 months later, the stairs were built, and he was gone. And that's when the investigation happened. It's like, where'd he get the wood? Well, not from us. And then Sandy says it came from us somewhere else, from Alaska or somewhere. It's like, how? It's a miracle from God. God is with us. God is moving our soul. God is in control, because I was here. I'm here now, not by choice. I didn't make this choice to be here and finding out the stairwells. You don't need supports. That's impossible. That's not in my head. There is no way I can put a brick and
that wooden
step on
staircase.
it. Yeah.
It was like it was carved out of a tree. There was no breaks in it, no nails. It was like solid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
That's a miracle. You gotta believe in miracles.
Like it grew that way.
There is
right?
Yeah.
Well, I want to add this real quick, because literally the first thing that happened to me, when I experienced the Mandela effect, God spoke to me. I went to God. I asked God, like, yo, what's going on here? And literally the first thing God told me was, there is power in prayer. There is power in prayer.
Agreed.
And again, like I said before, like, you need to listen more than you speak. That's what God told me when all of this happened. 2016. There's power in prayer, and you need to pray to me. You need to listen to me. You need to talk to me. And that's the message. That's the message. Like, what do we need to remember? We need to remember God. We need to remember who our connection to God, because Jackie is. I feel like Jackie is literally more on track
Remind,
than.
you're breaking up so much. All I heard was, we need to listen to God, Jackie, and then you get crackly and they can't understand you, and then Jackie, It's getting really bad. I don't know if you can move around. The crackling is really bad now. I got Jackie, crackle, 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 Jackie.
Yeah.
I think she's onto something. Like I think she's pretty much. I feel like a lot of times the closer we try to get to spirituality, there's this push and pull, and feel like I feel like in the Mandela community, a lot of people start getting religiousified, and they stop trying to think logically about things. But when it comes to it gets, you need to find a balance because God.
You have to find facts. I have facts. I have white sun. The sun was yellow, and I come from a planet that had an orange sun. That's a fact because I was there. That is,
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
I witnessed it for myself. I ate the cornflakes with the K, not the C. Cornflakes with the K, Korn. I read the box. I was there. Fruit Loops. I saw the Fruit Loops with the FROOT, whatever fruit. Sorry, I'm nervous, but I have to tell myself I'm not crazy. I saw it for myself. That's a fact. But now with the Mandela effect, that's the trouble we're having because all the proof stays behind. The proof that you're looking for does not exist. Like Super Sidewinder said, it's hard to prove it. That's why he doesn't talk about it. That's why I come in here to these panels to let people know, stop talking about the Mandela effect. If you're telling people things are changing, they're going to stick you in a hospital. You're going to lose family. You're going to get a divorce because you're telling people things are changing when they're not. We are the ones changing. We are the ones seeing the differences, not changes. I'm not being confused. I'm not getting mad or anything, but that's a fact. I deal with facts. Quantum entanglement means that my soul is connected universally throughout the universe. My soul is connected through the web. It's called a cosmic web. Okay, like a cell phone. You can call any cell phone around the world if you have the number, if you have the code. You can call any number because of the web. Same thing with our souls. Our souls are connected with the cosmic web, and we don't realize where we're at until we investigate. We find new things, like Sandy just found another Rainbow Mountains in Colorado. That's two.
Yeah, I haven't covered it yet. I'm covering it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything about it, and then I told her we must be somewhere else. We got moved again. Where's your proof? That is my proof. We found Rainbow Mountains in Colorado. That's physical. That's fact. What Jackie is dealing with is her mind is in a loop, stuck in changes, and she'll always be stuck in changes because she thinks she lives in a matrix. She lives in a simulation. She thinks that everything can change in a moment. So why bother with the Mandela effect? It's going to change
nothing
again.
Is real. Yeah.
Nothing is real. And I told her, go ahead, let me hit you with the baseball bat, see if it's real or not.
You know, I've always said to her, like, let me cut your arm off or cut your arm off.
Yeah, cut your arm off. See if it's not real. See if you're not going to feel. That's not a fact. She's dealing with fantasy. And that's what I want to bring across with the Mandela effect, how dangerous it is if you say things are changing. How dangerous it is if you go to church and you tell the pastor about the Mandela effect, they're going to kick you out. They think you're crazy because you're delusional. You're making things up, but we're not. I'm trying to save and help this community from people attacking us. We have to change our mentality with the Mandela effect. It's been 8 years, people saying things are changing. Okay, show me a video that you have solid 100% proof that the Bible changed. Morphing in front of you with the video. And nobody has it.
To be clear, Jose's looking for a video where the video starts. It says the lion shall lay with the lamb, and right in front of your face, the letters move around and become the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. That's what he's looking for. Yeah. He's looking for a video like that, where you see it change in the video, in front of everybody.
Yeah, the statue with the fist. Put a camera on the statue, and why doesn't nobody have a video having the hand move from the forehead to the chin?
The thinker.
Yeah, the
thinker.
thinker, Rodin statue, whatever he's, the Rodin statue.
Or the Statue of Liberty switching torches in each hand.
The Statue of Liberty had on my reality, had the left hand. The torch was on the left hand, and it had a book on the right hand. And I believe LJ is the only one that remembers that. So
no. Other people, a lot of people remember that.
Okay,
a lot of people remember that.
Okay, good, because that's my memory, and that's a fact. I was there, and people need to realize and take ownership. If you see the Mandela effect, you have a weapon, a mind weapon to hurt people, but it's going to backfire on you, like it has to me. And that's when I became aware, like, I better shut up, because it backfired on me. They turned on me, and I said, I don't want that. So I started making videos to make people aware that it's going to backfire on us. And I brought Sandy. It's like, stop saying changes. Don't talk about politics. Don't talk about religion. It's because you're creating a war. And if you talk about the Mandela effect, that things are changing, they're going to attack us.
You think we're going to manifest stuff?
Yeah, people think that we're manifesting things, but we're not. God is in control. I give credit to God. I don't know who else is going to do.
Yeah, I agree. 100% yes.
Melted, Syracuse, New York. Interesting. Hello.
Yeah, I feel like, ultimately there is this fake wannabe, like, people who try to copy the God's will or power or whatever, and they're the ones who use their own will, and they will manifest things into reality. And I think that's what I was saying. Pray. Like, if you pray to God, He will give you what you want. That's different than what these other people are doing when they manifest things, because that's if you're not praying to God and God's not giving you those things, and you're having something else manifest what you want, that's not good.
Melted Syracuse, New York. If you have pictures and you want to share them, I can share them on the show. You can send them to sandydivamandelaeffects@gmail.com. And welcome to the 1500 Club.
Oh, yeah, inquiring minds want to see that.
Yes. And hello, Justin. A lot of people have jumped in. There was Justin, Austin 108, Dark Knight Gnomed. Hold on for a minute. I'm writing everyone's name down. But Melted Syracuse is saying that they have actual boxes with spellings of Fruit Loops both ways.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I really would.
Yeah, because I've never seen FRUIT except in like artwork and stuff.
I had Stavely trying to debunk my theories, and he couldn't. Okay, he made a show and he made a video, and he couldn't debunk my theories because, I don't know, it was outlet field. It was way thinking at those years. Nobody cared about us moving or our spirit with the memory or our soul. Nobody knew we had a soul that could move. So that was very hard for me to prove.
Did you get Paul Foster, Sandy?
So what happened?
Paul Foster.
Let me get back there. I was going to email. I didn't see Paul Foster.
It's 11:15 my time, 11:12.
I will scroll up. Welcome, Paul.
2:15, I guess it'd be for you.
I'm scrolling up. Go ahead, guys.
So when Stavely made a video about the lion and the lamb, he found a lot of evidence from the 1700s, like pubs in New England saying lion and the lamb, churches, old churches having lion of the lamb, right?
Lion of the Lamb Ministries.
Yeah. Sermons from the 1800s. And he says, well, at that time, I didn't know what was going on until now. I can explain it. It's like this is how I explain the residue. Why is it here when it's not supposed to be here? Because we're in a different earth, and that should stay behind. But they don't understand that the preacher, he was a traveler that came before us and made that sermon and wrote that newspaper, and all the residue that we find are either newspapers, old drawings from memory, or something that came from your memory. So that kind of clicked on my mind, saying that traveler came from my planet with my memory, came here with and said lion and the lamb. Because if you open up your Bible right now, it says lion, the wolf will lay down with the
dwell with the wolf.
Yeah, the wolf. That's where we're at right now, the wolf.
We're dwelling with a wolf?
Yeah, but the Bible never changed. It just means that the apostle used a different word on a different earth, and it never changed. A different word was used.
Okay, I want to jump in here. Sajarm, this is one thing I'm not getting. If we're jumping to all these different dimensions, right? Why is it that the lion and the lamb only changed one time? Because for me, so far, it changed from the lion and the lamb to the wolf and the lamb, and then it just stayed like that, and it has never went back to the lion and the lamb. Why is it like that? Like, I'm not understanding why.
Okay, my name is Sagittarius Arm, because we come from the Sagittarius. Sandy discovered that our earth was destroyed. That's why God moved us. Something happened in the cosmos, in the universe, and we have proof about it, and we have videos about it saying that something happened over there. And Sandy believes, like I believe, that God moved us because something happened. So here on the other side of the universe, this is where the lion was created. The lion, you're in the lion earth. No, I'm sorry. You came from the lion earth. Now you're in the wolf section. What I'm trying to determine right now is that are we in a different dimension, in a different universe? Because this universe doesn't have a North Star. Polaris doesn't exist. It was the first star in the in our skies that was coming out in the night, was the first star and the brightest. And people, when they get lost, they look at north, and that's their like compass. I can't see it. Compass.
Oh, okay. You brought up a good point. So the first time this started happening, yes, I remember a lot of people are like, we're in a different part of the galaxy. Like we are, the stars are different. We moved and we're literally in the different part of the universe because the stars are different. And that's a thing I definitely remember. But this is what I'm not understanding. And this is what I'm saying again. Huh?
I don't think that's true. I mean, we still see the same constellations.
No, everything. The stars are in different locations, and that's how we literally figured out we were in different places because we were in the Sagittarius arm. If you're in the Sagittarius arm, you're gonna see the stars differently than you are if you're in a whole different part of the galaxy.
Polaris is still there.
Yes, everything is still there. It's just
Splatter. We're not talking about flat Earth right now. It's not about flat Earth.
People
do have different memories of different things.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm getting thrown off. I forgot what I was saying.
Yes, Polaris still exists, but it's not where I remember being.
Oh, okay, that's right. I remember what I was just saying now.
Polaris is the North Star. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I was going to say, Sajarm. So why is it, so if we're jumping from the first time we went from the Sagittarius arm to the Orion arm, right?
Right.
Yes.
It's called
okay, so this is what I'm not understanding. We've been jumping a whole bunch of times already. I would have to say at least 20 to 30 times that I could say at least I would be kind of aware of. Like I saw things changing and I was like, that's okay, I must be somewhere else because that's changed, that's different, that's not like that. So at least 30 different times. Why is it that if we're going to different timelines, different universes, I'm still in the Sagittarius arm? Why isn't it that I'm not going to the Orion Belt, every other constellation. It's just for some reason we got moved to this one place one time, and then we're jumping timelines or whatever dimensions, but we're still staying in this region of space.
Okay.
Earth cannot be moved.
The
I would say
answer.
we don't have an answer.
No,
because
I have an
God.
answer. I have an answer with God. Exactly. We're here to fulfill prophecy. According to the Bible, we have to go through tribulation. This is our tribulation. We have to
Yes,
move
I agree.
towards the end of the Bible, because I believe the
Yes.
Bible is a futuristic book. It knows the future. And
Okay, I'm in agreement.
okay.
I'm in agreement with you, but the part that I start disagreeing with you on is the part where you don't realize that this is an illusion, and like that. It is like literally. I feel like you have truth. Like God has given you truth to share with the world, and what you're saying is true. I agree and I accept what you're saying. But the thing is, no one is 100% true or right about anything. And if you think you have the answers to everything and you know everything, you're wrong. You don't.
No, that's why
That's
I have a disclaimer. If you go on my channel, you're gonna see a lot of my disclaimer, and I don't give myself credit. I give credit to the YouTube creators. These are not my ideas. The only idea that I created or that I came up with is that about the changes and Satan deceiving us and turning the Mandela effect against us. That's me, for sure. Okay, I'll take responsibility for that. But what I found is that God is protecting our soul. We have a soul with the memory.
I agree.
And he's moving us because the dark side here, the reptilians, the aliens, the bad people, the owners of this planet, which is Satan. It says on the Bible, Satan is God of this world. So when things get bad, God is going to move us. God is with us.
That too. I agree with all of that. But the thing, like I said, I agree with everything you're saying up until the point where you start telling people that they're wrong. When you start telling Jackie that she's in a loop and she's doesn't know what she's talking about because she's saying the thing about the illusions and the matrix, like that is true. We are in illusion. We are in a matrix thing.
Okay, where's your proof? You're just talking. Where is your proof? I talk, but I show proof. I have 1,000 videos, and nobody has ever. Yeah, 1,000 videos, and nobody has debunked me.
Okay. I do like that you're asking me this, and I appreciate you wanting to have this conversation. So here we go. The proof. This is the issue here. This is what I'm trying to show you. Like the mirror thing. I think you need to realize that you are doing exactly what the people do to us when we are telling them truths that they cannot grasp. They want us to show them proof of things that we cannot. Do you understand what I'm telling you here?
And I'm saying all my proof is on another planet. I cannot prove it. All my evidence, all the evidence in my memory it's on another Earth.
I know. I agree. I understand what you're saying, and I'm telling you right now what you're asking me for is proof for a thing that I'm telling you that I cannot prove to you.
No, you're saying that things are changing, like Jackie says, that you're agreeing with Jackie that things are changing. You're in the matrix and you're in a simulation. Where is your proof? Where is your camera? You have a phone. Send me proof that the Lysol is going to change next week, because you know it's going to change. So you're going to put a camera on the Lysol, and next week it's going to start with an M, not an L. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Can we talk about what an illusion and what is this thing called? Because everyone keeps on saying it.
You know what psychosis is? Okay, psychosis is believing in something that is not. This is the psychosis effect. I'm writing this on my book. I'm giving you a secret. The psychosis effect talk to a psychiatrist, talk to a mental hospital doctor. Tell me what the psychosis effect is, or look it up in the library. I don't know if Sandy can pull it out. But the psychosis effect is something that you're believing from the heart, and you know it's 100% true, but it's a lie. It's a deception. And that's why I call it the psychosis effect, because you're believing in something and you're seeing something that is not. When you tell me the Statue of Liberty changed, I don't believe you, because that's a statue that will never move in 1,000 years. But you're telling me the statue moved because you said so. So to me, you're delusional. You're creating something that is not. And that's why I'm speaking out, because that's what Satan is doing, is turning it into a deception, and is turning it against us, the Bible believers, the Christians, whatever you want to call it, the God believers. Because the scientists, the physicists, they don't believe in God. And that's where they make a big mistake.
Well, they probably don't believe in God because they've seen proof that he doesn't exist. You just don't understand it because you're not smart enough to understand what they understand.
Wow.
We are
again
the proof.
with the not smart enough. That's not right,
Well,
Jackie.
it's true. I'm not smart enough
Jackie,
either. Do you think that I understand that maths? Do you think
okay,
I understand how
okay,
that
Jackie.
mathematics
are not
ties into
smart.
it?
That's
No.
not very smart.
Okay,
But I
Jackie.
trust people who are smarter than me. You guys think you know it all, that you're better than physicists, that you know more than they do. You don't. I'm telling you, I've watched a lot of documentaries.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, you don't know. There's so much you don't know. There is so much.
Okay,
Go and
stop
watch
right there.
documentaries and then come back to me, right? And then
Okay,
come back to
Jackie.
me, and then
Okay,
say,
Jackie.
give your opinion.
Jackie.
But you're not
Jackie.
open to that. You're closed off.
Okay, Jackie.
This is the problem. You're closed
This
off.
is your problem.
Right?
You tell
You
people
are-
how they are.
you
You
are
don't know
the
what
problem.
people are and what they aren't.
You are the problem. You're
I
confusing
do know.
people.
I can tell you're closed off because you haven't done the research. Go watch all these documentaries and then come back to me.
Okay,
I can tell you right now, you'll have a different perspective.
Okay, there's millions of people believing in the Mandela effect. They have the same memory that we do. How did that happen?
Well, that
Why-
changes all the time, though. You think that they have the same memory as you do one day, but next week they could have a completely different memory, and we see this happen all the time. Every day, people are getting different memories, and different Mandela effects are coming up, and whatever. Like, it's never a solid thing. Like, I'm sure you know that. I'm sure
Yes.
you've experienced that.
So that
And you
explains
already
it.
said that there are different versions of people, so that's
Yes,
not evidence.
We have Doppler bangers on each earth that looks just like you, and you're everywhere because you're
We
so.
have doppelgangers now, but
Yes.
do you see
Yes,
how
you're
that
so-
sounds
you're
like? It's
so-
not that I disagree with you, but do you see how
But see,
if
you're-
you told like a doctor that or a mental health professional, they think you're totally nuts. Like,
Jackie,
there's not even
in the same breath. Listen,
There's
Jackie.
not even scientific.
It's
and
no
look, physicists
crazier
agree
than
with
you
me.
going and telling a doctor that nothing is real.
No,
No,
I have
but
an
see,
I have an
physicists
answer.
are saying that. See, you're from the old times. But
not-
physicists are now saying what I'm saying. I agree
Okay.
with them. They're saying what I'm saying. So I don't think they would say that you're mentally insane anymore.
Yeah,
However,
but
what
Jackie,
you guys are
but
saying,
Jackie,
apart from the many worlds theory, which is
There are
also a valid
physicists that
theory.
say that there are phisists that will tell you that they have found the
Well, there's on
alternate
both
universes.
ends. There's both ends. There's proof for both. Well, I haven't looked a lot into the many worlds theory. I've heard about it. I don't know what proof they have there. I've looked into, I'm getting to that, but they probably say they have proof of that as well. But then,
Jackie,
you could
you
just say that there's many worlds within a simulation. You know what I mean? It all comes under that because it's like everything can be simulated and coded. So yeah, sure, there's many worlds within a simulation. You can't, it just keeps going. You can't prove that just because there are many timelines and many worlds that it debunks that
do you
this
know
is all
why-
digital. You know what I mean?
Do you know why I believe and I'm saying the things that I'm saying? Is because my God is great and is bigger and is powerful than any God that I know. And I don't put God in a box like you do. Like
Well, I'm fine with
you
that.
said God, it can't do that. God cannot do this. God can. No, he's crazy. God cannot do that. So that's when I tell you.
God cannot do what? I
Well,
think if there is a God, he can do anything.
yes,
Anything.
but
Like
you're
if he
putting
created
limitations.
everything,
You're putting
if God
limitations
created
on God.
everything, he can do. He can do it.
Yes.
I'm
Jackie, can you not talk over?
I'm dropping 2 links in the chat because I want people to see how funny this looks.
What?
What I want
I just
people to
need to
know.
show. I just need to show what's going on.
Oh.
I need to show this. Splatter. So there's a link in the private chat, and then there's another link. I need you to show, or maybe Josh can pull up one link, and you can pull up one link, so we can switch back and forth real fast. Josh, do you think you could do that?
Yeah, sure.
Can I talk about something on the side? Wait,
Josh,
I want to talk about something on a side note.
Guys, no.
Okay.
Let me talk a second. Sorry, Josh, you pull up the Newsweek one. Splatter, you pull up the Forbes one, please. And
Is that what all the
between them real quick.
newscasters? Is that the newscaster saying the same thing on a loop?
Nope, this is just an article. These are 2 article titles I want people to see.
Okay, I just want to say this and I'll finish.
So I just want to understand you. So Sagam, are you saying that God created many worlds, but they can't change? So even though he's all powerful and he could change them in that way, where reality is fluid, you're saying that he can't do that. Like he created, or maybe Sandy can answer this as well. So, and look, I don't have a problem with that.
I don't want to go. Jackie, I don't want to go off
that
into this
reality,
hypotheticals.
that the worlds he created are physical and they are unable to change. That it's impossible for things to change. That's what you're saying, right?
All right, wait, stop a second. Guys, I just want to see the title. Stay at the top, Splatter. Okay, so, Splatter, this is an article. Has NASA found a parallel universe where time flows backwards? And then on Josh's screen, why do people think NASA has discovered a parallel universe? And then there's a Reddit post. No, NASA hasn't discovered a parallel universe. Like, really? So they found evidence of a parallel universe, and instantly everyone dismissed it. They're dismissing the scientists. They're dismissing science. I just want to show that. That's all.
Because science wants to take the credit what God is doing, just like Jackie is robbing God from his miracles. Stop putting limitations.
Wouldn't that be a miracle? Wouldn't that be a miracle if things
No, it's because
Jackie
is putting limitations on God. God don't have
How am I putting limitations? Aren't you putting limitations on God?
No.
I just want to understand your view. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Are you saying that God is incapable of changing? Like, are you saying that a physical reality can only be physical?
God is not incapable of anything.
Exactly. God
Okay, well, that's what I'm
is
saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that God would be capable of changing things. That you may think that your computer is physical and God can't change it, even though he created everything and all the materials to make the computer, the speaker, the mouse, whatever. He created all the atoms and get down to quantum physics. Everything is made up of the same ingredients that he created. And you are putting limitations by saying that it is impossible for that to change, and that it can't. Like,
Jackie,
that's what you're saying.
Aren't you saying that God doesn't even exist? Isn't that your point?
She's making a good point, though.
I'm going by your view because
she's making a good point.
Creation. Sorry, the mind. Just let the mind talk. You've been trying.
I couldn't hear Jackie. So, Jackie, is that your foundation that God does not exist?
I do not believe that he exists in the way that you guys do. I believe that there is a creator. I do believe that. I believe there's a creator. I believe in creation. It's very evident that all of this is design. Very evident it's designed. There's no doubt in my mind about that.
Is it just calling that ultimate creator God that's a problem for you? Because obviously, like, this is intelligent design, right? This didn't just happen from a big bang or like we didn't crawl out of a primordial ooze. We were designed this way.
Yes,
in his image.
I agree that. I agree with that. I do agree with design. It's very evident that it's designed. It's just that I believe that some of the Mandela's effects have intelligence behind them.
When
and
you come on a panel like this and you dismiss God and you say that God doesn't exist and God doesn't have any power, You're kind of
I didn't say he had it. I
misrepresenting
never said that. I'm saying
what
to you
you
guys,
believe
you're
as your
saying that he doesn't have
foundation.
any power to do this stuff.
Look,
Hey,
You're
Jack.
you
saying
have
that
Hey,
he
twice
doesn't.
as many
No,
ears
we
as
didn't.
mouth.
None
You
of
should
us
listen
said that.
twice as much as you talk, Jackie.
God is
hey,
almighty,
Sorry?
all powerful. He can do
You're
anything.
not going to learn
Yeah, but
anything if you
you're
keep
saying that
talking
with
over
certainty as
people.
well. What you're
Jackie.
saying is that you're certain about God can do this, can do that. I'm not disagreeing with you that I reckon that if there is a God, he could do anything, including create these Mandela effects and change
Well,
things around because
sure.
he can mold his creation and do whatever he wants. And I believe there is an intelligence behind these changes. I definitely believe that. I believe there's intelligence behind it. I don't think that they're just like, oh, well, that's just how it is in another timeline. But
So how do you get?
when it comes to
Listen,
God, you're
listen,
saying you're
Jackie.
telling
Hold it.
me that
Hold
I
it.
can't be
No,
certain.
I'm asking. I'm not telling you anything. I'm trying to ask you something.
Okay.
How do you get from an ultimate creator that I would call God, and you don't want to name? That's fine. To everything is or nothing matters. How do you get from ultimate
Nothing
creator,
matters.
intelligent
I never said
design,
nothing. I
to
never said nothing
absolutely
matters.
nothing matters
Simulation.
and nothing
That's
is
where you're.
real? How do you?
That's
See, you're not listening, Jackie.
you're
That's your
linking
problem.
simulation
Whoa,
theory
hold it,
with nothing
Jackie. Whoa,
matters.
whoa, slow down. This is the
Yeah,
problem,
Jackie.
Jackie. Is a
Jackie,
conversation
he's
has
saying
to go
listen and
back
don't
and
speak.
forth.
Listen first.
It
Sorry.
has to go back and forth. You have to listen and respond. You can't just talk over people and win a conversation. That's not how it works, Jackie.
I would like to jump
I
in
want
here
to
and say
know.
she
I
didn't say
want
nothing
to
matters.
know.
She said
I want to
nothing's real.
know, Jackie.
Yeah,
I
but
want
Yeah,
it
to
wait,
doesn't
know.
mean nothing
Mr.
How?
Super.
matters. That's
Mr.
you guys
Super.
jumping to
Mr. Super.
your own.
Jackie. Jackie, my show. Let me talk, please. Mr. Super, she never said nothing matters. She keeps saying nothing exists. Nothing's real. So you're
Well, of
going on a
course it
point
does.
that she didn't say, and that's why she started talking.
Yeah, just don't put words in my mouth. That's your brain, right? That's you thinking that. Like, oh
Hey,
well, if nothing is real, then nothing matters. I never said that
hey,
because I don't
Jackie.
believe that, and no one else believes that. That believes
Hey,
in simulation.
hey, Jackie. I've been dealing with people like you for 12 years, and you know what I tell you? I'm sorry, but to me, you're just a casualty, and you belong with the lost people.
Whoa, hey, wait a minute, whoa. See, this is what I'm
Okay,
talking about. Your mentality right now, you are showing just of how much you are lost as Jackie is. We are all lost. We are trying to find our way. No one here is like the savior and is gonna like be the one to like save everybody out of it. We are here trying to figure this out, and we are all figuring this out. Like we are all lost in this thing, and we're trying to figure it out. And if you think you're better than anybody else, you, my friend, are even more lost than you realize.
no, all I said, I feel sorry for her because she's
Bro, I feel
lost.
sorry for you, man. I feel sorry for
Okay,
you, honestly.
to me, she's a
Don't feel
casualty
sorry for
because
me.
she can't see the truth. She can't see the
No,
truth.
bro, there is no truth. That's the thing. You're so certain. You have no evidence for what you
Oh,
believe. You're so certain that God
I,
exists, but it's faith.
I
Like Sandy
believe,
said, you just have faith in something without any proof.
I
There's no
believe.
proof he exists.
Okay, who's moving your
There's
soul?
absolutely no proof there. Like you're just going by belief, just like me. Like it's just no
She
one
doesn't
knows.
have a soul.
No one knows anything
Okay,
for
wait.
sure.
Listen, I get Jose. What they're saying is, it's what you believe, not what they believe, and it's not that they're lost souls. It's that they just believe something different. But I do want to get back to Mr. Super because Mr. Super was touching on something that I really want to go down. You were saying something to Jackie, Mr. Super, about she, does she believe in God but doesn't want to call it God? Correct, Mr. Super? Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Because
that doesn't even like create a division. That's just semantics. What you want to call the creator, I don't care. Really, that's not between me and you. That's between you and the creator.
And she
Doesn't
also's
matter.
giving, yeah, and she also's giving the
Well, the
credit to
thing
the
is, okay.
scientists instead of God. And that's
So
my
can you stop? Your attitude is like
Jackie,
weird.
Jackie,
I'm trying to talk to this super person, right? Okay, so what I want to know is, right, your view of God is different from Sandy's view of God, Splatter's view, whoever else believes in God, like the biblical God. And I know that you all believe in the God of the Bible, right? But your views on who he is, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's different. Like, it's
Yeah,
got to be.
everybody
There's
has their
no
own
way that.
relationship with God. Yes.
Well, yeah, but there's some people who believe that God accepts certain things, right? I know that. I know for a fact. I've met them. I've met people who believe that God accepts certain things, and other Christians who are like, no way, God, my God doesn't accept those things. My God is against that. But then
You're
they're
talking
like, well,
about
my God
religion.
is
You're
for that.
talking about religion now. That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm
Religion.
not talking about religion. I'm just talking about what people believe in. Everyone has their own God.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's
has their own
religion.
God, their own
That's called religion.
individual created
Right, but you're
God in
talking
their
about
head.
religion, Jackie. I'm trying to explain to you. So, all right, listen. So, some Christians feel that you shouldn't celebrate Halloween, Christmas because that's not in the Bible. They're very strict with it, and that you're talking about religion, religious rules of religions, rules of born again,
Well, it's
rules
not
of
exactly
Jehovah's
religion.
Witnesses,
It's like, who is
rules of
God?
Catholics.
Who is he? Is God who you believe he is? Like, is who is the God who allows Halloween to be celebrated? Who is that God? And is that the God? Is that the one
It's not.
ultimate
There
true
isn't a
God?
God
Free
that
will.
allows Halloween to be celebrated. Halloween in its current form is an Americanized holiday that's just has nothing to do with religion whatsoever. But it
I
has
agree with
roots
you,
in
but
other things, but it's not
And
part of the Bible.
God gives
I
us all
I
free will.
agree.
We have a free will to do what we want, good or bad.
Right. What
Well,
we're talking
see,
about is
the thing
God
is,
separate from
even
religion.
there,
We're talking about
some Christians do not believe in free will. There's a lot of people who don't believe in free will. They believe in determinism and that all of this was right.
that makes no sense
I'm
to
not going
me
to.
unless again you're talking about a religion that doesn't follow the Bible.
It's
Religions are
not just.
bad.
I'm talking about people's individual view of who God is. You say that
Their
Halloween has
individual
nothing to do
view
with
is
God. You say that, but
no, what I'm
someone else
saying is,
might.
Jackie, I'm saying everyone's individual beliefs are shaped by religion. At some point, they learned about God through a religion. So their beliefs are shaped by a religion.
I don't like religions.
I don't either.
It's not.
And
I'm
that's
not talking
why,
about that. I'm talking about who God is. Is
right, but
he
what I'm
like
saying
I?
is who God is shaped by a religion at some point. No
It's
one just,
shaped by what people individual like. Say if someone um doesn't like a certain thing, right? They don't like it. They're against it. They're going to say, my God is also against it because they personally are against it, right? And so that isn't who God is. That's just who they want God to be, in my opinion. That's how it seems to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how it
Okay, but
seems. And there's a lot of people like
it is possible to try to find aspects or try to see uh, God in things. Like I do think that does tend to happen where we will project our own beliefs and emotions onto what we think God is trying to tell us. But uh, it's not that easy for, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but to try to communicate or connect with the infinite, that can be a little overwhelming. And could be it could be hard to know where to start or to how to listen to God when God's speaking to you, because that was the thing I struggled with a lot growing up, whether or not when I would pray to God, I would be like, God, how do I know you're talking to me? How do I know this is an actual conversation happening between me and you versus just some thoughts in my head? And ultimately, I do think we are a small part of God. There's, I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay, Sag, did you want to say something?
Well, I just have a question. How did your soul or your memory that you have right now has different version of this earth, that your memory doesn't exist here on this Orion earth? And ask yourself how your soul was moved from Sagittarius arm earth 80,000 light years away in the blink of an eye.
Oh, Jackie, you know what? That you like science so much, Sag, you just reminded me of this. Scientists have just supposedly found out They did some kind of tags. They tagged a person's body while they were alive for the past 10 years. They were trying to do some experiments, so they mapped out this guy's electrical field somehow with some kind of QR codes. He just died this year, and they said scientists found his consciousness in a whole nother galaxy.
That's very interesting. I did not know about that.
That just came out like 2 days ago. That paper and that news report.
Well, that would totally like disrupt my theory that you shift until God calls you, because it sounds like he shifted out of our reality into one where he's still alive, but we're not there.
No. He's dead, but his however they said they marked him with some kind of QR code or some kind of electro. If you look it up, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Okay.
They did some kind of biomarking signature, and they mapped out his electromagnetic field. And after he died, they said that they were able to find that same exact electromagnetic field being produced, or no, it was traveling. It was being projected towards a certain way. They were following it, and then they had to reboot the system. And when they turned it back on, they found that that signal was being produced in a whole nother part of the galaxy. It was still in our same universe. It was in a different part of the galaxy, supposedly. That's what they're saying, because you know how science lies about a lot of things, but that's what they said.
Yeah, I need to look that up. That's so interesting.
Hey, Sandy, thank you for having me. I have to go, okay? I am down to 5%. And I didn't want to say,
okay.
I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, because I don't want to be rude. But thank you for having this conversation, Jackie, and the mind. And, you know, I'll be happy to answer more questions. If you go to my channel, drop some links or questions. I don't know what else to say. I'm like in shock. But
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. I want
yeah.
to like meet you in person one day. We need to like start a tribe up together. So I'm Mexican too. My grandpa and grandma come from Monterrey and Chiapas.
Yes. Well, thank you. As long as it's spiritual, I'm there. But
okay.
Yeah, because I'm not too smart with this quantum physics and mechanics and everything else that Jackie knows, and she knows about it. But I believe it's
no,
both.
you're onto something. You're definitely on the right track.
I believe it's a spiritual and scientific.
Oh,
Both.
I'm glad you waited till
We
I got
cannot
back.
separate it.
My
I said that
earpiece
at the last show.
disconnected.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for being here, Jose.
Okay.
Yeah. See you, Jose.
Good night, guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Good night. Welcome, Zach. Welcome to the 1500 Club.
Yeah, there was somebody else earlier too that didn't have a wrench. I don't know if you caught them. I can't remember the name.
I got Zach. I got Melted. Hold on 1 second.
Oh yeah, I think that's what it was. That melted something.
And there was someone Foster. I got 3 people.
Okay.
Tonight that are now part of the 1500 Club.
Nice.
Yes, hold on for 1 second. I'll get to my list. Jose, you're still here. Paul Foster.
I forgot to push the button. Yeah, I forgot to push the leave. I'm saying goodbye to the chat. That's why I was sending texts on the chat. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you again for being here, Jose. I got Paul Foster tonight, Melted Syracuse, New York, and Zach. Welcome to the 1500 Club, guys. And guys, we are raising money. If you like these type of shows, StreamYard is expiring before next weekend, and Flickr is expired, and all the apps I use to give you the content that I give you are expiring. So we are raising money for the channel right now, not for a coffee, but for the channel. Sorry, go
hop
on.
off. I'm gonna hop off real quick to look for that article that just came
Yes,
out,
please.
and I'm gonna get back to y'all right now.
That sounds great to mine. Thank you. Also, Splatter's been waiting. This is a mess. I just drew it really quick, like super quick. This is how I see it. Besides us shifting Earths, because I do believe we have shifted to a new version of Earth. That's why, sun is white, not yellow. Continents are in the wrong place, that sort of thing. But I do believe we shift timelines. And I know this is a mess. I'm very sorry. But imagine if you started at any color. You can pick any color you want. That's where you started, at the bottom. Okay? Where you see things intersect, that would be shared memories. Where we are now, like a current timeline. Everybody is in the same place at the same time. Okay? But we bring our memories from those squiggles. Okay? And a flip-flop can happen. I drew it small on the side. Where you intersect the line and then you come back over it. That's how I think a flip-flop happens. It's on the left, that little orange squiggly crap. That's how I think the timelines are happening. That's why I think, like, if I'm on the green line and you're on the purple line and you're all the way out on the side, you may remember an orange earth, but an orange sun, but I remember a yellow sun on the green line. Or like if, for example, the Flintstones always had a T for me, right? But in the purple line, it may have not had a T. You see what I'm saying? And that's how I think it works. But this is just my idea. I could be wrong.
I thought it didn't have a T for you.
No, it did have a T. I just have residue of it, and I presented it for people because I believe that for them it never had a T in the center.
So did you say it as Flintstone, or do people say it as Flintstone here? Is it like a pronunciation?
It might be a pronunciation thing. Like I
Yeah,
have to purposely stop and say Flintstones to emphasize it. But Flintstones
yeah, because I say
comes out.
Flintstones. I remember Flintstones, but it's like, how can you know if it was just how people said it, you know?
I'm from Flint, Michigan, ends in a T, and the name comes from a stone, Flint, which ends in a T.
And all the characters in the Flintstones are all named after stones, and even the town.
Yeah, and that obviously that's like in this timeline, but for people who really remember Flintstones, I guess their argument would be that
they misremembered.
in the previous timeline the stone was just named different, or it just wasn't a thing at all, or whatever. Like,
or they didn't want to make it as obvious. They didn't want to make it as obvious, so they just made it Flintstones. No. But I mean, I even have comics, like comic strips, where it's written out without the T. But Bit of Venom. I have explained the way I see residue. I'm answering the chat splatter. The way I see residue is it's our memories. So like artwork from people. That comic strip where they have Flynn instead of Flint. I can even pull that up. I can go get it. But that's what residue is. Residue is created by people's memories. We create the residue. But hold on, I'll go see if I can find it in Flickr. I mean, it's just in a residue folder, but sometimes if you just search, it comes up. So I'm going to give it a shot.
Thanks for the fancy diagram, Sandy. That's very interesting.
That's not a fancy diagram. That was my... Yeah, this comes from Mandela Effect Database, or Nathan, help me here. Not Sanders, the other one.
Oakley.
Nathan Winters, something. Come on. You guys have to remember him, please.
Sandy, did you do the Cat in the Hat bow tie? Like, have you already done that, or you just can't relate?
The bow tie that's in the movie?
It's both. It's cartoon and the movie.
I don't remember a bow tie. I do remember it in the movie. I've covered the hat as well. The stripe colors are
You
wrong.
I don't understand. You don't remember the bow tie in the cartoon, but you remember the bow tie in the movie. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I don't get how you remember. It's both. It's like, wouldn't it just mimic the other? Like the cartoon has it and the movie has it. I don't know. I don't remember any bow tie originally. It could be wrong though. I don't remember any bow tie originally. But then the bow tie showed up, and then like the next day or the day after, now it's got like a bottom part to it, and the bottom part is really
Well,
like
that's
what I
just a
want to know if you
misprint.
remember the bottom part, because that showed up after the initial bow tie. And I remember looking, and my memory's fresh
Single
with that because
time
I was looking at many images of it, and like it mimicked the cartoon, obviously.
Jackie,
And
I didn't hear a word you said because again, every time I leave the leave StreamYard, it's dropping my sound. You guys can't hear me anymore, so I have to keep refreshing.
Yeah, see, that's the misprint. It's showing right here.
No, it's not. There's hundreds of them.
Yeah, but it's misprint.
Okay, I doubt that. I mean, it goes through editors and graphic designers. This is when they literally. This is. I highly doubt that. I guess you know, being a graphic designer and seeing how the print process works, that the likelihood that a newspaper is going to do a misprint of the Flintstones is very, very, very unlikely with the amount of eyes that sees that before it goes to print.
Yeah, but yeah, it happens all the time.
I don't think so. But anyway, this is the Mandela Effect database on Flickr. He's got hundreds of these.
Yeah, Flynn makes no sense. Period.
I would say Flint would be the Manscuse for someone who remembers FLINS. The Manscuse would be is that, oh, it's because it's a stone. That would be the Manscuse.
No,
I
that's the
have the
arrow.
current memory. It's always been Flint for me.
There you go.
But I believe people like Angels Don't Fall. It says, I had a Flintstones lunchbox. I believe them. I believe in their reality, they decided not to make it so obvious by making it Flint Stones. I think they went with Flynn instead. Because so the T would make it
Knockoff.
obvious.
It'd be a knockoff.
Or they just didn't want to make it as obvious. I mean, again, you can name anything, anything. Like Scooby Doo doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's called Scooby Doo.
well, Scooby Doo never had that dash in the middle. That's new. That's
I
like a
agree.
couple months old now.
Yeah, I know. I even covered
Yeah.
how the tag is a dash.
Scooby Doo's
And
Yeah,
I'll look
exactly.
based on
So
the
yeah,
Stone Age family.
Spider doesn't agree with anything that like. So what if someone told you that the Ford logo has always been the way that it is? Oh, there we go. Now you're like, oh, now you get it. No one's gonna believe you about
Yeah,
the Ford
it's like
logo, mate.
it would be
No.
like someone arguing. I'd have to find a better example. I'd have to find a better example. But I would call that a Manscuse. The Manscuse is, but it's named after a stone. That's a stereotypical Manscuse, and I'm not even affected by it. I remember Flint.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, this one's been ran through though. I'm so over the main ones.
But I just wanted to show you that
Yeah,
there's even
I know.
comic strips and stuff with the without the.
I brought it up anyways, but I just anyway.
All right, so let's get back on track because we went way off track, and LJ has been here and hasn't even talked. Hi, LJ. How are you tonight?
Well, pretty good.
Don't go now.
I'm gonna be sending you pictures from LJ Splatter. I'm saving them right now. She sent logos over, including her profile picture she's using tonight.
The armpits.
One Mandela leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another. Well, the first thing that happened, and I was waiting for a show again because I told you that cell phone number disappeared out of the 3 numbers, right? So I wasn't going to call the real estate lady again and ask for that. So I looked it up, online, and I wrote that down. So now I had 3 numbers again. And then a couple hours later, I looked back. Well, the cell phone number was still there, but the office number had changed to the same number. So 2 numbers were the same. Yeah, the cell number and the office number had switched to both of them being the same number, which was the cell phone number. And then I wrote down the 3 numbers. I had written down the 3 numbers also on the back of the Howard Hanna card with the block where the H used to be and the line merging into the border. And even on there, the 2 numbers are now both the cell phone number. So I didn't have the office number, which hasn't really been a problem. I haven't really needed the office number, but it's just that, first I didn't have, the cell phone number just disappeared and there were only 2 numbers there. Then I got it back to 3 numbers, and then one of them switched to the same number as one of the other numbers. And it's still stuck that way, at least last time I looked.
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
That is weird. Totally
That
weird.
Is very weird.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me as Mandela wise. Yeah, it's creepy. It's personal. I don't like it. And then, so I was looking at something on Howard Hanna, sponsored by the Steelers, which brought me to the Steelers logo. When I said I don't like our team, I kind of meant the University of Pittsburgh team. It's not that I don't like them exactly. It's just I don't follow them or care about them.
LJ, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Splatter, can you pull those pictures up, please, that I sent you on Messenger? Since she's talking about the logos, I figure we should be showing
I'm not sure about this Steeler thing, but I think so because I looked at other logos and I do see it 2 different ways, and the second way looks better to me.
And we have covered logos before, like the Philadelphia Eagles is completely merged. Like there's merging in so many of the logos, it's crazy. Crazy
this one
on the field.
It's not changed very much. The steel mark is those 3 diamonds. The red represents iron ore, the yellow represents fire, and the blue represents water. Those are the 3 things you need to make steel, and that was the steel mark that was used. Different. It was when stevedores and different people in the supply chain didn't all speak English or necessarily read or write, so they had symbols for a lot of different things, and so that was just always the steel symbol.
You didn't send the Steelers though. We're looking at Penn. You didn't send that one over.
Penn State. Now this one. Now all of these I need to say, even though I live in Pennsylvania, I didn't focus on these a lot. The one in the oval, it may or may not have changed. What strikes me as odd is that over to the left, that curved, pointy white line that's making the back of his neck. I don't know, that just looks odd to me. So I don't know if it's a change or something I didn't pay enough attention to. So I guess I would ask if anybody else is familiar with the Penn State symbol, if it looks the same to them or not.
I mean, it does to me, but I've been highly exposed to it recently, considering that's where Joey went.
My brother went there back in the 1970s and 80s. Well, 70s. He finished it. We all wound up at Pitt eventually. I started somewhere else and he started at Penn State. We all wound up at Pitt Night School because it was too cheap and easy to go there. The other one in the shield, his eyes just, it looks like there's no eyeball. I don't remember the eyes looking like that. But then again, I didn't pay a lot of attention to these symbols. So I don't have strong anchor memory, so I may not be right. But it's just that all the logos seem to be shifting, so it wouldn't surprise me if they change slightly.
I'm looking at the Logopedia, and it was different up until 2015. This is a 2015 logo on. In
But see, it's
2015,
merged. And
it looked
it's
completely
merged.
different.
It's merged. The P's tipping over, and there's no dot on the I. I mean, maybe they did that on purpose. Maybe, but that doesn't look like something you would put out to me. I wouldn't like to wear that. I wouldn't like that on my clothes or anything. You want to look cool, right? I don't think that looks cool.
Well, I'm going to
I
send
think that looks
Splatter
dumb.
what it used to look like, so when he gets to it.
Look at what that eye really looked like. That just occurred to me. The eye, a
Wait,
lot of things are
where are we
shifting.
looking at?
That pit.
I might be on something different. Oh, you're on
Look at the
Pittsburgh.
eye.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
She's on the pit one, I think, here.
Yeah,
they
I was still on
they
Penn
kind
State.
of they look, especially the eye with no dot. I mean, they're stylized, but they could be things that a lot of things are turning into. They're maybe not all the way there, but they're going in that direction.
I gotta tell you, I've never seen the logo.
They're going
This is the first time I'm
pornographic
seeing it.
slowly. They're slowly going pornographic. They're not all the way there yet.
I can't figure out why we're on the screen here like this with what I'm presenting.
I'm looking up the University of Pittsburgh Logopedia to see what if it's different. But it doesn't even look like the University of Pittsburgh has a Logopedia. So I'm gonna look up logo I have to do it the long way.
Does it look different? Oh yeah, Penn State is different. Okay, yeah, that's Penn State. That's why. Okay.
I'm looking up 2000 to see if it's different. Oh yeah, it was different. It was a seal. It was just a seal.
A seal?
I found the Logopedia for it. The
it's
eye has not been
with the shield, and then it has truth and virtue in Latin on it.
Is it the?
It's from the
Pittsburgh Panthers
1700s.
logo?
That's how far back it goes.
Is it the Pittsburgh Panthers? No, Panthers is just the team, right?
Panthers is the team. They're on the campus. They recreated the original pit. It was literally a little small log cabin. That's what it actually started as in the 1700s.
Yeah, that cursive pit has been used since the 1970s.
No, it hasn't. Oh, that's a lie. Or it's a Mandela. No, it has not. I went to there. Let's see.
I'm sorry, 1987. 1987.
No, nope.
And then they took it away. I'm just telling you what it says here.
Go ahead.
From 1987 to 97, it was that pit. Then they used the cat over the word Pittsburgh, and then it was capital letters PITT, and then they went back in 2016 to the 1987 logo. I'm getting the logos here, and I'm sending it to Splatter so you can see.
I got it pulled up, Sandy, if you want to.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
We can just stay there, Splatter, because we have more to show of. Oh, you're on the Pittsburgh one now. And really quickly, that's the Penn State one prior to the current Penn State. All right, now I'm switching to Everjosh because he's got the logos up.
That's the Nittany line.
Are you able to zoom in on that? No, this is Pittsburgh. Thank you. So here you can see that PITT, that's 1987 to 97. And before that, it was capital letters. And is that the panther crawling across it? I think so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, right here.
That doesn't look right to me. I graduated in 1986. I was in school forever. I was like a junior for 3 years, and I was a senior for 2 years. I was in night school forever. Anyway, I graduated in '86. That was not the logo. I've never seen that before. And that 1987, because I still saw a lot of pit stuff and it wasn't missing the dot on the eye. If the dot is missing, then that is a very much recent thing. It does not go back that far.
I agree. I remember the dot on the eye for sure.
I believe you. I've never seen it before.
It looks like they went back to the 1987 to 1997 one in 2019 to present. Those look exactly alike.
Yeah, that's weird. That one with the no dot on it, I have never seen that ever in my life. And I could believe it if they said, well, they did that in recent years. Well, I could believe that because I haven't looked, I haven't paid attention to this for a while. But they're saying it was way back then, and it definitely was not.
I feel bad.
I've never seen that.
Was here and left
with the panther crawling through it. I've never seen that.
Dark Knight said they were going to talk. I'm sorry, they were saying they were going to talk really fast because they have to go to bed because it's late as hell. But they already left. They were here and they left already. I didn't see their comment till later. Sorry about that. I really feel bad.
The Capitol. Oh, okay. The Capitol Pit. Those look like the letters that the pirates use. I don't remember that font ever being for University of Pittsburgh. That's a font you would see for the pirates. These all look messed up to me.
I agree. I don't see any. What shape was the dots? Ryan is asking. It was just like a typical dot.
I've never seen that PITT in any form, with or without a dot like that. I do remember pretty much. I don't, if it's changed at all, it hasn't changed. I do remember the Pittsburgh with that panther, the mean looking panther on top. That's familiar. Although that is in that font. But that's kind of the Pittsburgh font. So it could be Steelers, it could be Pitt, it could be, but I never saw just Pitt, PITT in that font. That doesn't look right to me.
Well, true bit of venom, dots are normally round, but maybe it was a panther paw mark. You never know. That's why you got to ask. I mean, I wish I could help on this one, but I've honestly never seen it.
I don't have a lot of anchor memories, so I don't exactly remember what the popular things were when I was going there. I didn't buy the shirts, I mean, I saw a lot of them, and of course there was the bookstore was down there on the street and stuff. So I saw all the Pitt stuff. So I don't exactly remember what it did look like, but it did not look like these, except for that mean looking panther. That I do remember. But all these other ones are new to me.
All right, I got to go back to Splatter, I think. I sent Splatter a picture, didn't I?
Hello?
Is that FE Nation?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I was watching Flatzoid, and I was I'm sorry, and watching you too. I was like double tasking. Then I heard you saying, so hey, Sandy Diva, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm finding frog's hair. That storm came through. The storm came through the other day, or yesterday morning, and it blew over 3 trees. One of the trees, yeah, it was crazy. It's like it was over 100 foot tall, and 25 feet of it fell off and hit my pig pen, right? But when I examined it, there was in where it broke off from. There was ants that ate that section of the tree, and they had a nest there in that knot, and that's where it broke off. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. It was like, okay, so 60 feet in the air, we have ants eating my tree.
Were they leaf cutters?
I don't know, just little black ants, it was a horde of them. I could just say.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was crazy. They hit my pig pen, so a little bit of damage to the roof. I'm glad it didn't fall like on the pig, because Miss Pig's a lot, man. She could have got mad. You know, I'm pretty sure she freaked out when all that tumbling. I mean, it was the rain. It's been raining here for over a month now, like every day. I went out. I was trying to get out and film the moon, but to no avail to that. I did get a picture a couple weeks ago or something like that, and that's about it. It was
Let
the
me ask you,
craziest thing.
what state are you in?
I'm in Knoxville,
Oh, okay, because
Tennessee.
I know I'm worried about Hebrew because there were tornado warnings all night, and that's why it was probably the same storm system that came through because he's in Illinois, southern
Right.
Illinois.
Well, I know Kentucky got hit pretty hard, so it was a bad thing. But hey, you can't control Mother Nature.
Well, we can't.
I got you, Mr. Super Sidewinder on here.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for sharing my YouTube page, brother. I appreciate that. And like I said, there's a lot of things, and like you said, there's a lot of knowledge if you watch my pictures. And I just shared, the eclipse from the other day, and the whole thing is with that is I was looking at the night before the eclipse, the moon was like 80 degrees. If I was looking at my zenith at 90, it was like at 80 degrees. And the very next day, it was trippy. And I was trying to understand it. And it was way south. So that's where it did its analinium maneuver on the eclipse.
Can you
Okay.
explain what that is? Because I don't know what that is.
Well, it's where it does a figure 8 in the sky.
Oh, okay. The moon
And
does a figure 8. See, you
yeah,
have to understand. I can't
analinium.
even
All
see
right.
the moon here.
All right. Well, I can't see it right now. I should be able to, but with the thing that happens in the sky, the deal.
Mm-hmm.
The
I
global
do.
warming thing. I don't know if I should say that, but everybody else says it, so I don't know.
Don't buy into it.
But anyway, here's what happened that night. The day before, it was right above me, 80 degrees. The next day, it was about 55 to 60 degrees, and it was to the south of me. And then I filmed it. Actually, it started. They said here at my area, it was supposed to start at this time. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go out there and just see what's going on, because I was watching it. And so I go out there and look up. I was like, oh shit, it's already happening. It was like, I'm looking at my time scale. I'm like, shit, it's like 15 minutes early. I even state that. And so I did a 3.5 hour live of the eclipse. It's on my YouTube. I'm not
You
promoting
can share that
myself,
link in the chat if you'd like.
but watch. And I talk about it as I'm going. And I did have to change my battery. And there was a lot of stuff going on that night. But I show in the background the stars. And I did show that earlier in the show. It's like, here, watch the stars. And you can see them as they're going and what's going on. But I'm talking about, here's what happened, so everybody can understand. And it's a freaky thing. If you don't mind me talking about it, I know you got the Mandela effect. Hey, listen, I'm fixing to go to Greenville, and I saw some stuff down there. The mud flood happened. I'm gonna show that without any equivocation. Now that I know, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna do a live because I seen it. Okay, and it's like I'm seeing archways about a foot, foot and a half, 2 foot off the ground from the pavement, and I know that those archways they're 6, 8 foot wide. I've done construction over 50 years since I was like 5 years old. My dad was out there, and we built fence and houses and everything like that. It's crazy stuff. And
I'm putting your link in the chat
but
for the
yeah,
video, the 3-hour live stream.
well, yeah, well, if somebody shared that, I appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem.
But listen, when the night of the eclipse, the moon was south of me. It appeared south. I watched it. It circled. When it came up, it instead of coming like towards me like it usually does, it went south. And then as it was, and then in my video, you watch it and I talk about it. It came down in a V pattern like it was dropping out of the sky. Okay. And then when it got down to a certain point, and I talk about it in my video, and then the camera started freaking out because what it was doing looked like the moon was, it came into the atmosphere, and that's what happened. It dropped into the atmosphere, okay, and a V pattern. And I talk about it. I filmed it live, 3.5 hours. I don't think anybody's ever done that. They always just stare at the moon, and we all do. But this is what I noticed. It came down in a V pattern. It came down from the south, and then it rose back up. It's like it dropped into the atmosphere, and it was struggling. I sat there and we watch it, and I even say it's struggling. The moon was actually, it was like it was trying to pull up out of the atmosphere. It was the craziest thing. It's definitely not Earth shadow. Okay, definitely not Earth shadow.
See, that's the thing. Like, I know you're saying things that should sound significant to me. I believe you. I don't see it. Like, it's because I'm in the city. You know what I'm saying? Like, I only see the moon when it's up high, and then I can't see it anymore because there's buildings in the way. So I don't know what's normal and what's not. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Like, so I believe you that it's not normal, but I wouldn't know what to look for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at my channel, that's what I do. I film the sky. For sure.
Oh, I do. I'm subscribed.
Yeah. Look at everything that I do. And I film the sky, and I watch and observe. Observations or like, and like any kind of scientific experiment, it's like you observe what you're going to do, right? It's like I watch, I see, observe, and take notes, and I got a bunch of notes. I got a bunch of video that verify my notes.
FE, do you remember the sun and the moon each? The way I remember it was all my life until not too long ago. They would each start in the east. They would go directly overhead, and the sun would rise, go across the sky and set. Then the moon would rise, go across the sky and set. And you could tell time by the positions. They would be, you would know if it was midnight or noon. Either the sun or the moon was straight overhead, and then you could tell when it was 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. because it would be that far to the west and another hour west. Like the distances were hours, and you could tell time by. Do you remember it being like that?
Right. Yeah. And if you keep the sun, like if you're going west, keep the sun to your left shadow, to your left shoulder, I should say. And if you're going east, you keep the sun to your right shoulder.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. It's like you're walking in a circle. As long as it's to the right or to the left, you know where you kind of going, and looking at the North Star. It's always been there. It has never changed. It doesn't move. I don't know what they're saying about the
But
magnetic north changing, but uh,
I see now the sun and moon are both over to the south, which they didn't used to be. They used to be straight overhead. Now they're south, going across the sky toward the south. And then they're not on time. They'll run behind time. They'll run ahead of time. The moon's higher, it's lower. It's out at all hours of the day and night. It's in the wrong part of the sky, completely wrong part of the sky for a lot of times. It's out in the daytime. It, I, and I think I have seen the sun and the moon going backwards to each of them.
Well, I don't think they're going backwards. I think that one's catching up. It's like the turtle on the hare thing.
But
And
I've seen just one by
one
itself.
moves faster than the other. Right. Okay. So, and I've seen them to the south, and I've seen them more to the north. It's just like this. Follow your desert patterns. Like we got a desert pattern that runs up through northern Mexico, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, Arizona, California. Now, right through there, that's where the sun's at. It ain't as far south as they say, especially during our summertime. Follow the desert patterns, and you will see exactly where the sun's located. Wherever the driest part is, that's where the sun's location is.
Instead of the equator, you're saying?
It's instead of the equator, where they say, follow your deserts, and you'll see what the sun does. The sun and the moon are very close. They're very, very fucking close. The P900, P1000, whatever, telescopes, binoculars, whatever, they'll show that it's very close. You can see it with your own eyes if you look very closely. You can see how close everything is, correct? Okay.
Yeah, everything
and
is really close.
Yes, it's not far away. Nothing's far away.
Nope.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, I've been on this realm almost 60 years. I'm just gonna let you know. Not a youngster at this shit. But the sun used to be yellow. Now it's white.
Yep.
That's a fact.
And
And everything in the sky that they call when I was looking at the sky when I was 5 years old, that's been a long time ago. And what they have now, everything seems to be like in the sky seems to be getting closer to me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, the clouds.
You know what I'm saying? I think it's why they're spraying everything. It's they say water's above and water's below, right? That's what they say. Okay, so it does look like now we know that in our atmosphere there's a lot of water in the atmosphere, right?
Correct.
Because of condensation, correct?
Yeah.
And that magnifies things, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Right. Now, and just like I said, anytime you get in look at a high altitude film footage of the moon and especially if you get the moon and the sun in the same footage, it's like on Flat Earth Banjo. At the end of his show, he always shows that the moon and the sun, and that thing is like the moon's right there and the sun's right there and the moon's right there and the sun's right, because everything's very, very close. Right. Okay, and shadows, I'm going to say it, Mr. Super Sidewinder. Love you very much, sir. Shadows prove, if you look at the moon, that the sun is emanating its light. Just like you can take a flashlight, put a bunch of sticks up or whatever, and shine that light. Okay, you
And
shine that
clouds
light,
would
and
scatter
there's,
that light.
if you put different things on, there's going to be a shadow behind it. If there was a light source that was lighting up something, there would never be a shadow in that light source. Ever anything from anything emanating up.
There is a spot. I remember it was Recall Vector, a place in Hawaii where there are no shadows, a certain time of day. It might be even a certain day of the month, of a year.
Yeah, because the sun, if that'd be the case, it'd be the sun right above it.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly 90 degrees. That's why when you get a full moon, and that's why you'll know that the sun you'll never see a full moon and the sun in the south ever. It would be, the sun would be behind it. But when you see the sun and moon, when they're full, they're 180 across from each other. Okay, so on like December 14th or whatever, like the TFE thing, and I hate to say this, the sun don't circle behind the moon, because if that would be the case, there would be never a full moon. And I got video proof from the 18th. Now the 18th is only 4 days later, but it's not full. But I'm looking, and I could probably share that video. And I'm looking west, northwest, where the sun's at, and I show the moon, and it's to the south. And I know
Effie, you and I have we've been tight for a lot of years, man. And there's like the only one point of contention that we don't agree on. And I know you're putting in the work, man. And it's easy for people who like, I can't see, so I can't do these observations myself. So I appreciate everything that you do, but the one thing that we don't agree on is your claim that the moon is reflecting the sun, and it's largely based on shadows and the craters. We don't know that those things are even physical, man. Like, honestly, if you looked at the moon as if it were a solid object, then what did we have, a war with the moon? How come all the craters are on the side that faces the Earth? And how could a sphere never reveal its other side to us? They can't be in perfect sync like that forever, man. The moon acts more like, I'm not saying it is anything, but I'm saying it acts more like a projection. Like you're in a planetarium. I would like to, before I drop back out, I would like to say early 3D software puts you in a blank construct. If you went in and you rendered an image, you would get a black frame. So unlike in the Matrix and the holodeck on Star Trek, which were white abstracts, the black construct more closely resembles what I would refer to as the abyss, like the first layer of exiting this place, perhaps. And so if you went in and you built like a house and a tree that you wanted to see, you would have to put a camera in the scene, you'd have to put a ground plane in the scene, you'd have to put a house in the scene, you'd have to put a tree in the scene, and most importantly, you'd have to put a light in the scene. But here's what's really interesting. If you don't have a reflective surface, because remember, you're in an abyss, you're in a black environment. So if you don't light it, it's not lit, right? You put one light in there simulating the sun, and everything is lit from one side. It doesn't look like what we're used to seeing in nature. For instance, there's a light side of your house. If a house is right in front of you and the sun is off 45 degrees to the right side of the house will be lit, but the left side is not in complete darkness. It's just less lit, which means there's a reflective surface above us, which is also required to render a rainbow. You can render a rainbow inside a warehouse, but you need a reflective surface on the ceiling.
Well, you know, speaking of rainbows, Mr. Super Sidewinder, I got one of, it was almost 90 degrees above me. I would say about 85 degrees, and it's upside down. It's on my,
And that's not supposed to be possible. I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's theoretically, like by the scientific definition, that is not supposed to be possible.
I got a
It's
picture
got a
of it,
very,
brother.
very tight angular rendering. It only happens like between 43 and 45 degrees. So for you to see it at anything other than that is scientifically impossible. I'm not saying you didn't see it.
I
I'm
got
just
a
saying by
picture of it. There's
science.
a difference between scientifically impossible and a picture. You know
Oh,
what?
I know
You see
that.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I'm not arguing. Yeah, I'm just saying that if you look at the definition of how a rainbow is created, the refraction in the raindrops, the sun or the light source has to be behind you about 45 degrees, and you have to be looking up at the raindrops that have to be about 45 degrees. So that's like the
Actually,
only way
the sun was still to the east of me during that picture. It was in the morning time. I'm pretty
So
sure
it
it was in
wasn't
the morning
behind you, it
time.
was off to one side.
Yeah, it was. I'm sorry.
The sun was not behind you, the observer. It was off to one of your sides.
Yeah, it was to the east of me.
Which direction would you be
Southeast.
looking? You would be looking
I was
south, and it would
looking.
be
I
to
was
your east
looking.
or
I was
west.
looking southeast. Yes, sir.
So
When
you're
I took
looking
that picture.
southeast, and it's
Yeah,
still
I
to
mean,
your
I
left,
got
like
a
45
timestamp
degrees
on it and
left.
everything. Yes, sir.
See, that's not how science says rainbows work at all.
Well, they're definitely wrong because I got a picture of it, and I even showed that to FBP Angel.
Oh yeah,
And
FPV Angel is doing all that research. He wants all the information.
yeah,
If
well,
you
I
can
showed him.
kind of,
I showed him, and he goes, well, that's where the moon's going to uh cause a, what did he say? It was a moon wave. All right,
a moon
man.
bow.
A moon wave. That's what he stated. It's in the
Did
Discord.
he say moon
And I
wave or
sent
moon
it to
bow?
him. And let me tell you something, man. Moon waves are caused by jet wash or atmospheric conditions. None
That's what
other.
they tell you, but no.
Yeah, I'm telling you, none other. None other. I'm going to get that picture. I've almost got it.
Well, the water's above. That's what makes the wave in front of the moon.
The moon's very close. It's right above the clouds. Look at all your high altitude film footage with moon. Look that up. And you're going to see it's right above the clouds. It's not like far away. And then even I was on NDB's channel the other day, and I was showing him, and we was talking about it. And this is where I made my claim. And so far, nobody's came up with any evidence to prove that the moon is its own light. I've got thousands and 10,000 plus pictures of the moon. 10,000 plus pictures. And yeah, I'm going to let you know. I got 10,000 plus pictures of the moon.
Well,
okay.
You never felt the moonlight?
Every time. I even got a picture with the moon and the sun very close together. You got one of those? I can show it to you. And the moon is lit up from the sun.
No, it's not.
And that's the way it works. Yes, sir.
No.
You can believe whatever you want to, sir.
But
we'll agree to disagree. How about that? I'm not
sounds
here to argue or anything like that. I'm just going to show you. You can't show me a object that creates, that has its own light, that can create shadows on itself, projecting out. Light projects out.
I do have a video. I do have a video that I showed
show
recently.
Video. That would be great.
That
Show
no
me
no
that
no.
video, please.
That I can't. It doesn't make sense. It's a video that doesn't make sense. Um, with the sun. I'm gonna look for it.
Yeah, we'll look for that. That'd be
Just
great.
It's right here. I got it.
Randy.
I got it. I'm gonna share it.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Share
share
it.
it.
Let me look at it.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in the private chat. We just showed this recently. A video of the sun where it shouldn't be. Here you go, Splatter. It's in the private chat.
Okay, I'm gonna look at that right here. Let's see if I can pull that up.
Red Foreman. You mean the dad from that '70s show?
Oh, you're
Cast?
talking about it when it's in the clouds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me explain that to you. I've seen this.
Wait.
a million
Let Splatter pull it up, so we can show them what we're talking about.
Yeah, y'all
All
pull
right.
that up.
There it is.
But I see that. Yeah. Oh, I've seen that.
Like, how is that possible?
Well, now as you're going through it, I want you to look at the clouds on the top side. Okay. Now you see that one that right in the middle and then right here on the top. I mean, right there, it just happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's very close, and they come down. Look, it's just like when you're in the north. Okay. And they film the sun. Well, it goes up and down, right? It goes up,
Yeah, but
down, up and down.
specifically that
You
cloud that's going right in front of it, and
Just-
then the clouds behind it.
You see the crepuscular rays coming from the sun on angle.
Yes, at 0 degrees right at the clouds. I think I got some pictures of it. I might have to look through
Right there.
my thousands of pictures that I got. Yeah, like that right there.
So you think that the sun is 93 million miles away?
No, it's within 25 to 50 miles at the max above us, and sometimes lower.
Okay, you believe that, but you don't believe the moon gives off its own cold light?
No, because here's why. Up there where they're located, there's no clouds, zero atmosphere, except for the noble clouds. And sometimes they react with them. Okay, which would be the gases like the helium, argon, stuff like that. They rise higher because they're lighter, right? Than like our clouds with rain in it. They're lighter, so that gas rises higher.
So everybody that says they've measured the moon's light temperature colder is a liar in your eyes?
I'm getting ready to do a video on that.
Lots and lots of people have measured the temperature cold.
Yeah, but they're taking things from the ground and stuck to other surfaces. What they haven't done is that they haven't negated the other surfaces reaction to everything. So what they need to do is hang it from like a string or something, put something in a shadow, in the shadow where
How do you know they haven't? I mean,
well, because I haven't seen anything like that yet. Me and Lowry, you know who Lowry is, right? Lowry and Nicole. We talked about that, and we're going to do that experiment. But it's been raining here for like 6 weeks straight. Like I said, last night we had a storm came through, and I had to cut 3 trees up today, or 2 of them, 2 out of the 3. One fell on my pig pen. So
hey, Effie,
drop your
channel link in the chat for anybody who might want to check out your content. I know you put a lot of stuff out.
I did.
Yeah, I do.
I already put it out
And
there.
like I said, when
Okay.
go back to the moon, like I said, when it on the eclipse, when it dropped in the sky, it came down in a V pattern. And if you look at some of the pictures very, very closely, you're going to see like it ain't really shadow from the Earth, because we know that works on a flat plane, but it looked like to me that there is
Let's get
maybe
that right.
a dome over us, and we might be underneath a lot of water. So, and that's what causes a great flood. And I think right now the reason why they're doing what they're doing because the canopy is getting closer. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to hide what's coming.
It's closing in on us. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's closing in on us. And they're trying to melt the top. And what you see is as stars falling, that is part of the dome breaking off and coming through the noble gases.
Yeah, I believe that too. Yeah, we
And
agree on a lot of stuff.
that's what we're all seeing. And
Yeah.
it's not like it's falling stars. It's a piece of the dome that covers us. We're under the SpongeBob SquarePants. We live in a pineapple under the fucking sea.
Basically.
But everything is close. But there's a magnetic field that circumferences us. And we know that. Magnetic, electric. And we got certain things. The sun and the moon and the wandering stars are totally different than the fixed stars. Fixed stars are in the firmament. The wandering stars and the moon and the sun are inside the firmament.
And that's kind of how I feel. Like I said, like Splatter says, space isn't real. I disagree. I think it's real, but it's
there's
we
space
can't access
between
it.
us,
So I
Sandy.
say outer space isn't real.
Outer space isn't real, but inner space, yes.
I've never said
I don't
space
know.
is, I always said outer space is not real.
Listen, I was filming the moon and I seen a balloon and there was something else right above it. There was two objects. Okay.
Mhm.
One looks like a fucking rock. We know the other. I know the other one was a balloon for sure, but one looked like a fucking rock, and I filmed that during one of my lives. And I don't know exactly what that thing was right above that balloon, and the balloon it was actually there was three, and it was right in front of the moon. There was three, it looked like three balloons, and something was dangling from it. So there's your satellite, number one. But there was something else right above it. I don't know exactly what it was. But I know it was not a balloon. It's a different object. It was crazy. I got that on film.
You want to share it? You can share that if you want.
Well, let me see if I would have to go through my stuff and find it. Let's see. Yeah, let me do that. Okay, let me go to my videos here.
Because it might help people to see it.
Hang on a second. Let me see. Let me find it here. Hang on. I'm looking right now. It's been a couple months ago. It was during my live. It was during a live. So let me look at that. Okay. Let me look at my lives. I think I got it. Morning sun observation, not that one. Sky shift, not that one. Something in front of the moon. I don't know if that was that the one. I get all kinds of stuff. Oh no, it's Let me go to my videos.
I know it's hard to find something specific when you have a ton of stuff. I know.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. I promise you. I got a bunch of videos on here. All I try to do is show what's in the sky, what I observe, and I talk about it as I go through, you know.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute. I'll try to locate it. You don't go ahead and give me a second. And oh, here you go. Right here. I got it. Let me do this. Let me
That's also the way it usually works. As soon as you're about to give up and say, just go, then you find it.
yeah. All right. So I've got it here. Let me
Did I
do
write
this.
Scroll down. I did.
Let me do that.
I write Mothman down.
Copy. Okay. So here we go.
Super Mario's here.
I'm going to paste it right now. Okay. And then you can share it, Sandy. Yeah. And listen, I'm going to paste it because I got to go to the restroom, but you can share it. And I'm showing you. So here we go.
Okay. Did you put it in the private chat so Splatter can access it too?
Well, I've already, well, okay. Let me put it in the private chat. Hang on. I shared it with everybody else. Let me, okay.
Yeah. Because all I can do is click on it. I can't do anything.
Okay. I got you. Okay. All right. So there it is right there. All right. I'll be right back.
Nope. It's not here. Splatter, can you get the link from the regular chat? Splatter?
I see it in both. In the private
I got
chat.
it. I moved it.
Okay, I don't see it. It's my private chat didn't update.
Oh no, that's not it.
It just the last thing I see is the Flickr link I shared.
That's weird.
What is that noise?
I know I had it. I lost it. Hang on. Copy. Paste. Okay, I forgot to hit the arrow after I pasted it.
Yeah, you pasted it in the regular chat.
I did. Oh, did I do that again?
It doesn't matter. I just want you to share it.
Yeah,
I don't need to see the link.
I just keep on messing up. That's all. I had it.
Right now, you have my graphic up.
Yeah, I know. I forgot to move it over to private chat, and then the other time I forgot to hit the arrows once I got it pasted in there. There we go.
There, now I see it. Yeah, but I just need you to share it. I didn't need to see it though. I just want to share it and see what he's talking about.
Yeah. Okay. You can't see it unless I'm sharing, right? I am sharing, right? Are you not?
Okay, I'm back. Did you show that?
No, he's supposed to get it up.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right.
I'm so sorry, Bomber. That's awful. There we go. Okay, now it's on the screen. All right, so what are we looking at here? Is that the moon?
I don't see it yet. I don't see it yet.
I see a black spot over the moon.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's two objects there. One down below is the balloon. The other one at the top, I don't know what the fuck that is. That is a good question. But I don't see it coming up on the screen yet. Am I behind or something? Oh, there you go. Yeah. See, what I do is my camera, it's coming up. Hang on. You'll see it. There, it's finally there. There you go. Now the balloon is right there, right?
Oh.
And then right above it, there's another object. See that right there?
Right now it's blurry.
Well, yeah, I know it's right there, and then I go back up to that other object, and if you look at it, they're both moving. It's crazy stuff. And there's your satellite right there.
Only one.
Well, on that day there was only one that I saw.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. But they say there's like thousands of them up there, though.
Yeah, but what they say is satellites move at thousands of miles an hour.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. And actually, when you get your P900, when you take a picture, it shows really good detail most of the time, 99% of the time. But when you're looking at it without recording, you see more detail of what's going on. That's why I show my pictures like I do when I go live. I'll have the P900 just looking at stuff, and I'll film it and show you as close as I can with my camera. And I talk about it as I go, everything. Like, what the fuck was that? Where'd it go? you
Yeah.
know, because that like I said though, that if I mean, I even had other people tell me, what I saw is a balloon, and it is, and you can clearly see it. It's got the balloons, and it's dangling. Something's dangling underneath it, so we know that's a balloon because it was moving slow. You know what I'm saying? I wish I had my camera. I even got a picture of a drone the other day. They're huge around here. Did you see that one? It's my newest.
Still happening. Now, see why? Let me ask you a question. Why are you calling it a drone?
Because that's what it is. I watched it with my.
Oh, you know it's
own.
a drone. Okay,
I know
that's
it's
why I
my
was asking.
yeah, and they're like 15 to 20 feet wide. At least 15 minimum. I can judge it by my trees.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm not seeing anything.
Well, I was at the earlier. You're not seeing anything now, but it was at the beginning. You're
Oh,
looking
at the beginning. I did see something at the beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning, that's where it was. At the beginning, it already
Splatter,
just
can you
appeared.
rewind to the beginning again, please?
Oh, yeah.
Go like a minute in or so, and then you'll start seeing it. But the sun was behind me. See, I can't remember what day that was. Look.
I lost it.
Yeah, it looks totally different when you, like I said, when you're without recording with your P900, and don't put it on record and just watch.
Let's start it again.
And you just watch, you'll see what I'm talking about. But it's at the beginning.
Okay, no, there we are. Maybe that.
It ain't that at the end.
There we are.
Yeah, I was just still talking about it because that's when I started. That's what happened. I mean,
there, I got it.
I know.
Like I said, live and direct at you.
All right, can you try to point these out as it's happening?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm hoping my internet's keeping up. But yeah, I'm looking at the full screen right now. Right now, I'm looking at all the books in the background, the fireplace going. So I don't see any video going.
Oh, I have it on the screen. Do you have to fast forward it?
No, I obviously, there you go. Okay, now let's keep watching.
He just took it off. He just took it off.
Yeah,
the
no,
screen.
I'm looking now.
No, you're delayed. You're
okay.
Because he took it off the screen again. Because we lost Splatter. Splatter has disappeared.
Yeah, you can see that black dot right there.
We can't see anything.
Right to the left of the okay. You can't see a little black dot moving.
I don't think you're understanding. You're on a delay. Splatter fell out. He's not here, so nothing's sharing. There's nothing sharing on the screen. We're back in the room with the books.
Okay.
Hey Josh, can you pull up that video, please?
Look, you know, I'm
Maybe
going to tell you
Josh
right
walked
now.
away.
Yep.
Oh, he's here.
I
He's pulling it
remember
back
when
up. Hold on.
remember when that rocket blew up and was it 2016 down in NASA? I was 3 miles away from when that happened. 3 miles away. And then after that, we went there and looked at this thing, and I was there for. I got the SpaceX clearance, and then, oh yeah, I remember now.
I got nothing sharing, and I don't know where Splatter went. Let me message Splatter.
I remember when Trump got elected, man, everybody's jaws dropped. Well, selected, I guess. We all know that.
Let's see, I'm messaging Splatter.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
I got it.
Josh
I
has
got-
the video up.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. Tell me, if Effie, can you see the video up?
Not yet.
Not yet. Hold on. Oh,
Yeah, I don't
hold
know
on 1
why
second.
it's delayed on. It's delayed on my side.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be able to point them out.
Yeah, well, it's really okay. So you see where it says okay?
Yeah.
Okay, go up where it says okay at a diagonal, about 45 or so, right at the angle from the corner where it's okay to look. So if you're on the left side, top left side of that angle, where it's going to
I
say,
see.
yeah,
Yeah.
right there where where it not said is okay, but where it says 2000, okay, yeah, right there.
I
Now,
see them now. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Josh, are you doing that?
Yeah. I'm pausing
Good.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh is pausing it and pointing them out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll
So
see
yeah,
that
so there's
little object. See that little object right there moving? Yeah, right up in there. Up a little when it comes up
it looks
higher.
like there's two of them.
Yeah, there's that one, and there's one up above it to the left,
Right.
up at that same angle. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
he did
point that
show
out in a
them.
second. But that's the balloon. That's the balloon right there. You can see it clearly. Now you see that other little object right there? I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah. I have no
Yeah,
clue.
it's just a dot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a yeah. Let me tell you about that dot. Okay. It's I think it's I don't know what it is. But I got the objects in there showing you. I know that's a balloon on the bottom. That other object is like a fucking rock.
So wait, I have a question. Why is the moon so blue?
Well, because here's why. On the P900, they got different settings. They got like the regular, and they got like a yellow, a brown, and a blue. The blue focus that I have it in right there shows better detail on the P900. Okay, you'll get more detail, I should say. All right, so run your camera in the blue mode. You want to see details of what's really going on?
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
The blue, it's on the moon setting and everything. When you go to that, the blue, I promise you, you'll see detail that like you've never seen before. For some odd reason, that's the setting. And
Anyway.
it's unbelievable
Moving
what it
on.
does.
We voted off the island, bro.
No?
Sandy, what new Mandela effects you got? Pull 'em up.
No, we're doing Mandela effects tomorrow. We do have a topic though, and I'd like to ask all of you while you're here,
Alright, that's
FE
fair.
Nation, while you're here, have you had any experiences with, you know, people being different?
Well, no. I mean, well, it all depends on if they're in trouble or something, then they act different.
No, I mean like Mandela wise. Mandela, like I explained, like my mom used to be interested in the Mandela effects, and now she has no interest and even gets angry if I talk to her about them. It's a complete different.
I hear you. It's because they're set in their ways, and it's like some people like the reality is water that determines that the earth is flat. There is no other thing, because we know it won't ever stick to anything spinning or a ball, and it needs a container to keep its level. And when you go to the ocean, it's level, period. So that means there's a container that is containing the water. We know this reality as physics of water. Correct? Does everybody agree on that?
I mean, a lot of people here do not. That's the thing. That the Mandela
I'm
effect
sorry about their
community has
bad luck.
people who believe that it's a globe. Other people believe it's flat. Other people believe it's a globe, but it doesn't spin. I believe that's what LJ believes.
It's a cube.
There's someone here who said who is serious. They believe it's pear shaped.
You can
Pear
never
shape?
ever. You can never
That's a new
ever.
one.
Let me explain
I'm
something.
going with the pear one. Bring it up. What's the pear theory?
You can never ever build anything plumb level or square on anything that is spinning. If you're building something on something
We're
that's
living in
spinning,
a crystal cube,
because
bro.
the water would go to one side and it would never be level. The bubble would go in a different spot. If anything was spinning, it would not be in the center. You understand?
Jackie, why are you talking? This is Sandy's guest. Sandy is talking to our guest. It is not your turn. You should not even be talking.
I'm trying to find out what he believes. Do you believe that we live in a container? Is that what you're saying? Like a plastic container? That's interesting.
I don't know if it's a plastic container, but I know that that we got to have pressure. You can't have pressure without a container. That's the facts.
He's saying he believes in the dome, Jackie.
Well, I can't say it's a. It looks like a dome because of my film footage with the eclipse. The moon dropped down into the atmosphere, and as it was dropping into the atmosphere, and I filmed it for 3.5 hours, explaining it as I was observing it. Observations are key, right? Film observations, talking about it, seeing what's going on. And and that was like the first time, and I got plenty of eclipses. And you look at my YouTube, I film the eclipse all the time that I can. Since I've got my P900, it's like the best thing ever. And but I was watching it, and I sat there for 3.5 hours, and I watched it come down from the south into straight towards me. It came like straight towards me, and it was dropping in the sky. I had to lower my camera as it was coming towards me. The only time and that was from the south. The only time I ever have to lower my camera is when it goes away from me, and that's looking west on the moon or the sun. But this thing was in the south, and it was dropping in the sky. I had to keep lowering my camera. Like I said, I filmed it for 3.5 hours. Watch the video and you'll see. I mean, I was like, why am I lowering my camera for? It's south of me, and I keep talking about that. It's like, man, this is south. Why am I lowering my camera? This is not correct.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me that the moon was dropping in the sky.
And for
And
me,
it wasn't west. It wasn't going away from me. It was coming towards me. I mean, I'm dropping my camera straight down. I'm not. I focus it to the right, just minimal, but not as much as I was going down. And like for about an hour and 30 minutes of that video, at least an hour to hour and 30 minutes, I was kept taking my camera pointing down, and I should never have to do that looking south. That's the weirdest part about it. It's just,
for me, I've seen like many videos which indicate there's a dome. Like, you know, Operation Fishbowl, everybody was mentioning that in the chat earlier. Aircraft, which looks like it's a jet ski up in the sky. And then, we've seen the video of I've shared it, where a weather balloon was sent up and then it abruptly stops with a clunk and just hangs in the air in the same spot without the balloon popping. And the man's excuse is that the clunk sound we hear is the balloon popping, and it's actually falling even though nothing changes on screen. Like, the video is still the same height, everything. They're saying it's falling. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's falling. And it would fall so fast that it would change rapidly. It doesn't change. It sits there, just spinning. And then the thing that gets me is that they say at the equator, the Earth spins the fastest. That makes no sense. You would think getting closer to the axis would make something spin faster. And that's my biggest argument, is if you were standing at the poles where the axis is, you'd be flying. You would fly off, and you wouldn't be able to stand there. You'd be moving so fast that you wouldn't be able to stand there. But they're saying the closer you get to the equator, the faster you're going. That makes no sense to me.
yeah, turn your washing machine on spin cycle.
Right. The center of the washing machine drum is spinning, but everything else is spinning faster.
And slinging off.
Right, exactly.
That's how your clothes get dried, when you put it on spin cycle.
Right, so I don't understand how the equator would be spinning the fastest, as they claim.
Right. Like I said, you couldn't build anything. Sandy, you cannot build anything when anything's spinning. The bubble would go to one side. And the water would go to one side and push the bubble the other way. If it was spinning, it would never stay in the center. You cannot ever get, it's 4 meters a second, right? That's what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't working.
You'll be back in a minute.
What did you say, Splatter? He said, hang on.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to change your program here. Mandela effect this. Man, mud floods are real. Like I said, I'm going to go take pictures of that. Oh, yeah. My groceries. I got pictures that's coming.
We talk about everything here. It's just, everyone's coming here for Mandela effect content, but I cover other things too.
Okay, I'm back, but I'm not back. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
That's what you want to talk about,
Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, Splatter.
Let's go around and get my order, my food.
Oh, somebody's
Uber
hungry.
Eats, I'm not-
Stop smoking the weed, man. Oh. Oh, this liquid weed gives me the munchies.
I see we lost Noel. Yeah, I don't think he's not interrupting anything. Like I said, people come on and talk about all sorts of things. It's fine.
But
But
I appreciate you having me on here, and I'm just feeding out information. You know, we're all trying to figure it out, right? I'm not here to
exactly. But
argue with anybody. I'm here to, and if we all get together and we put it together, we'll come up with the truth. And it might take a minute, but once we learn it, it's going to be phenomenal. And they want it right now. It's like the Katy Perry thing that gave them, it put a twitch in their wrench. And we all know this.
you mean the
fake
flight?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the fake flight. Let's
Yep.
just talk about it. I mean, everybody's showing it anyway. So that's another Mandela effect thing. I mean,
Fe,
we know the deal.
why do you think that airplanes stand still in the sky? What do you think is going on there?
Oh, they don't stand still in the sky.
What happens, do you think?
They're fighting wind gust, if anything. If that's what you're talking about. Airplanes fly straight and level. And that's in a periscope. Let's shout the Periscope Films, and if you can look at their film footage on how planes fly, just look up anything, and it'll tell you straight up that they fly flat, straight.
Well, wait. Let me get some footage. I have to find it. If you give me a minute, I'll have either Splatter or Josh share it.
Yeah, look up Periscope Films. I mean, they'll tell you.
No.
They tell you straight up.
I mean, like, there's specific footage that I want you to try to explain that she was talking about, that LJ mentioned.
Okay. I'll
I just
be
have to
quiet
go find it.
I'll wait for you to pull it up.
I don't know.
Talk now.
I don't know exactly what Sandy's going to show, but I've seen different videos, and the airplane is going perpendicular across the sky, so it's not coming toward you or away from you. You're seeing it side view, and they'll just stop and sit there in the sky still. And
I have one where people drive past the airplane. That's what I'm looking for.
yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah,
I got it.
proves it's standing still with the traffic. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I have one. I'm putting it and there's actually one. I don't know where it is. There's a link in the private chat to share. I don't know where it is. I'd have to go find it. But people are on the airplane, and they're all like gathering around the window and filming because they're not moving. They're in the airplane, not moving. But this one,
it seems like they're not moving, but they are.
All right, here's one. Josh is sharing it because I don't know if Splatter's back yet.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's weird. I said it's on the stage, but it's not here. There it goes. So they're driving past it.
They're in a headwind. Okay.
Well, they're not making any headway. They're standing right over that building.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Like that is literally hanging right over that building.
I still don't see it.
You can't see the airplane?
No, I'm on a delay, obviously.
All right, give it a minute. He's just letting it play. Give it a minute.
Here we
It's
go.
looping.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, we're watching a video loop for a second, Splatter.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I
That's
see it now. Yeah, it looks like it's standing there, but I promise you, it's not. They're going the opposite way. I've seen that before. Looks
That's
like the
not the best.
planes are
That's
almost.
not the best video. I've seen videos where the person filming is standing still and the plane is standing still. Just
Yeah, I
sitting
have
there.
some of them. I just don't know where they are at the moment.
Yeah.
Ken, you're
This
funny.
It's
one
like
you
they're
could
hovering,
argue.
right? It's like they're hovering, right?
Yes.
This video, there was Mentor Pilot, and he explained these kind of videos. He explained the way that he didn't address the ones where the person is standing still and the plane is standing still. He didn't address that situation at all. This video you could argue. You can make all kind of arguments about this video because you have too many things in motion that maybe you could make an argument about it. So this is not the best example.
I disagree.
Oh, I disagree too. I think it's standing still, but I'm just saying there are clear.
Look at he's driving toward it. It's not getting closer to him.
Right. I agree. I agree that it's standing still, but it's just not as obvious in this video as in some of the others.
Okay, you've seen better ones. That's all you're saying.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean,
I have better ones. I just don't know where they are.
I mean, I've worked at the airports. I mean,
No, what a load of
y'all ever
crap.
been to Atlanta Airport? Anybody?
I'm sorry?
Atlanta
Airport? No.
Yeah, international terminal.
I live a mile from one.
Okay, well, I did a lot of work there. I was a superintendent on that job for the international airport. Okay, and the company I work for, when it comes to lasers, they don't bend around curves.
No.
Unless it's reflected off something.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they're flat. Everything's flat and level. And that's how, and thing we did was like acoustical tiles, all the waves that looked like, and throughout the airport and all that stuff. I was there during all that and did a lot of work on it myself. But it's like you go into a grocery store or something. You see the acoustical tiles on the top, and wherever one's bent and it looks crooked is because that section of the ceiling grid is not level. Okay, that stuff is meant to be level. That's how it fits down inside perfectly and creates a seal, which makes I want to say a vacuum, so your AC unit can work. And if you got leaks or something like that, you lose pressure. It's like any other thing. But yeah, I mean, it looks like that thing is standing still, but actually it's moving. He's moving. It's moving. But yeah,
well, it
I've
has
seen
to be
video.
moving. It just doesn't look like it at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it at all, but you know it's moving because I promise you, if a plane stalls in it, if a plane stops in the air,
here.
it drops.
I have a whole presentation with
Fuck, here
different
you
video
are.
clips. Let's see if there's any in here. So here's a presentation, guys. Just on the frozen airplanes.
Where?
In the private chat.
Okay, the last one you just put on, I guess.
The private chat.
Yep.
I'd have to look at that. I have to go down to the small.
Well, we're gonna put it on the screen. It's okay. You don't.
Oh, you're gonna.
We're gonna put it on the screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
I didn't know you weren't familiar with these when I brought it up. I guess I thought you would have been familiar.
No, actually, me and a friend of mine seen one back in 90, and we was trying to figure out what was fuck is going on. We're looking at this plane, and it looked like it. We didn't know. We didn't think it was a plane at first. Like, what the fuck is that? We're on our way to work, right? This is back in 92, 93, something like that. And we're looking at this thing like, what the fuck? It seemed like it looked like it was hovering. We passed it too.
Okay, it doesn't start with man excuse alert. This one was on the news. You can hit play, Splatter.
Okay.
Movie.
A plane appearing to hang in midair over San Francisco. Your eyes, they're not playing tricks on you. It's actually an optical illusion called the parallax effect. So when you're moving past another moving object and it appears to be stuck, the video has gone viral with some people calling it a glitch in the matrix.
It's like something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
A plane.
Glitch
So
in
there's
the
more
matrix.
videos.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's the way I seen it too. It looked like it was hovering,
Crazy.
but actually it was moving, because I promise you, if that thing drops in
I
the
promise
sky,
you.
if it stops, it's dropping.
Okay.
Dropping like top.
Here we go. Drop this one like it's hot.
I've had many plane flights, and
They go underneath of it. It's just sitting in one spot.
That one really looks like it's sitting in the spot. Holy cow. And it's not moving. That plane didn't go past the building. That's that. What? I don't understand.
yeah, I'm at. Where's that filmed at?
It's not
Los
going
Angeles?
faster. This makes no sense. These are
Is that
actually
Los
I have
Angeles?
no idea where these are filmed. No idea where they're filmed
Or
at.
just went on break.
But he's going towards it, so that makes a difference right there.
air brakes.
Yeah, when you're going towards something, see that right there.
We're
that-
looping.
yeah, that right there is like, I don't know about that.
No, look right here. Look at it on the side. Look at the building is right there. It didn't pass the building.
That's what I'm saying, Splat. There's more videos. You're looping.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I thought
See,
you were
they're
going to
going,
loop on that
they're
one for a
going
minute or
towards
two,
it,
eh?
and it's going away from them. So, and they got the
Next.
air brakes on her. They're fixing to land. They're that close to the ground. They're fixing to land. So yeah,
Next.
they're slowing down.
Next.
They're slowing down. I don't know.
Keep going to the videos. Just
Okay.
going to the videos.
Keep going to the video.
Yeah.
Is it the same one?
Well, it's just like
It might-
Jaron. He said that you can't see a plane come in from and watch it come toward you for 15, 20 minutes or something before it lands. Bullshit. I say I watch
Yeah,
this
next
stuff.
one's
It looks
flat.
like a star coming
Okay.
over the horizon, and then it's coming toward me, and I'm like, and then 20, 15, 20, 30
Wait, did
minutes
you see
later-
that one?
Look at this one.
Look
They're
at this
on a
one.
plane.
Look at this one. So the airplane, they're literally passing by it in another airplane.
That one is just standing there.
Yeah, but you can see look at the ground. It's moving.
No, this plane is moving.
Oh, that plane. Okay.
The plane in the window is
On
not.
the window. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I'd
that.
have to really. I don't know. Is that I don't know about that, because here's why. They got a landing pattern of every 3 minutes and a takeoff. They got 3 minutes between takeoff and
Well, he's
landing.
waiting for his turn.
They got a 3 minute delay, and that's pretty much what
Look
it
at that.
is. Every 3 minutes. When I was working on the tarmac down there, and was putting aviation fuel lines in Dallas Fort Worth, okay, back in everybody remember the David Koresh Waco thing, right? Okay,
Yes.
so that's when I was working at the airport in Dallas Fort Worth.
Okay. Look at
We was
this.
putting it in aviation fuel lines, and
This plane's not moving.
yeah,
Look at the overpass. It doesn't pass it. Okay.
yeah, but they're going toward. It looks different when you do that. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, see that's an optical effect thing right there.
I don't know.
promise you,
I'm
them.
looking at the ground as
Illusion.
opposed to the plane.
Me too.
The
And
ground
looking
as
number
opposed
one,
to the plane. It's not moving.
it's not
Frozen
passing those objects on
airplanes.
the ground. Exactly. That's I'm looking at.
How
Too,
long they've
Sandy.
been in the freezer for?
Yeah, that's weird. I'd have to. I definitely.
In the
I mean,
cosmic freezer.
Yeah, the building. It's not passing that building. One more view here. That's it.
yeah, I'm watching. Freaky stuff happens.
Yeah, I'd say.
That's the other one. I
Freaky.
separated them.
Yeah, look at that. It's not passing that building.
It's that looks like it's moving backwards
the
as they're
freezer.
driving.
Yeah, that's
You
the.
can't see the freezer, but it's in there. The freezer's there. You just can't see it. It's a giant cosmic freezer. Just can't see it.
Freezer?
Yeah, you got to open the door, look inside.
Well,
I'm walking.
That's
Look, he sees me walking. I'm walking. Look,
it's not moving.
this
No, she's
plane.
not moving. She's not moving, and she's just looking
Is it
up.
moving? It's not moving.
Oh, it's moving.
Stuck in the wind.
it's the wind.
But it sounds like it's moving.
That's the wind.
Everybody sees me walking. I'm walking.
Yeah, that one I think is the wind.
Look,
Yeah, that one I think is.
That's
This
that's what's
plane.
going on is they're fighting the wind.
That,
is it moving?
I see that.
That doesn't explain this. It was 747.
That one looks like it's moving backwards.
Almost, yeah.
That's
That's
the
it then,
film.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the recording.
Still very interesting. Very.
Very interesting, though. Yes.
Okay. Now to eat. Yeah. I had technical difficulties trying to order my food. That's why I dropped out for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't
like
know,
the
but-
I like the cosmic freezer theory. I haven't heard that one before. I like that.
You got to open the door. Jackie's on her finest comedy tonight.
But yeah, going back to the topic for a second. I have seen people's entire personalities change. Like they don't care about the things they used to care about. But I do believe there's other causes for that. But there are people who've said, literally said that they used to have children that they don't have.
No, that's weird.
Yeah, or they have children that they don't remember having. And I hope I never experience anything like that.
You have 5 children.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would freak me out.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it's one thing to notice the Mandela effect with something. Even the ones, that are local to you and you see something that's not right. But when you're talking about your family, your friends, that's terrifying to me. I couldn't. I don't know if I could handle that. What sounds like a lawsuit? Pac-Man says sounds like a lawsuit.
Which
Wait, what do you say, pushing?
Yeah, what?
Really? Pushing button says that AI was asked how many cemeteries there are, and it answered 144,000.
144,000. What's that number?
I'm gonna ask AI right now. See what it says. It may kick me out. I'll be right back. Was it worldwide or in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Cemeteries are there?
Period. I mean, on Earth.
I'm asking right now. Could you clarify? Well, I don't have a clarification, so entire world. It's hard to pin down a number.
Oh.
It's not giving me a number. It's
How
giving me
about
a
North
bunch
America? Ask it North America.
a bunch of. Oh no, there are estimated to be over 144,000 cemeteries in the United States.
There's a cemetery over here close to me, and the sarcophagus thing that they're setting in, they're buried in like a concrete thing, but some of those things are above the ground now. They pushed up and they got the area closed off. You can't, not supposed to go in there, but it's only like probably 10 miles away from me. It's crazy.
Was it from flooding?
Back in that, I don't know, but back in the 80s when we seen it, you could see it. Now it's overgrowth. I mean, they don't cut the trees back or anything now. But
we got Globetrotting Bob.
It's crazy looking over there. I was thinking about going over there and getting some pictures and going back in the woods, just sneaking back in there.
Which missed Prince Bible verses on here.
AI is gaslighting, Antichrist. Every town has one. I sent you the picture splatter where it says that there's ruins just appeared, came up from under the ground. I forget where. I want to say it's like Myanmar or Malaysia, something like that. These ruins that were under the ground just came up out of the ground. Try to find out where it is. Hold on.
Well, just think about it. I mean, all the national parks, you're not allowed to fly drones. I don't want you to see stuff. Why is that?
Let's see.
Next.
I know here at the Smoky Mountains, you're not allowed to fly drones. There's a reason why. 'Cause I got some pictures of the creek running down, and some of those rocks just don't look right. They look like it was a structure that was destroyed.
Oh yeah, of course. We found most of the buildings around here. We didn't find, they weren't built.
Yeah, founded. What's the
founded?
root word of founded? It's found.
Yeah, we just added to it. They found it.
I'm gonna try after earthquake.
I mean, look at them. Some of them buildings. I mean, there's horses and buggies walking around them, and they're so tiny. And there's no way they could build that without power tools. And it's just stupid.
Yeah, the skinny wheels, 2 inches wide, right? 3 inches wide. Would not
it was Myanmar.
To dig into, and once they started going, even in the old westerns, if you look at it, there's a creek there, god dang, or a river. I don't know if we gonna go through that. And how'd you get that rock over that river or through that creek? That weighing
I don't know. We just
100
did it.
tons.
Yep.
How'd you get that across there with that horse and buggy? There's an issue going on.
All those they had airships, the big balloons.
Splatter, I sent you something, didn't I?
Well, I don't know. I haven't. Let me look here.
Okay,
No,
would you
no,
send it?
I sent it to you on Messenger.
Okay, I
Yeah.
couldn't find nothing. I was looking on Messenger. All I could find is you mentioned 144,000.
Yeah,
See
yeah,
what
I
this-
wanted to show it.
Oh, that's what
That
you
is
wanted
what
to
it
show?
says.
Oh, okay. I thought people would
But
take your word.
I am dropping a link in the
Mar
private chat for you
1040
to share.
AD news to frozen airplanes. Is that one?
No, 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 no. No, I sent something to Splatter on Messenger.
Oh,
There it is.
So this is what Pushing Buttons was talking about. It's saying there's estimated to be over 144,000 cemeteries in the United States, and it's 540,000 worldwide. And that's just
crazy,
a
right?
low end estimate.
Low.
Yeah. Well, I know that, like, there's a little town in North Carolina.
And then there's a link in the private chat, Splatter.
Okay.
That a friend of mine was telling me about, a guy I worked with. And he goes, there's a town over here. They said they got like typhoid or something like that. And they closed the town down. Now it's just overgrowth. And he said, yeah, it's right back there. But you get it, you know, they made it hard for you to get back there. Used to be a road. Now they got it all blocked and everything. And he told me about this 10 years ago. And I've never went over there. He goes, man, it's like a whole town and so how many people lived in that town? It's not even listed. He goes, yeah, it's not even listed on the map, but it's there.
There's one in Pennsylvania too. I forget the name of it. I covered it.
Was it just one picture here, Sonny?
This is an article. No, I want the article title. So monumental ruins emerge from underground following massive Myanmar earthquake.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there's lots of stuff hidden, buried.
Yeah, they had no idea it was there.
Nope.
Mud flood.
So it's a complete lost civilization.
Oh yeah, total mud flood.
Yeah, they didn't know about it.
Like I said, I'm going to show that coming up. I'm going to go and I'm going to take pictures and I'm going to go live with it.
Good.
Because I've seen it and I'm like, how is that there? And I got a road here and I know there's at least 8 to 10 feet because of the width of the archway in the brick. And then you can see where they replaced the brick. So yeah, I'm definitely going there because they didn't hide it very well. I just say that.
Well, the difference between Myanmar and the United States is the United States, you wouldn't be able to touch that. They were given, archaeologists were given permission to go and, before it moved again, to go do whatever they need to do to try to find out what kind of ruins these are, which I think is neat. So we're gonna find out what this is, what they tell us it is, I should say.
Well, yeah, you like you said, as they tell you, they'll say, "Oh, it's just some rock formation." That's what they'll say when it all comes down to it. They're not going to let you know the full detail.
I know.
That is true.
There's too much Tartarian stuff kicking around still too.
Oh, I see that
buried
with the
for
University
centuries,
of Tennessee right here. That building, I guarantee
Tennessee.
you, there's one building there, and then there's another church right around the corner. Right there, they're right there close together, and I promise you, it's thousands of years old.
Was it really fancy on the outside with little?
Oh my groceries, brother! It is.
Oh my
It is
groceries.
unbelievable. Well, I give that shout out to my brother Wu Pal, my brother Kurt, that died about, it's been about 3-4 weeks now. Passed away.
Oh, no.
Well, I could go deeper than that, but I don't want to. But it is as is.
Ken is here. Guys, my earbuds are dying. I have to switch my earbuds, so I'm going to be gone a minute.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, hey, Jackie. Sandy. Hey,
Hello.
if Super Sidewinder.
Did you say Ashays? Ashays, you're bringing Ashays in here.
EJs.
You know what Ashays is? What?
I said EJ.
Oh, I thought you said Ashays. I thought you were like Ashays. I was like, oh, they're not going to understand what you're talking about. Anyway.
What is that? What is that?
Oh,
Guys,
God, Ken.
I have to
Showing
interrupt
your
a
age.
second.
Yeah.
So
you know
are
how
raising. Guys,
Oh.
I have to interrupt a second. We are
Yeah.
raising money because
Oh, yeah.
StreamYard's expiring. All the apps are expiring. Were expired already. Like Flickr is expired. They're giving me messages. They tried to renew
Yep,
and the money
Skype
wasn't
went
there,
down.
obviously. Huh?
I said Skype went down, and now you got Teams.
I'm confused. What? We mean
Well,
Teams.
Skype is just like it's an app, like
Yeah,
what we're doing right
television.
Oh
Yeah.
no! I'm talking about the apps
Yeah.
that I use to be able to do these shows.
I meant the Jetsons television.
I'm specifically talking about the apps that, like for example, if we don't renew StreamYard, I'm limited to 20 hours a month, so these shows go away.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll just be the Mandela shows.
So if you want to watch us,
We have to stream less often.
You know,
So,
Sandy, if
Yeah.
you have like 5 or 6 accounts, you can actually get like all these other hours.
yeah, I know, but the people aren't
You're
there.
not allowed to do that. No, don't do that, kids.
Yeah.
I've got 5.
So, no. Every month we have to fundraise to keep the shows going because the apps are all expiring at the same time.
Yeah.
So, if you can, please help. If not, I understand. I have to ask
you want
because
that-
we
you
have
want
to
that
raise the
free-
money. We only have days. Next weekend, it's
Raise it up.
done.
Raise it.
You'll get brown stamped.
Send that money and keep this show going on premium.
The links are in the description and they're in the ticker right now at the bottom of the screen, but they are linked in the description.
donations are greatly appreciated.
Yes, they are. Donuts are appreciated.
Bit of venom. Yep,
Pull the
this is
banner up.
$7,000
Donuts are appreciated.
When you keep saying donuts, I keep saying donations.
If you give a donation, a tree in your name will be planted on Bermeja Island.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's not true, but yes.
Everyone should plant a tree at least once in their life,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Sandy, have you seen that tree? Hold on.
I
I'll
planted
send
a
it to
tree
you.
at one time.
What tree?
You'll like it, trust me. It's like 3D holographic, heart-shaped. I'll just tell you what the name is. Just give me a minute.
It sounds artificial.
No, it's not.
Criminal is really pushing the Sandela effect. It's not the Sandela effect.
Oh, Sandela, that was a good one. You should go in the Sandiella effect. No,
That's what he has.
Sandy, I've got this. The Wolf and the Lamb and the Lion and the Lamb. I was watching a movie last night from 1974 with Clint Eastwood and Jeff Bridges in it. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. Yeah, Clint Eastwood plays an ex-con who's pretend to be a priest and all this. And yeah, I've got this. I could play this audio of what he says. It's only a few seconds, but it's spun me out. It's like, oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say no to that only because the last 2 streams, people have played stuff and now the chat is gone. Like the last stream, the only thing I got a copyright on was
what about audio? Like
the
that
channel intro. It doesn't matter. They go by audio.
Yeah.
That's why songs get hit.
Anyway, he's doing a sermon and he says the wolf and the lamb in it, Yeah. Clint Eastwood. So, yeah, I don't need to play it. I can just tell you what happened in the film.
He
And
actually says wolf.
well.
Yeah, because I can't remember his name. Reality Shifter. He played his channel trailer, and that's the only thing that copyrighted it, and I had to remove it because it was blocked in other countries. So that 13-hour stream, the chat is gone. It's just gone now because I had to edit that out because it was being blocked.
Yeah, that happened to me on the last stream. I played like a 10-second clip from this TV series, but it was filmed off the TV, so it was all, that crappy TV camera stuff, but still, it's just a guy looking up at a chemtrail, and that was it. And
yeah, it's all it takes. That's all it takes. There's
copyright
a
it,
myth
but I
that if
cut
you
it
play
out,
under
the screen was back up again. Yeah.
it's a myth that if you play under 7 seconds, it won't affect your video. That's not true at all.
Yeah, they lie.
You could play a millisecond of a song.
It's like they're trying to trick us
copyright
now.
it.
Yeah. But in this film, yeah, Clint Eastwood is playing a preacher, and he says, and the lion shall lie down with, the wolf shall lie down with the lamb. Yeah, that spun me out. It was like, oh, wow, here's finally something like Johnny Cash sings The Lion and the Lamb and all these others in the films. And yeah, but this was one where they actually said wolf and lamb. Yeah. That was 1944.
It says the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, though, not lie with.
Oh, right. Well,
And
the
check
wolf
the
lamb, they were together. Yeah. In that.
What
this
happened?
Is it. Thunderbolt and Light, the film's called.
Yeah,
You've got to watch it. It was a great film.
You got the name.
It was sort of like a bit of a road movie, lots of car chases, but brilliant actors, George Kennedy and Jeff
The
Bridges.
wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, right?
Yeah. Look, both references mean the same thing. A lion, a wolf, a lamb, a calf, they're all going to get along, That's what I mean. So it doesn't matter, really.
Yeah.
To me.
I guess you're weird like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's animals that make me believe there's a creator, and the plants, and just our life is absolutely everywhere, I went down the beach the other week, and there's this crab, and it was covered in all this, looked like hair at first, It's like this sort of, it's allowed all this stuff to grow on it, follicles, and it looks like just a sea rock, and it's the perfect camouflage. Yeah. Beautiful. It's like, wow, how did they even know to do that,
Jackie, are
Sandy,
you
can you
talking about the fact that are you talking about the fact that the rose changes color?
Yeah, it looks cool. I like the effects. I reckon it's awesome. I like this tree a lot.
I
Yeah.
grew up with a rose bush in my backyard where the roses went from white to they would get sunburned. My mom would say they got sunburned because they would change color on the edges.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember roses doing that. Yeah.
But it has like a 3D effect because the leaves are like stacked up. So that makes it look extra cool on top of the colors. But I think you can, like, there's a stage where there's no color, it's just green. But I like the red.
I see what you're
Anyways, it
saying.
just
Yeah, I've
looks
never
cool.
seen a tree like that.
Yeah,
Here's another one.
it's like an optical illusion effect. That's what I'm.
Yeah. I'll send them the splatter to show.
Who's the mad typer?
What's that?
Clicking noise?
I want a trailer.
Oh, sorry, it's this robot city, or it's
your keyboard.
No,
There you go.
I always take it over.
Yeah, I was hearing
I'm at its mercy.
keyboard noises.
Yeah, no, it was me. Sorry.
Yeah, splatter. I sent you 3 pictures on Messenger from Jackie.
Yeah, I see it.
I just decided to live stream, a bit of this. Yeah.
Why not? You're always welcome here.
Yeah, the thing was there, and I thought, oh yeah, I should have done that half an hour ago. Anyway.
There we go. All right, so guys, have you ever seen this type of tree or bush before? It's saying it's the hearts of gold, but if you go further, Splatter, there should be bigger pictures.
Okay, I was gonna try to make that bigger.
Yes.
There we are. Yeah, that helps.
Oh, I've seen them. Yes.
The
We've
next
got
one really, really gives it the effect. The next picture.
Beautiful.
So that must be an Australian plant, then.
Well, they could have been imported. They did import a lot of plants back, 300 years ago.
Oh, this is true.
The leaves grow in stacks, like in a stack, so it looks like little, like single ponytails of leaves.
I haven't seen many, but I have seen them in botanical gardens, probably.
What's the name of it? Does it have a name? Does it have
Hearts of gold.
Oh,
Plant.
okay, yeah.
The low-hanging fruit tree.
And yeah. And where is it supposed to grow?
I have no idea. Jackie said.
You can.
That looks like
you can
Victoria.
Oh, it's not in Australia, I don't think.
Nah, probably England.
Oh, I think it's in America. Can pull up, like, I don't know how because you did it, but you can look up like a map where it shows in America, like it will shade different parts of America where this tree grows in.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
And you can do some digging.
It might only grow in California, Florida, one of the hot spots, right? I don't know.
You can grow it in California.
Let's see. A heart of gold redbud tree. Canadensis. There's a Canadensis, Pennsylvania. Eastern and central North America. And it says the native range is southern Iowa to Pennsylvania. And like I said, there's a Canadensis, Pennsylvania. I wonder if that's where it's from.
So it doesn't grow in Canada?
Yeah, west into Texas. Commonly used as an ornamental in landscaping. Eastern redbud native range. Includes areas from Connecticut to New York to southern Ontario and the Great Lakes, south to western Texas and Florida.
It does look like a fern family, the fern family.
Oh, yeah, ferns are weird.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, they're beautiful, but they're weird.
Yep.
Now, guys, I need to step away a minute. I need to run to the ladies' room. Yep. Do you want me to play Mr. Super Song, or do you guys want to keep talking?
Whatever you want to do, Sandy.
No, you guys are the ones that are going to be here.
No one says anything.
Welcome, Jug FL. Is that Flex promoter? Like Netflix promoter?
Promoter. All right.
They're not on my. They're not. They're either on X or I think they're on X. Right. Welcome. If you come over to YouTube, I'll give you a wrench.
Thanks.
Perm cat?
What? Who is he?
Perm cat.
Rainbow versions? No.
What's a perm cat?
The La Perm cat. Here's the thing. I thought Silas was a La Perm. When he was younger, he had his belly had curls, and I thought he was La Perm. So I've known about the La Perm since way before the Mandela effect. So I've not covered it because I've known about it.
That'd be so cool.
I just learned something today. Wow. I never knew a perm cat.
It's called a La Perm because they have curly hair. Hold on for a minute.
La Perm. It's a French cat, is it?
So I'm going to show you a picture of a La Perm.
Pepe de Fior. Pepe de Fior. Yeah.
Pepe de Fior.
Yeah. That was a weird cat.
That confused horny cat. Yeah.
Oh,
Father, I'm sending you a picture of. I'm going to send you a picture of a La Perm, and then a picture of my of Silas.
A perm
So,
cat.
but when Silas was younger, his hair was curlier,
I had a
and it
perm.
got less curly.
Sandy, I hope everything goes well. Check your cash app.
You headed out?
No, I sent you a donation.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know
Oh, good
that.
on you, mate. Excellent.
I gotta
Oh,
do a thank you for you in a second. Give me 1 second.
Good.
oh yeah,
Good.
thank you. Yep.
I'm in the middle of sending pictures in the thing. Hold on for a minute.
It said
Splatter first. It's Silas, and the next picture I send is gonna be the other cat.
Okay.
it said in there as I was paying on Cash App that this could be a scam.
What's gold card
What?
still here?
Yeah, that's what it told me. I'm just telling you what it was telling me.
Oh no,
I
that's
did.
horrible.
What?
Yeah, that's what it was telling me. I was like,
Oh.
well, I don't know.
Aw.
You should have it already.
No, that's just one.
I do. Thank you.
Well-
I'm moving it to savings so it's safe.
Sam, you want it?
Those what are they called? Cocoa cats or something? They're from.
There was only one cat here.
They're amazing.
Yeah, that's. I haven't sent the other one yet. I'm trying. Give me a second.
Okay, I
I'm doing
didn't know.
16 things at once.
I thought you said you were going to send a perm and a picture of your cat, so I was just.
Okay, and there's the little perm. So when I first got Silas, his hair was like wavy like that, especially on his belly.
Okay.
And so I was thinking he was a little perm, and then I came across at the vet. She's like, "No, this is a forest cat," and then we determined it was a Siberian forest cat. So that's Silas. He was 4 feet. He was over 4 feet long.
Big cat.
You
4
see that
feet long?
chunkiness to his hair, though? You see, like that was more curly, wavy.
I had a cat very much the same, all the same colours. Yeah.
Is it
Call-
like a
call it
coon cat, you
snake
say?
What? What's
Is it
Splatter?
like a coon cat, really big?
Yeah, he was a Siberian forest cat.
They're like a miniature snow tiger, eh? You know.
4 feet long?
Yeah, like when I had his feet on the ground, and when I put my hands under his arms right there,
Yeah.
and hold him up like he was standing,
Yeah.
he was over 4 feet tall.
Oh wow.
His tail was 2.5 feet long.
Wow.
He had a
Wow.
huge tail, like a big puffy plume, like
You
that
don't wanna-
orange cat. Go back to the orange cat.
You don't want
So
to
that
put him
puts
in a
him
room
over
full of
6
rocking
feet then,
chairs.
right? With his
Eh?
tail to his nose.
Yeah.
That one's definitely from Ireland, you know.
Well, no, because when you stand him up, his tail's touching the ground.
It's a ginger.
Yeah, my little boy was huge.
The type of
Is
cat
it true that there are
We got one
no?
like that. We call him Sergeant Striper.
Is it true there's no female ginger cats? They're only male ginger cats. That's what I got told.
Jared's here. He's like, I hear cat talk. It's like a cat. It's like a cat signal.
Oh,
And how would that work, Ken? How do you think that would?
I
that's
know, I
possible?
don't get it, but that's what I've been told. There's no such thing as a ginger
False
female.
information.
Yeah.
How
Thank
would the
you
male
for
cats
FA
be born?
Guys, I
I
got
haven't
thank
actually
you for
researched
FB
it.
Nation.
They glitched in. Yeah, they just glitched in.
Guys, I got to do the thank you for FE Nation.
yes, you
Thank
do.
you, FE Nation.
Thank you, FE Nation.
Oh, you most certainly welcome.
Anyone in the chat know?
Okay, thank you so much, FE Nation.
Oh, Bomber says most gingers are male. Yeah, thanks, Effie.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay.
You can ask.
I had a male ginger. Yep.
Yeah.
And his
I have
brother
to
was
edit the ticker. I
Boston
didn't
Ray
put
about
pushing
me.
in here
I'm
either.
good.
I had brother cats. One was ginger, then was a normal black or gray tabby cat. You know, normal.
Some of my best friends have been gingers.
You mean rangers?
The mind is back, but I can't get to him right this second. Give me 1 second. I'm
not using
updating the
Aussie
ticker. I'm in the middle of updating the ticker. I'm sorry.
A lot of gingers end up giants, so you don't pick on them when they're younger.
Oh, Ken doesn't like the word wrangle.
Calicos, that's the one. Yeah. Oh, they're amazing cats. Calicos.
The calicos are the ones that die early.
They hiss a lot, you know,
for some reason.
All right, guys, the mind is back. Guys, I have to switch my earpiece because I am about to die. The thing is going.
No. Stay alive.
On Facebook.
I got to switch my earbuds, so you guys.
You're
keep
not
talking, I'll
about
be
to
back.
die. Your equipment is. Or the
Stay gold, Sandy girl.
Correct.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that on YouTube.
That's true. And Noel's back.
Okay, I wanted to jump in here and say there is also another mandanimal that I've noticed just came into my awareness, and it's called.
Noel,
It's called-
someone's talking, sweetie.
It's fine. She's fine. It's called a thrasher shark.
Thrasher.
I've heard of those thrasher sharks.
I covered them. The ones with the weird teeth.
No, it has a tail. It has a weird tail because seems to be the theme of this thing. It has a weird tail, and this shark will use its tail like a whip to knock out fish and then eat the fish.
Yep.
Gotcha. David, I'm adding David to the stage. Welcome, David. I
guys.
have to walk away. I'm sorry. My earbuds are going to die. I'll be right back. You guys. Okay, the studio is full. I am getting a message that the studio is full. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. We are full right now, guys.
So, you guys are talking about cats, right?
Yeah.
I live in New Jersey, and we don't really we don't really have mountain lions or anything like that. Any wild cats.
Guys, hold on 1 second. I have to interrupt again. I'm sorry. Mr. Super. I need someone to step down. I think LJ's trying to get back and she can't.
Go ahead. I'm going to step down and make room.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Super. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the donation, Effie.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good on
And
you.
is that Ken Rottman?
Yeah.
That is Ken.
That's me.
Hey, Ken.
And we have David here. David is new.
Yeah,
right.
good to
see you.
I'm very interested to hear what David has to say.
Yeah, so I live in New Jersey. There's no cats here. We don't have any wild cats, pumas, bobcats, whatever. There's a state park right on the border called Pullman State Park. You guys can look this up if you want. There was a cop and his son riding this bike trail. They see 3 or 4 German shepherds in the woods. Turns out that they were cats. They call the cops. Cops show up, right? They find 3 of these 4 large black cats that they were looking for. There were pumas in the woods in upstate New York. They don't know where they come from, blah, blah, blah. Turns out, right? You know, like all these like rich people have exotic animals.
Yeah. Yeah, they like to. Yeah.
These cats got out. These cats got out, and he didn't tell anyone because he didn't want anyone knowing that it's wild cats. So now they're roaming the parks of like New York. Now they've reproduced.
In Australia, there's been so many black cat sightings up in the mountains and that all over Australia, and it's because of these circuses and the Black Panther would get out and
that's all it is. It's not like some mystery. Some jerk had exotic pets. He let them out, didn't tell anyone because he wasn't supposed to have them.
Yeah,
and
and they managed to survive for generations, you know.
Yeah, so that's what's going on where I live. There are these black pumas now in our state forest up here, and it's like, oh no, man.
Oh, you want to go up and cuddle one, don't you, and do a selfie? You know, see what
Well,
happens.
it would be awesome. Like New Jersey's terrible. I would love to. I would be okay if we had guns or something, but like they don't even allow you to carry guns in the parks. It's like
Oh,
Wait, I have to ask, what county, what part of New Jersey?
so Bergen County, on the border of Bergen County. It's called Tolman State Park in New York. It's right on the border up there, right off of like 9W, Route 9.
Gotcha. No, I know where that is.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Camden County, and in Philadelphia, there's big cats here now too that I never coyotes in Philadelphia. Like
No,
never.
I know. That's what I'm saying is like this is like all over the United States, and it's because of some jerk that had like an exotic pet.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like that's why they don't want you having these things.
Unless you have a license and a permit and all that.
So what did it mate with?
All right, guys. I will be
domestic
right back
cat?
for this disconnects. You guys keep
There were
talking.
4 of them that got loose. I'm stringing to screwing
So
each
they
other.
hung out together then.
I'm the same when I see a cockatoo or a kangaroo over in America somewhere or some other Western country.
That would be fucking hilarious.
They should not be there, you know. It's
I'd love to see a kangaroo
Same
walking
as
down the road.
snow
Florida,
dogs.
Florida,
Snow dogs in Australia, they get that hot in summer. It's wrong, you know. The Alamoos and
Florida's a perfect climate for all those like jungle creatures, and they live there. They have pumas in Florida. They have monkeys in Florida.
Yeah.
Up in Ocala, they have monkeys in the forest. Someone let them loose.
They've got panthers running around.
Yeah.
Because of the hot climate, they can handle it better. But yeah.
Oh yeah, they can handle everything. I just wait till the day happens when a kangaroo is spotted in Florida.
I guess animals caged up. I've always
Everything
hated.
else is spotted in Florida, from the skunk.
When I used to see circus, I used to think it was evil seeing those elephants.
It would actually be funnier if the kangaroo was spotted in Western Canada.
Well, doesn't Australia have a problem with like camels and donkeys or something like that?
We got camels roaming the outback, but they're not bothering anyone, you know.
Well, because there's a guy on YouTube, right? And he has a really cool channel, and all he does is go out and shoot camels. He goes out there, and they shoot these camels. They don't hunt them; they're just killing them. And he said there's such a nuisance out there.
You're making out that's the Green Party in Australia. They got people out shooting koalas from helicopters lately, culling them and Brumby horses. You know, it's insane. Anyway, thank God this Green Party's starting to lose the. Everyone thinks it's all about saving the environment. The absolute opposite, just like PETA pretends to save animals and they euthanize every 97% of the dogs or cats they rescue.
Oh yeah, PETA is a joke. They're not good at all. Do not support PETA.
I watched a documentary on it the other day. Oh God, I was angry.
It's kind of like the St. John's River in Florida, right? Right against the coastline. Now we're living on a ball, but St. John's River runs north. So how's water flowing up the side of a ball?
How the hell do you live on a ball?
And then as we was traveling up the St. John's River, going north up the ball. I don't know, see how that works. But you could see in the tops of the palm trees monkeys.
Wow.
We came across this section and there was sitting at the tops of the palm trees.
Where are you?
It's 20, 30 monkeys.
What?
Sitting at the tops of the palm trees.
It's like Planet of the Apes is starting.
Yeah, they got a real problem with invasive species in Florida. Yeah. Also, don't they bomb? Doesn't the military bomb this?
A snowbird. He used to be a snowbird, so he had a trailer down in Florida, and in trailer park, there was a big pond with an island, and the whole island was all monkeys. And he had pictures and videos of all these monkeys that just lived on this island in his trailer park.
Wow.
Dave,
that would have been cool.
Where are you right now, David?
I'm in my car drinking Dunkin' Donuts.
I see that you're in your car. I'm looking at the daylight in the background. Where are you? Where it's so bright?
I just said New Jersey.
Well, yeah, I know.
So is it morning there, David?
Yeah, it's 5:23.
Oh, it's 7:23 p.m. on a what day is it? Sunday. Yeah.
Well, I just got confused because I didn't think it'd be that bright for 5:30 in the morning.
No, we got short days here. 4:30 it starts to get dark now.
Oh yeah, not like I didn't hear you or wasn't listening. I was, but it just confused me when I seen your daylight there. Like it didn't seem like 5:30 in the morning to me. That's all.
You've got a crazy time zone in America. There's like how many?
It is 5:20.
It's 2:25 or whatever for me. So.
God have mercy.
And China has one time zone.
Yeah, they work it out, right?
I don't know how it works, but it must work.
No, that's all. That just confused me because it just seemed too bright for morning. That's all.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I wasn't the only one thinking that.
No, I was thinking that too, Splat. I was going, wow, it's like morning there. I thought it was the middle of the night.
Jersey. I worked up the time, and that's only 5:30. It shouldn't be that bright, like, or is it? Or is it? No, don't say that. We're gonna end. What is that restaurant?
Hey, I want to thank everybody for letting me on. I didn't realize it was 5:30 in the freaking morning.
Yeah. Oh, is that
Hey, but right here, this is Jupiter.
That's
on the
Jupiter,
left.
okay.
Oh, wow.
You see right here?
Yeah, I see that.
And the moon. This is 400 million miles away.
Oh, sure it is. Oh,
This
yeah.
is 230 right next to each other, right?
We have supervision.
This is one of my pictures. Y'all should check my
Yeah.
stuff out more. But anyway, Sandy, I appreciate you having me on here. I want to say thank you to the panel and everything, everybody in the chat. I appreciate y'all having me on, saying my little piece.
Come back whenever you want. You're a good guest.
So, but everything is close. Earth is flat. Rivers don't run up mountains.
That's right.
If it does, you better run. That's all.
And when you're on the moon, the Earth wouldn't be tiny like the moon is.
Exactly.
Right,
if you're on the moon, the Earth would be the whole sky. It wouldn't.
Oh, it'd be the whole skyline.
Right, and the moon gets its light from the sun. That's the way it works. Shadows tell me so. That's the way it works if you look at it. So,
well,
anyway, much love, everyone.
Anyway,
thanks.
Excellent.
I agree with almost everything you said except for that part.
Except for the moon part, getting us. Yeah, well,
yeah.
Well, if you can show me a light, that the moon is producing its own light, which I don't think you can provide any evidence for. You cannot provide any evidence because shadows determine that.
I don't know. I'll find some for you.
Okay, well, hey, check it out. Look at my comment on one of my videos. One of the videos I just put out. Show me that video where the moon does not have shadows other than a full moon. You cannot show me that.
Yeah, I used to look at the moon with a telescope and I'd see all this weird shit there, but
yeah, it's shadows because the sun's shining on it because they're very close together.
All I know is the moon's yellow now and the sun is white, and it used to be the opposite.
Well, it depends on where it's located. I mean, if it's on the horizon, it's because you got all the dense atmospheric condition that's going on. And if it's above you, and because of the freaking what they're doing, they're doing, the spray,
Oh, yeah.
spray thing. So
I started
and
doing
because they're doing that because they're hiding something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying
I
to kill us.
started a channel 17 years ago, and that's what I was covered was that stuff. And yeah, they even target you
I
for
think they're
that.
trying to slowly wipe us out, like bugs. They're spraying us.
There's a reason why, and it happens every couple hundred years.
Yeah.
So and in different ways.
Reset.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
so
it says it
overpopulated.
won't happen by flood this time, and next time it'll be by fire, right? Revelation
Or did that happen already?
6:13, right? Says the stars and everything fall from everything's gonna fall
Look at
from the sky.
the meltation stuff.
They're pre-warning. They already know what the effect is every time.
All the Tartarian stuff, all the melted stuff. I mean, I think that might have happened already.
Yeah, everything is. They tell you what, and the next time it'll be different.
Yeah,
And everything is a
We're on to the
timeline.
third one. We're the short.
They want you
already
to
know what's
forget
gonna
history so you don't learn from it, you know? Yeah.
Right.
Hey guys, I do want to talk to David because I know he's on his way to work and he's new to the
driving now.
Mandela effect.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but I'm out of
David.
here. Thank y'all very much. Sorry, Sandy.
It's
Peace and
okay,
chicken
FB
grease,
Nation.
everyone. Thank
I just
you.
want to thank you for so much. You don't have to leave.
Well, it's 5:30 and I've got things I got to do.
Oh, all right. I understand.
It's only 2:30.
Well,
Not
maybe
for
for
us.
you.
I know.
Not for
California
us. It's
time.
5:30.
Time is an illusion.
Yeah, that's all it is. I get about 4 hours of sleep a day anyway, so it
Well,
don't
Ken,
matter.
you stole Jackie's line.
Well, thank you for being on here,
Oh.
FB Nation. Thank you for sharing your videos, guys. It's in the chat, but if you want to post your video again, so that they can go see it before you leave, that'd be good.
I'll post
And also,
something
thank
else.
you again for the That's fine, or just push your channel. But thank you again for helping out the channel. I appreciate it.
Where is it?
Oh, you're most certainly welcome, girl. Not a problem. You can ask Boston Ray about me. He's a good guy.
Yeah,
I know you too. I know you.
All right, cool. All right, peace and
All right.
chicken grease.
I know, Ray.
Keep it flat.
Have a
FB
great
Nation out.
day, FE Nation. Thank you.
All right,
See you, FD.
Are you gonna put his thing in the chat again?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you wanted to put his link in the chat for those who want to subscribe, I don't want to get kicked out again.
Oh,
I can do it.
So David's
Thank you.
giving us a tour. We should watch
Thank
him.
you, Ever Josh. 1 second. I am going to. Okay, so listen. I do know David's on his way to work, so he doesn't have much time to talk.
No.
I'm not on my way to work. It's Sunday. I just got coffee and I saw you guys were live. So,
Oh, okay. You're not going to work today. That's
Well,
good.
it's Sunday. That's right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm not even thinking about that because people work at all times anymore.
yeah,
That's true.
it's getting to the end of Sunday here.
There's no crime on Sundays.
Yes. So, David, did you have any specific questions? Because I know you were saying you were just starting to look into the Mandela effect, things like that. Is there anything that I can answer? Any questions you have?
well, no, I'm just kind of thinking like this, right? Remember we were talking about how people lie to us and
Yes.
people maybe troll a little bit. It's like the cats that got loose. They think it's like some mysterious thing, like some cryptid, whatever. It was just some jerk with a lot of money who had exotic pets, and he just didn't want to tell anyone he was going to get in trouble. But like, do you think that there's a possibility that because of social media, that we're all being trolled about this Mandela effect? I don't know. I mean, like people have been telling me that I've been wrong about a lot of issues for a long time, and like Alex Jones, right? 90% of the stuff the guy was talking about was true, and people were saying, "Oh no, we're fact checking him. He's full of garbage." The person who was putting tape over their monitors in the 90s, their computer monitors, they were lunatics.
Smart.
It turns out that they were right. And maybe it's just a bunch of people out there playing a joke on you, saying, "No, you're just an idiot. Maybe you're crazy."
See, I don't think that's a possibility for that. And the reason being is we're going by our memories. our memories are different from how things are. I mean, of course there could be some, but like people have vivid memories of learning in school that we live under a yellow star. The sun is yellow. That's a yellow star, but now it's always been a white star. Even stupid stuff like there's no way on this planet you will ever convince me that it's always been Sex and the City. My parents had like this giant.
Was for me. No.
I know. My parents have this giant, like every DVD, like every episode of every season collection. It's like 3 inches thick. It's like it's got like polycarbonate on the outside, and has every DVD or maybe Blu-ray. I'm not sure. I think it's DVD though. And they had that. They watched it every time it was on. They'd sit in the kitchen. It was always Sex in the City. I remember that polycarbonate thing.
I do too, Sandy.
Sex in the City, and now it's
Hey,
always
Sandy,
been
when it
ad.
was
So
Sex
what
in
is
the
it now? Sex in the City or Sex and the City?
I remember it's always been and.
I was in a thrift shop
it
the
was
other
in
day,
the
and
other-
they had a box set of Sex, and I go, oh, well, this is an old box set, and it said Sex and the City. I go, no, it wasn't that. This was like an old box set, you know. It's like, no.
Yeah.
What about the Dash
That
and the
was
Kit Kat?
in.
And
Like
and then
Sex and the City, it's like two different characters.
It's a
whereas
flip
Sex-
flop.
Anyway.
yes,
Sandy,
Jackie,
you gotta
wait,
experience the flip flop. You gotta experience it. You haven't experienced it yet.
okay, it was always in for me, and it's been and since that Mandela
No,
effect
it
was
hasn't,
discovered.
Sandy. It hasn't. I saw it. It was in for months.
Okay,
I was
Jackie,
in the. I thought I was misremembering.
Jackie, I'm just trying to explain something to David who doesn't understand. That's
Yeah,
going
please
an extra step further deeper that we don't need to involve him in yet. I don't want to confuse him.
Yeah, how about the Dash and the Kit Kat?
No, so I get it, right? I get it. I'm just, I've made mistakes like this before, you know? It just seems like an easy thing to maybe mispronounce or.
No, I think the trolling is actually them telling us that we're misremembering. That's the trolling.
Yeah.
Just like they were saying Alex Jones is wrong. They're saying, oh, you're just misremembering. That's
I
not
grew
true.
up with the Dash and the Kit Kat bar.
No, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
David, do you remember the phone number of the house you grew up in? Like
Yeah.
when you were a kid?
Yep.
You know the number, right?
Yeah.
So why would you know that, but not a TV series that you've seen over and over again, or the lyrics of a song that you sang all of your life?
Because you could do it wrong, you could say it wrong, you could misinterpret it wrong, and it wouldn't affect you. If you put in the wrong phone number, you would, I mean, which you probably have before, someone else would pick up. You know what I mean?
No, I mean like if you were to tell somebody your phone number, like you knew, like I'm going to tell you because it doesn't matter. It's not my phone number anymore. Don't call this number, people, because it's probably somebody's number now. But growing up, my phone number was 609-858-0728. Like I know it off the top of my head. It's there. It's permanent memory, just like the lyrics to my favorite songs. But the lyrics to my favorite songs, one specific part, nothing else, but one specific part is different, and that makes no sense.
Well, that's like,
Like, for
I brought that up though. I brought that up about the One Winged Dove song. It had that never existed. I was just an idiot. I was just singing it differently. I was just singing it like, you know, and I guess it was so embarrassing. People forgot. People didn't want to correct me.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that can't happen where you just remember lyrics wrong or you heard them wrong because the singer isn't clear or something like that.
Yeah.
But like for example, Queen. That's a well-known one. Everyone remembers the song ending with "of the world," and it doesn't anymore except for one specific. You must have had this version of the album to hear it that way, which no one had. Not no one, but you know, I mean, most people didn't have that version, and they didn't play it on the radio, that version. But everybody remembers the song ending with "of the world," and it never has. Like a famous clip is what's that guy? Guys, help me. The talk show where he has people in the car and they're singing along.
Wayne's
Anybody?
World.
The talk show guy.
Oh, I know. You're talking about. I
Howard
can't
James
remember it now.
Corden. His name's James Corden. So he does a thing where he takes celebrities in a car and they sing along with the song, and they all sang "Of the World" and then were confused that it wasn't in the song. Everybody remembers "Of the World" at the end, but it's never been there.
Like
Well-
C3PO had 2 gold legs. I mean, I've got video evidence of it from an old.
Have you ever
box
had Folgers coffee?
Guys, too much at once.
Well,
Too much at once.
Okay, so
We're
how
throwing all
about
different
this?
things out.
How about this? I remember during the whole pandemic, there was a humongous argument who was doing it wrong. People were considered terrorists. They were, they were uneducated.
Wait, watch what you say, because we can get. Actually, I was going to ask you. You
Yeah.
should know, because you cover political stuff. Certain words get you in trouble and certain don't. That word doesn't get you in trouble anymore?
No.
Okay.
The only word that will get you in trouble, and you got to say it like over and over and over again, is the N word. Gender
No, you
specific.
can get in trouble for the R word.
word.
No, I never got in trouble for it, and I say it all the time.
The R word?
Again, I don't. I'm not telling you what to do. But
You
there's
do
no
in
way I would tell you.
Australia, if you say the V word, you're in trouble, or the J word.
Well, Ken, you have different rules because you're in Australia.
Yeah,
They actually apply different rules to you because you're in a different country.
exactly.
Yeah.
We got these new anti-Semitic laws that are insane.
Well, I tested it out. I swear to God, I tested it out, and the only thing that got me a strike was the N word. I had to say it like 50 times,
Oh my
like
God.
in a row, for them to even pick it up and report my channel or whatever they were doing. Trust me, people report my channel all the time. But I would never ever tell you to do that. And you're probably right. It's just that it's never happened to me.
Okay.
But
What about
so
Ye's new song? Like it's like that guy can't be cancelled. It's crazy that N word song.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say though is that during that whole thing, I remember YouTube putting out videos, specific videos. I recorded them, and I play them back now. I can't find the videos on YouTube. It's like they don't exist. YouTube put them out. The CDC put them out, and now they don't exist. And I asked people, like, do you remember that?
Week. That happened to me this week. I watched this documentary by Louis Thorax, The Settlers, and watched the whole show this week. It's not on YouTube anymore.
Okay, but wait, they could be they could be deleting them, making them private or unlisted.
I understand this was the CDC though, releasing this, and I understand they could take them down. They could do it. I get it. But the internet is forever. That's what they tell us. I don't know if that's true, and I'm telling you right now, I've definitely seen stuff just disappear. Can't find it anymore. As hard as I try.
Okay, so you did look in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, I've tried to find these things because I wanted to do like haha, like I got you. You guys are idiots, blah blah blah. And I tried to get these clips. I need them, and I couldn't find them. I only have the ones that I recorded.
I do
The 9/11 stuff is another thing. Try finding the original 9/11 clips. You can't do it. It's normally like a collage that someone put together maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's really bizarre. Yeah. I specifically remember. I'm right next to Manhattan. I remember on 9/11 them telling us, and I mean the news and the police and everyone, that they found bombs in the Lincoln Tunnel.
Uh-oh, he's frozen.
The George Washington Bridge. They found something on a ferry. But remember that.
He's in a bad area because he's driving.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah.
It's like your screen is pixelated now, and you keep cutting in and out. But we're following you. Keep going.
Yeah, so I just remember specific things about 9/11, things that were said on that day. I was 21 years old. I wasn't on drugs. I wasn't whatever. I was working. I just remember this stuff being said, and I ask people, and they say that never happened. Like, what?
Yes, I've experienced that as well. That's the thing. Like, I'm sorry, you will find people here that probably remember those things too. Like, I do remember something, not that specifically, where they found things. I don't remember anything on a ferry. But like I said, I think our memories are stronger than they're trolling us. They are telling us, no, your memories are wrong. Don't pay attention to them.
Well, I remember that week, I was in Australia, just got cable. I watched it live all night, 24/7. And there was a story come out that there was gas leaked on the plane, on one of the planes, and they had a recording of all the passengers going, "Oh, we're dying," and then that just vanished. It was never mentioned again. It was like, what the hell was that?
I do remember a recording of the passengers before, the ones that were going to stop, the one that landed in PA, right?
Well, on this plane trip, they were saying they were being gassed. Gas was coming into the plane.
I don't remember
and then
that.
story
I don't
went
remember
away.
that either.
Do you remember that, Splatter?
No, I don't remember that. I do remember a plane conversation, everybody on the plane like freaking out and stuff, but not saying there was gas or something.
Yeah, I do remember it. And
Sorry.
That went away real quick. And that freaked
But I
me
think
out.
that just
wow,
it was
what
all
was
just
that?
I think it was all just made up recording they made on their own just to make people believe that airplanes were hitting stuff when they were actually
Well, it's like, hang on, we can't go with that one. We're gonna do another story. Box
Well,
got it.
that's another question I want to ask David. David, I covered this last week. Do you recall there being a similar type of plane crash in New York City before 9/11?
I remember there was yes. I remember something had hit a building. It was a propeller plane.
That's what everybody keeps saying. Everyone keeps saying a propeller plane, and that's not.
Well,
I
it's
think
a propeller plane, but it had two big engines on it. It was a bomber. Yeah.
Yeah, so a bomber hit the Empire State Building, 2 floors. The whole thing was on fire.
That's on Facebook
An engine
now,
went through the building to the building, went across the street, and destroyed the penthouse of the next building over. And I have no memory of this. It was a bomber plane. It was not a propeller, but a lot of people remember a small propeller aircraft.
I specifically remember the propeller plane. It was,
When was that?
Yeah,
And they don't
I
remember
think that
there
was
being
in like
that much
the.
damage.
I think that was in the 90s. Yeah,
This was in
so
19. This was in
this is what I
45.
remember. Do you remember the big news story right before 9/11?
No, what I'm describing happened in 1945.
Oh, right.
No, there was something else that happened in the 90s with the propeller plane hitting those buildings.
That might
But
be
I don't remember. Yeah.
That might be a different. I'd have to look at that.
Yeah,
That might
it's
be
on
a
Facebook
different
now.
event.
Yeah. The one we're talking about, Thaddeus, is now hit Facebook. I seen it on there yesterday.
The 1945 one?
Yes.
Get out of here.
It's on Facebook now. I seen it the
You
other
may
day.
not remember the antenna. Maybe
was
show
gonna
him
show
what
it
the
to you.
buildings look like now. Maybe he doesn't remember the antenna.
So, look, do you remember the big news story right before 9/11? Do you remember what everyone in the United States was talking about? Like, I'm talking the day before, the weeks before. I think it was like a month before, and it was happening every day along the coast of the United States, and they were seeing them everywhere.
No, I don't.
Sandy,
You
just
don't remember the
antenna.
shark attacks? There were people getting like eaten by sharks all over the United States. No?
No, actually, I remember jellyfish. I do remember that there not shark attacks all over the U.S., but I did hear about one.
Now there was multiple shark attacks from Florida, California, the Gulf. Like they even saw them up in New York, and they were saying like, "Oh, we don't know why these sharks are appearing out of nowhere." And then all of a sudden, boom! It was really weird. And then all of a sudden, boom! 9/11 happened. But people were getting eaten all over the United States by sharks.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what I
been
remember.
happening
Yeah,
here
not
in
only that, they're
Australia.
calling it the summer of the shark.
Yeah.
Oh, last summer we had like 9 people get killed by sharks, and how many?
But we don't
Injured.
get them up here, Ken. There's not normally sharks up here. We have to worry about
Yeah,
jellyfish.
no, it's more than average attacks.
Yeah, the
lately,
water's
I
too cold.
noticed.
The water's too cold up here in the north.
Yeah, they come down here to warm up a bit.
I've seen sharks outside Wildwood, New Jersey, for sure. I
But
saw
you
sharks.
can go up to a white pointer and pat it and rub it under the chin, and they can be friendly.
Sandy, I just sent you something else. This is like bizarre. On Facebook, they're calling the Statue of Liberty Lucifer.
Yeah, that's what I said it was.
I know, but they're
Where?
saying it now too.
It's Elvis. Statue of Liberty.
On Facebook, I sent you a thing of it.
Why don't you show it?
Oh, I guess I could.
I think
I
LJ's
sent one to
backstage.
you, though.
No, LJ's not backstage. Come back, LJ.
I could. I thought that was
She may have been
bizarre.
there when I wasn't here. I wasn't here for a little bit.
I was looking for the airplane one, but I found that.
Man, why don't you just show Chucky?
Because not everybody resonates with Chucky. That's why.
How can you not? How can you not?
Some people have never watched it, Jackie.
Oh, that's my friend.
Really, your
No, I'm
generation?
with you, Jay. I love that horror flock.
David.
Man, who did Chucky?
No, I know. Like, for example, Jackie, in the United States, most people resonate with Uncle Sam.
Who the hell? Oh, the hat dude. Well, no,
So, David-
I think Chucky is better. I think Chucky has changed so drastically. Like,
Jackie, that's
there's
for
no
you,
way.
though. Not everyone. My mom would have no idea who Chucky is. No idea. I'm
Who
not.
the hell's
it's-
Chucky? The doll?
Yeah, she's talking about the doll.
murder doll? Chucky?
Yeah.
Yeah, have a look, bro. Have a look.
Child's
He looks
play.
like a girl and
He's driving. He can't look at anything. He's driving.
Child's
Give me a break, yeah.
We're talking child's play here.
So
What
wait,
happened-
like I was saying, David, Uncle Sam, are you familiar with that Mandela effect?
No, what is the whole Uncle Sam?
What color is his hat? What color do you remember?
So I'm an artist, right? And if I was to depict Uncle Sam, he'd be wearing like a red, white, and blue, flag motif.
Okay.
That would be his outfit.
That is what we.
Oh, Chucky's gonna.
That's what we remember. Go on.
But I don't know what the original one looked like. I don't know how they dressed them.
Okay, so here's the thing. Every time I ever saw the Uncle Sam depicted,
Yeah.
like in like especially the "I Want You" poster,
Yeah.
he had the red, white, and blue hat like you just described. For me, but the thing is, it's always been just a plain white hat with blue stars. The stripes are gone. There's no stripes.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, I don't know how many accurate versions we've seen, like the original. You know what I mean? Like,
So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the
There's probably
original.
been
I'm
a few
talking about the "I Want You" poster.
Mhm.
Like when I think of the Uncle Sam, when I think of Uncle Sam in history, I think the "I Want You" poster. And the "I Want You" poster, he has no stripes.
Yeah, I think it's changed from different artist ads and
Yeah, they do have different artists. He's got all different hats now.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that though. Like, that makes sense though. Like, people seeing different versions of it.
But who is Sam anyway? I don't know.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to explain to you. My memory is of the poster. The poster does not match my memory.
Yeah, no. If I was to draw him, that's how I would do it, with the exactly how you described it, with the stripes and whatever. Yeah. But
And that's why I'm just trying to explain that, like, when they say we're misremembering, they're going up against our memories. And there's no way. Like when I saw that white hat, it literally like made my stomach turn because I know my memory is correct. He had stripes on his hat, and now there are none. And there's no other way to explain that unless there's another poster, but there isn't. The original poster has always had just a plain white hat with the stars, no stripes.
So
and that's what I'm trying to say. They're trying to tell me that my memory is wrong.
Well, here's a good one. Here's a really good one. The first American flag.
Mm-hmm.
Like people think it's that snake, don't tread on me, right? Like they think that was the original one. It was actually a tree, a pine tree. I never heard of this before. Yeah, go look this up. The first flag that was ever used by the settlers, or the colonists, was not the snake. It was a tree. It was a pine tree.
Okay, so not the official U.S. flag. The official U.S. flag is the Betsy Ross. So colonists.
Right. So the colonialists had a flag, or had multiple flags, but the one that they were going to go with was this pine tree. I'd never seen this flag before, ever in my life. They never taught us about this in school. I never saw it. I might have seen the snake thing, don't tread on me, or there might have been a cannon one, but like I do not remember the tree.
I don't either, and I found an appeal to heaven. It says a flag with a pine tree on it, a red flag with
to me.
Noelle.
Who are you calling?
Oh, I know.
Oh, it's not her.
It's not her. Who's making a call?
No, just me.
Is it David?
I don't know. Who's making a call?
Calling someone at 5 a.m.
Temperature of 75 degrees occurred at 1:55 p.m. The record high is 91
Someone
degrees,
in
which
America.
was in 1900. Yesterday's low temperature of 60 degrees occurred at 11:59 p.m.
It's not Noel.
It's LJ. It's LJ. I muted LJ.
Oh yeah.
I was going, guys. I may have muted you. I was going around muting everybody till I found it. So as I was saying, it says a flag with a pine tree on it. It was a red flag with a cross of St. George in the canton with a green pine tree in the first quarter. Was used in New England as early as 1704 and may have flown at Bunker Hill in 1775. It also appeared having a white field with the motto "An appeal to heaven" above the pine tree.
Have you ever seen that before? I've never seen that.
I have never seen it.
Isn't that weird? And like now it's like everyone's throwing it at you like, oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that? I've never seen that before. Appeal to heaven.
Two versions.
You would think you would remember that if there was a flag with the logo appeal to heaven on it. Like that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually send pictures to Splatter to show. I have the original flag. It sold for $1,350. That doesn't make sense. There's two different versions, so there's actually three different versions, excuse me. So there's three versions of a flag that we've never seen before. That doesn't make sense.
Yep. And it's all over social media. You can find it, like it's always existed. I just never seen that.
I agree with you, and I've actually covered the U.S. flags before, so you'd think I would have seen it. There's even one. Is that in the White House? Oh my gosh, I can't.
So, Jackie says she's blind. I didn't know that. Jackie, are you blind? She says she's blind.
Oh,
Jackie is
I'm
not
being
blind.
sarcastic, bro.
Sorry, I
I'm
was
being
almost
sarcastic, bro.
wondering. No, you're not. Come on.
I'm just kidding.
Cool. So
Just
you got
joking.
me.
That would be very impressive if Jackie was blind and her
wow.
biggest Mandela is Chucky.
Oh, you would have been able to see any movies, Jackie.
That makes sense. Okay, Sandy, you see what I'm showing?
No, because I'm sending you pictures. I'm a messenger.
I was
of
on
the
mute.
flag.
I've been saying this for a little while now, but I was on mute and didn't know it.
As soon as I get back there, Splatter, I'm sorry. And welcome Jariah Carey to the 1500 Club.
Yeah.
While I'm waiting for these to load, guys, we are raising money. All the apps to do these shows are expiring. I don't have an income. I rely on your help to do this. If you guys want this type of show continuing instead of just the Mandela show,
We need donuts.
yeah, because otherwise we're going to be limited to 20 hours a month with StreamYard. All right, I just sent you the picture, Splatter. I'm coming back.
Okay, well, look at this first. before I
Wait,
shut up.
Sandy.
1 second, Jackie. I
You
got to.
don't really think that's my biggest man. Well, there's multiple within, anyways.
Yeah,
As
it's
long as you
multiple. It's
don't-
just.
As long as you don't know that's not. Well, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say anything.
Yeah, I
to,
was just.
like.
I was being sarcastic because you just brought up Chucky.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Now I'm on. You can't tell. Yeah, so weird.
All right, so Splatter's showing what I just covered, the Empire State Building plane crash of 1945 that never existed in my past.
There's footage of them cleaning up over here.
Stuff it, yeah.
This is actual footage of them cleaning up the mess.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it had no way of getting through it. No. Just band stuff it.
That might be the video that I showed in my presentation.
Oh, did you show a video?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, probably is then.
No, that's a different one.
I do
That's a
remember
different one.
something about this. Yeah. I was born in 1845, so
I just think it's weird that, essentially the same thing happened and no building fell.
A bigger airplane. This thing is
Yeah,
way
exactly.
bigger than the 767 too.
Correct.
Look at the mess it made in the wall here. I mean,
look, Jackie, I was blind once, and now I can see. Cause
you too?
Yeah.
I was blind for 2 weeks.
No, I mean I found Jesus.
No, I mean I was literally blind for 2 weeks. I watched the sunlight for like quite a while.
What's that
Trust me,
famous
Bomber,
song?
nobody wants that. No one wants that, Bomber. Nobody.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Sandy. There's some real weirdos out there. Let me tell you.
Well, anyway, I just thought you'd be interested.
busy?
You just mentioned that, and then all of a sudden, here it is.
Hey, Pack Elf, how'd you find this channel? What the hell?
What?
Okay, so I did send you pictures, Splatter.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to show that because that was curious. You know what I mean?
Oh, because I'm streaming.
Josh,
Oh.
I sent like 7 pictures to Splatter that covers like the gamut of them. Otherwise, I would put you on screen. But I'm just gonna go with the pictures I sent because there's all different types.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pack. I
I
realized
watched Fairy.
I watched something on like possibly I guess debunking this Mandela effect, and the only thing that I really saw that kind of made sense was, do you guys remember Sarah Palin?
Yeah, the Alaska thing,
God.
the Russia thing.
Yeah. So like that became like a for instance, like people were really, really believing that. People believe that she said that. Over, and if you ask, 99.9% of the people will say Sarah Palin said that.
Said what?
Yeah, they
Never
even
happened.
covered it on
What happened to Sarah
on
Palin?
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, so there was a comedian that used to play Sarah Palin on Saturday Night Live,
Right.
and she said it.
Said what?
I can see Russia from my house.
Oh, right, yeah.
Sarah Palin never ever said that.
No, Sarah. No, that's
How pale is she? She must be pretty pale. Does she live in a pale?
She was a politician.
That is the real question.
wrong way.
I mean, my
No,
point is
Jackie,
that
she's beyond the pale.
No, I could have sworn. No. I think you've been
I had a
misled.
podcaster mate who had the
So
hospital.
good.
I think you're being misled. Sarah Palin said that in my past. It was
So
a
these
big
are all
deal.
the flag styles for this that I've never
It was a
seen.
big deal that she said that. That's why.
Yeah, a tree's a good flag.
does anyone ever remember America being being created by Europeans for Europeans?
No.
No, it was a whole new country, a whole new concept idea.
Yeah. So again, like they're trying to push this. I don't know if any of it's true, but again, like I mean, it's just people. I don't remember ever hearing that.
I've never heard that either.
I went through a couple times. Everybody's seen them all, pretty much. I think.
Was that before the Jews owned America, or what's going on?
You can't say that.
Oh, shit. Oh, I love the Jews.
No,
Yeah, be careful what
Jews
you
own
say.
nothing and are happy.
Hasidic, the Hasidic ones, they're the proper.
But you can't say that stuff. We can't talk about that stuff. Let's not talk about that stuff.
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
Jokingly serious.
all I'm saying is that I believe the debunkers, the mainstream media, because I mean, there's literally been news reports about the Mandela effect, like the local news talking about it because it's a trend online, they'll say. And they'll say it's mass misremembering. And when you get everybody from all angles trying to tell you you're wrong, you're misremembering, that to me says you should look more into it.
Especially when lots of people have the same missed memory, apparently.
The exact memory.
Yeah. Like the Kit Kat having a dash. I remember that specifically. Growing
Is
up,
David
always
still with
had a
us? Because
dash.
he's kind of frozen.
Yeah. I know, but it did.
No, I'm saying, is David still with us? He's frozen.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Oh, you just have a picture up now.
I'm just eating a muffin in my car before I go inside. The dogs will want it. It's a chocolate chip muffin, so I can't bring it in the house.
Aw.
Gotcha.
No, chocolate. That's like dogs or cats.
Yeah.
You must play it safe with chocolate. You must.
Yeah, that's the one thing you just don't give animals.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, most Mandela effects is our memory against what the current memory is. And most people have the current memory. But those of us that don't, we all seem to remember the same things. That's the weird part. And there's residue of what we remember.
Yeah.
And that's why like I said, they're never going to be able to tell me that Uncle Sam's hat was always white in that poster. They're never going to be able to tell me that Interview with a Vampire was always Interview with the Vampire Chronicles.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I
no
agree.
way. When I saw that, and not only that, we remember Interview with a Vampire, and
Yep.
the A was written in blood, and it was bigger.
Mm.
And now it's the Vampire Chronicles, colon. I mean, now it's Interview with the Vampire, colon, the Vampire Chronicles on the original posters.
Really?
Yep. Like Sex in the City. That's how it was.
Yeah, it was Sex in the City.
That was the first one that people started to wake up to the Mandela effect.
And JFK, 4 people in the car. You know, that was my one.
Mm-hmm.
I researched that in the early 90s, you know.
Yeah, I know. Me, that one really bugs me. I deny that color film altogether.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
well,
wrong.
now you know. Lee Harvey Oswald is innocent.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, yeah. That's
I always figured he was, but there he was. There's a picture of him outside the building when it happened. Like, how
Well,
is
the
that
news
possible?
hit it all these years.
Yeah.
at the doorway, wasn't he, or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clear as day.
Ken Spite Fairy says hi from your channel. They came over
G'day,
here.
Puck Spite. Yeah.
That's Puck. How did
Spite
Puck
Fairy
find you here?
goes under the name Puck Elf.
How the hell did Puck find you here?
Because I'm streaming on my channel right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing this on mine. Yeah.
Well, that's good. We'll get 3 extra viewers from your channel.
Yeah. You got.
So,
I think Puck subbed.
Hi, Ryan.
Puck lives in a caravan like me up the coast in New South Wales.
So,
was trying to talk
David,
to Puck, but he's always in a weird mood whenever I get on, then he leaves.
David, what besides like events and like places, are you affected by any of the Mandela effects, like logos or anything related to pop culture?
Am I affected?
Yeah, like do you remember them differently than they are now?
Like,
Yeah.
How about
Of
Folgers?
course. I remember a lot of things that I think might have been inaccurate. I don't know. I mean, I'm just not like, I'm blown away a little bit, but
You don't want to overwhelm.
I've been wrong before.
That's the thing. You're not
Yeah,
wrong.
I've
I
been
don't
wrong
think you're
once or
wrong.
twice.
That's what I'm trying to get through to you. You're going by your memory, and I think you're discounting how well your memory actually works.
All right. Well, again, I'll say this: that when we talked about Mandela, this is where like I kind of don't remember any of this. I remember Nelson Mandela being this pillar of peace, this guy who was basically thrown in prison for protesting a society that, you know, was against him or something like that. That's what I remember. Then later on, you find out, right, that he was a terrorist. You know, you find out that Albert Einstein married his cousin. I don't remember
Twice.
What about Winnie Mandela? She was an evil person.
Well, they both were. They both were evil people. I don't remember that ever being true.
The Paranoid thing did not work. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, but my point is, I don't remember any of that. It might have just been taught to me wrong. They might have left a lot of things out.
Nelson dying, no, until when he did.
That could be, like I said, that could be historical spin. Like I was taught, Richard Nixon was horrible, and here it turns out he was probably railroaded.
Yeah, Bill Murray just came out and said that.
Yeah, he was
just like he was Trump 1.0.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. I was alive at those times. I remember.
Like JFK, if you're going to expose the moon landings, can't be possible.
That's he did that. He lied about the moon landing. Nixon was the one that did that.
Yeah, and JFK said, "We'll get a man on the moon before the end of the '60s," and then he probably realized you couldn't do that, and goes, "Hang on, we got to tell the people we can't get there."
But what I'm getting at is
JFK.
What I'm getting at is like historical stuff could very well be what we were taught, the spin that was put in our education system.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But then there's certain things like
like
quotes
the Fruit of the
from
Loom.
history. Yeah, Fruit of the Loom. That would be a good one. Yes. Like it always had a cornucopia. Always. Everyone remembers the cornucopia. Why? It's underwear. It's not like, a household thing. This is underwear. Why would everyone remember a cornucopia, which has nothing to do with a loom? I mean, yeah, fruit, but still.
People
Why
like
would
to
they
look at their
remember a
underwear,
cornucopia?
I remember this. Do you remember when Snapple came out?
Are we talking
Greatest
knickers?
stuff on earth, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
When Snapple came out, I remember there was this place, Goldberg's Bagels, and they were the first one to have it. And we were like, what the hell is the Snapple stuff? Snapple used to make soda. All right. I specifically remember this. Here's the thing. Back in the 80s and 90s, there was a lot of Fugazi stuff that people were getting, all right, and they might not have known about it. So right now we have a lot of Chinese imports that we can get that are exact replicas. Maybe we're all exposed, like maybe our parents were buying this like knockoff stuff and they just didn't know any better. They were probably paying full price for it, and someone might have been ripping us off. I don't know.
No, because again, like I said, that my parents didn't buy a knockoff full series set of Sex in the City, and then it became Sex and the City. Again, a physical item I held in my hand used to say Sex in the City, and now that physical item says Sex and the City. The same physical item.
Here's one that really matters and it's modern. Folgers coffee. How would you spell Folgers coffee?
Yeah, if I wanted sex, I'd go into the city, in the city, like in the old days.
Let's asking Dave, how do you spell Folgers coffee?
Okay, so I'm a dyslexic, but I think there was a D in it. I think there was a D in it.
There was, exactly. Now there's not. That's how it's still pronounced Folgers. Otherwise, it'd be Folgers.
I barely remember how to spell anything, and I remember
it did have a D. It did.
Try.
Splatter.
Now the D is gone.
He agrees with you, but he's also saying those are not the ones to ask him about because he's not very good with them.
Yeah, I'm just being completely honest, and you know.
Right.
Well, I do. Either am I. I'm dyslexic as well, but I mean, he got it though.
So wait, I was going to ask you. I was asking you about one when you had to drop out because of your boss.
Oh yeah.
The Christmas song.
Have
yourself a merry little Christmas. You were just starting to answer, and then your boss came and you had to leave.
So I tried singing "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas." I don't remember it. I don't remember the other.
You don't remember it. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you what I remember, and then I'm going to play for you what Bing Crosby sings. And then I want you to try to tell me how, it's like this. Because this is going by like the actual album, like the vinyl album, okay?
Recorded already.
1 second. I'm going to send the link to him, to Splatter, to show it.
To me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to send you the one tile.
We're in Facebook?
I'm going to put the link in the private chat for you.
In the private chat, okay.
Yeah.
David, were you on when I was talking about, when I first came on, talking about what happened to me this week about the phone numbers?
No, I was not.
Okay, now this is a personal one that just happened just to me, but this is the type of thing that can go on. I'm dealing with a real estate agent and a financial guy. So in my day timer, I had written down 3 separate phone numbers for the financial guy: his cell phone, his office phone, and his home phone. So the real estate lady was here with me, saw the 3 numbers written in my day timer, knew I had all 3, and we called him on the cell phone and we talked back and forth. So then the next day, I looked at my day timer and there were only 2 phone numbers for him: an office phone number and a home phone number. No cell phone. So I felt very weird doing it, and I didn't explain why, but this real estate lady knows that I've had strokes, so I get confused about things. I figured she'd think it was something like that. So I called her and I said, well, I don't know what I did with so-and-so's cell phone number. So she gave it to me, but I felt so weird out. So I wrote down his cell phone number. So I had 3 numbers again. I had his cell phone number, his home number, and his office number. And then I went to bed, and I got up the next day and I still had his cell phone number and I still had his home number, but the office number had changed to the same number as the cell number. So now I had 2 numbers that were the same. And I had written all 3 the day before also onto the back of the Howard Hanna Real Estate card, and that had also changed to the cell phone and the office number being the same, which they were actually the cell phone number. So therefore I no longer had the office number and the home number being a separate one. And every time I look at it, even right now, that's how it stayed for the last few days. It hasn't really mattered to the things I'm trying to do. It hasn't really, and if I need that office number, I'll go get it again. Not from the real estate lady. That would be too weird. But I mean, so first handwriting just disappears out of my day timer. One phone number just disappears, and then I write it down again, and then one of them changes in 2 locations, in the day timer and on the real estate card. Additionally to all that, Sandy is familiar with Howard Hanna and their logo. So the lady handed me her card, Howard Hanna. It's in 15 states, so you may not have it. I don't know if you know.
No, he does. He's in New Jersey. He has it.
Okay.
It's up there.
So Hanna used to have an H on the end. It no longer has an H, but it has a stupid block for no reason where the H was. This is not something you would normally put in a logo. It doesn't look like it belongs there at all. And also, the H to the Howard always was elongated outside, but now it merges into the border, which also looks very strange. And these two things also look very strange to Sandy. So, you know, I get this real estate card with this logo that's Mandela, it's changed. And then I try to write down these phone numbers, and these phone numbers keep changing on me in my own writing. So this is just an example of the kind of things that can happen.
So,
And also, really quickly, I want to welcome Melvin Yu, who's saying greetings, Sandy, panel, and chat. I do want to remind everyone that we are raising money for the app so that we can keep doing these shows. I mean, just the last show and this one would take up all the hours that I would have for StreamYard this month. Like, if you guys want these shows to keep going, I don't have an income. I have been fighting for disability for 9 years. I don't have an income. So if you guys want the shows,
she's not able to get out of bed, and the stupid government won't admit that she's disabled. This is how stupid it is.
yes. So we are raising money because the apps are expiring and or expired. Just wanted to say that. And also, I want to get back to what I was saying, but were you going to say something, David, to LJ about her story?
I believe you. I believe that's what you experienced, but how many, I mean, think about it. How many times in your life do you make mistakes? I mean, misread something or whatever. And this just happens to people.
Millions of times, but this isn't that. This is not that. I do that a lot. So I'm not saying that also happens, but this is not that. This is its own thing. Yeah. I don't have things in my own writing disappear off the page, and now I write them down again, and now that thing stays there, but this other thing changes to something else, and it changes in 2 locations, on the card and in the day timer. And I had 3 phone numbers, and now I have 2 because one of them is duplicated. It's erased itself and duplicated into the self. But the other thing does happen all the time. I do make mistakes, and I do misread things and all that. But this is different, very different.
So, like, what do you guys think this is? Do you think this is like time travelers? Like what's the? There has to be in the community. There has to be like not maybe like a. Everyone must be talking about this. Is it time travelers? Like people are screwing with the time now, and it's causing like a butterfly effect or something like that.
There's multiple theories. There's no way to know the answer because we don't. There's no way. That's like, how do we, like answering like what happens after we die? There's no way to know. But there's multiple theories. But
you don't think it's some gremlin running around like messing with you guys, right?
No, I think it's actually the.
Oh, it
I think I
is.
told you
It's
this.
a
I think. Well, for Jackie it is, but I think it's.
He's right on track.
The mind.
Maybe
Hold on a
it's guys-
second. I want to get this stuff done before I add more people to the panel, more people talking. So give me 1 second. The mind. But yeah, no. There's multiple theories. I was telling you my theory. I believe this is the Great Deception, but other people think it's other things. I think we're shifting timelines. I think we're on an earlier version of Earth because that explains the Earth Mandela effects for me. Other people believe it's glitches in the matrix, quantum computing, CERN. People believe it's all different things because we don't know. So people just, they believe the theory that they think makes the most sense. Quickly, before we go any further, I want to show him this song. So this is Bing Crosby singing Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. This is from the vinyl album. I remember him and every other singer on the planet. The words have always been, have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. Now, some people do remember a little variation. Let your heart be something else. I forget what they remember. Bright. I think bright or something. But regardless, light, bright, whatever. That doesn't matter. Because I'm going to show you what Bing Crosby sings now. Splatter, put it back up. That's not the right one. Next one. Splatter, you moved. I sent next one. There we go. All right. So listen to what he sings here. There is really no reason for this. He never sang this. We had this album growing up. Good.
Merry little Christmas, let yourself realize.
All right.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
I'm going to get struck for this, so I'm talking over it. So he sings, let yourself be lies. Let your heart be light became let yourself be lies.
Is
I think
there a
that's a message.
possibility that you're not playing the original, or your possibility that you're playing like
No, that's
an
the
AI
actual
version,
original.
or
No, that's the original put out by Bing Crosby.
David,
His YouTube channel.
Some of us do believe it's gremlins messing with us. That's what Jackie believes. That's what I believe. And actually, in a different, let's just say in a different term, so do many other people. They feel that that it could. Some people think it's they think it's different entity. Entities are messing with us. That's what I think is happening. That's what Jackie thinks is happening. That's what a lot of people think. I think somebody's messing with us. That's what I think.
well, you know what? I don't know if you guys are Christian or not, but in the Bible, it does talk
Most
about
of us
how.
are some form of Christian. Not everyone,
Okay.
but
All right. Well, in the Bible, it does talk about this. I mean, people have been talking about this for thousands of years. How there's evil influence. How this evil influence wants to separate you from the truth. It's the great deceiver. Blah blah blah. So I mean, this has been going on for a while. It wouldn't surprise me if there was something like that. It's just that. No, I mean, like, no offense, right? It's fun to talk about, but does this whole thing like really affect you that much that it's become part of your life?
It should, because none of this should be nothing like this should be capable of happening. I don't know about you, but prior to me learning of the Mandela effect in 2016, my life was consistent and stable. A fact was a fact. For example, that song I just played. It was always let your heart be light. There's no variation, nothing different. Uncle Sam always had stripes on his hat. The sun was a yellow sun, not white. Everything, everyone knew these to be fact. And
So
now
where does this
are
white
not
sun thing come
static.
from? I'd never heard this white sun thing.
The sun is white. It's a white star. It's white.
Oh no, that's probably true, but like as depicted in every thing that we've ever seen, it's usually like what, like yellow, orange. They have changed a lot of the stuff that we grew up with, the way they depict it. Like, you remember the crust of the earth? You remember in school what they told you was like in the center?
What do you wait?
They said it was
the layer of the earth.
It was molten nickel and iron, but they have no actual way of knowing that.
They have no way of knowing. They're guessing that.
All right, so now they're saying that it's just a huge ball of magma underneath us. It's not even like there's not even like layers. There might be some layers, but not.
Oh no. They're saying there's a whole ocean, like 5 times the size of our ocean, underneath the crust now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they've changed everything. Whatever we were taught, they were either wrong about. Maybe it's, I don't know. It's like a new theory. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. I remember the sun always being depicted as like either yellow or orange. But again, that's in like drawings. That's like
but
art.
That's what I remember. I'm 65 years old, and until very recently, the sun was yellow, or sometimes it would sort of appear orange. And it was
that's like saying I remember dinosaurs
until a few years ago when it turned into this white thing.
Dinosaurs never had feathers up until a couple years ago, like a decade.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about drawing.
Keep changing their story on.
I'm talking about science. In science class, you were taught that we have a yellow sun, a yellow star, and now they teach it's a white star.
Yeah, I know.
scientists.
I believe that. I believe that to be true. That they do teach. They do that all the time, though. They misrepresent stuff, and then they change their opinion on it. They start teaching it differently. I mean, think
Now,
about
what
it.
do
Think
you
about
remember?
George Washington. Now he's a scumbag.
Yeah.
I don't-
Yeah. Do you remember a yellow sun?
Yep. I remember when it was yellow until like 15
Oh,
years.
correction. Correction, everyone. Correction. Science is now calling it yellow again.
Oh, here we
The
go.
sun is a G-type main sequence star, often called a yellow dwarf, but its actual color is white.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just
Yesterday,
asking David
the
if he
sun was
remembers.
so white and bright I could hardly see all day.
Right.
I have
Does
two
David-
things right here. One says it's a white dwarf, and another one says it's a yellow dwarf.
Yeah, yep.
So
Do
this
you
is
remember
emerging.
a yellow sun, David? Do you remember that yourself?
Wait, but I want to say this is why people say that there's a merging of timelines, because we find things like this where it says two things that we have experienced in two different realities. This is one reason why it is suggested that it's not just the timelines, people going back in time and changing, altering history. There's actual merging of dimensions.
Well, you can tell when it's
I
not
don't know.
real.
I think it might be. I think it might be limited knowledge that we were given, and like we remember it.
The truth is always the truth.
Like lobotomies, right? Do you remember like people
Do you
depicting like how they?
remember a yellow sun, David? Do you remember?
Yeah, I said it over and over again. Yes, I remember Yellow
Oh,
Sun.
you did. Okay, different people
Yeah.
were talking, so I.
Yeah, it's like, but again, like I don't know what's true. I just remember like that being depicted. The sun has always been depicted as yellow. Earth has always been depicted as like this blue planet. I don't know.
Yeah, I just. I always saw a yellow sun when I looked in the sky, and now I see this white thing. So, yeah, like what explains that? I don't know. You know,
Might have been
I do know some ideas of what it could be. That it could. There's evidence that it's a fake sun. That it's these lights, and so that there could be an explanation for that one.
Well, the sun always seems to set red here at night over the lake.
Yeah.
And but there's always like a pinky sunset, which doesn't actually even match the color of the sun as it is, which this pink barium color, it's been around for like a couple of years now. It's they get in the UK too. I've got mates over there who film the exact same sunsets.
That barium is coming from the spray.
Yeah, everything
Guys.
goes pinky.
I apologize.
Well,
I
yeah.
need to interrupt. I need to say thank you to Bit of Venom. So give me a minute. Thank you, Bit of Venom. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right on.
Bit of Venom. Woohoo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bit of Venom. And for those of you that I turned off Super Chat because I get my stuff blocked a lot and I don't want to lose the chat. And if I don't take off the copyrights, they don't send the money to me and they don't give it to you either. They don't refund it to you. So we do it this way, and I think it's better this way. Your name's on the screen in the ticker all day, and I get to do little thank you videos for you. So thank you very much, Bit of Venom. Now I have to update the ticker. So please go on while I update the ticker. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, Ken.
No, you're right. No, that's good. Yep. Excellent.
Another example, David, of something that happened to me, and then in chats, I found out it happened to other people. I had a pair of shorts that I got to wear to the gym, to the spa, and it had this little pocket in it that was just perfect to put my key in it for my locker. And women's shorts don't always, especially athletic shorts, don't always come with pockets. So I was really happy they were on a cheap sale. And so what I would do is I would wear the same shorts every time I went. I would wash them out and wear them again, wash them, and wear them again. So same pair of shorts all the time because they had perfect little pocket. Put my key in there. So one day I put the shorts on and went to the gym and got my little key, and I didn't have a pocket. No pocket, same shorts, been wearing them for months. Had a special little pocket that just fit the key. It's gone, no pocket anywhere. And then I was freaked out about this. So it wasn't Sandy's show, it was another show that I called into, and then people, 2 or 3 people in the chat said they had also lost pockets in clothing.
That's never happened to me.
No, that specific thing might not have, but this is the type of thing, just weirdness, just total weirdness.
I mean, is there a possibility, and I'm no offense, right? I think like a large majority of the population, at least in America, is on prescription medication. Do you think there's a possibility that the people that are claiming this are all on the same types of medication? Maybe it's causing some kind of... I'm being serious. I don't...
No, that's a good question. I don't think that's a bad question at all. Let's see.
It wouldn't be your fault. It wouldn't be your fault at all. It would be,
I would think we would have very individualistic experiences if that were the case. But what happens is, how do you remember stoplights? What, from top to bottom, the green, the yellow, the red, what order did they go from top to bottom for you that you remember?
If I was to draw one, I would probably do red on top, and I could be wrong. There was an artist, Crumb, who used to do illustrations.
Oh, I know, Crumb. Yeah.
Right. So Crumb, he did a documentary where he talked about he couldn't remember how a telephone pole was drawn, and with all the wires coming out of it, how many wires go off a telephone pole? You see them every day. You drive past them every day, and he couldn't remember, so he used to take pictures. There's very specific things that you see every day. You just don't remember them accurately.
Right. Well, the thing with the stoplights is, here's the thing about the idea of the prescription drugs, which is a valid question. The thing about it is, that's the way I'm dyslexic too, so this confuses me a little bit. But I believe that is the way it is now. The red's on the top. But my main memory is the red being on the bottom. And what happened was thousands of people, not just one, not two, not three, like 3 people lost their pocket. A huge amount of people remember the red being on the bottom, and then all of a sudden the red was on the top.
It could have been like that. It could have.
There was a lady that actually pinpointed it to the day it happened, the day and time that this happened.
Okay,
so I would like to jump in here real fast and I would like to ask David a question real fast.
Yeah.
David, I heard you mention God. You believe in God?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I heard
you're
you
very
mention
crackly in
God.
the mind.
I heard you mention God.
Believe in God.
God, yeah.
So do you believe that it's possible for supernatural things to occur? That there are things beyond scientific or logical understanding to happen?
I believe that there's stuff that, like, for instance, I don't believe miracles were miracles. I believe it's just someone had full knowledge of something. Yeah.
What? Wait, what are you saying? I'm saying God can do things that is outside of scientific and human rationality. That's what I'm saying. Do you believe that's possible, that God can do that, or you think that
I believe people don't have knowledge of something. Like, so for instance, there's a cure for cancer. It's not a miracle. There is a cure for cancer. You just haven't figured it out yet. Yeah.
Okay, God.
What about the miracle
Could I finish
of
the thought?
Medjugorje?
I was trying to answer a specific question. I just wanted to finish the thought on the question I was trying.
Well, I mean, we're okay. Sorry.
The question was, could it be that we're on a lot of different medications and that could be messing us up? And the reason I brought up the example, and this is not the only example, there are many, many of these examples, But I brought up the example of the stoplights because thousands and thousands of people saw that change. So I don't think if it was prescriptions en masse, many people would see that same thing. I think we would be having individual experiences if it was, say, from drugs. I would have this memory over here, that person would have this memory over here. They wouldn't be related. It wouldn't be thousands of people remembering the same thing.
I think you did already make that statement. You did say that to him already.
Right. Well, I just wanted to finish that.
I agree with that. It's a fact that we all remember the exact same thing. That doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm not
exist.
on anything, and I remember green. It was green on top, and I'm not on anything.
Not in Canada. It's always red on top.
For you, not for me.
In Canada.
Was there a national standard?
Or do you live in Canada?
Yeah, there was a national
always
standard, and here's the reason it was important. There are colorblind people who drive, and they go by which light is on. And so it was
when did that become a national standard?
It was very important for them to know which position the lights were on, and it was standard. And the day it changed, there were car wrecks all over the place.
Okay,
Because
so I would
all,
like to go back to
even people who are not colorblind, after you drive for several years, you no longer look at the color either. Your brain just computes which one is on and just automatically does it. Even though you're not colorblind, you're really not paying attention to the color. You're paying attention to which one came on. And the colorblind people are totally dependent on that. And so this actually flipped on a given exact moment in time. There's a lady who knows when it was that was on one of the shows, and there were thousands of car wrecks that day.
Okay, so I would like to go back to the question that I was trying to ask David. David, it seems like you say you believe in God, but then when it comes to him being able to maybe, let's say, perform some type of miracle that is outside of scientific, the scientific understanding or rationality, you seem to not want to believe that it's possible for anything outside of what you claim to be rational.
No, that's not true. What I said was, or what I was trying to express to you is that I don't believe when people say miracles, like they can't happen. Like, so for instance, if someone cured a leper, right, it might have been considered, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. No one's ever done this before. But there are cures for stuff. It's knowledge. So we don't have this knowledge of
okay, but what about things supernaturally changing? We're talking about supernatural changes, not a knowledge thing where somebody could know.
In the Bible, they talk about transfigurations. There are transfigurations in the Bible.
What about like Jesus turning the water into the wine?
Yeah, that's science. My point is that it's not a miracle, it's full knowledge. So if you have knowledge of something, yeah, you're gonna know how to perform to fix something. You're gonna know how it works. You're gonna know how to turn water into wine. You're gonna know how to heal lepers. You're gonna know how to do all these things, raise the dead.
And that's what I'm saying. You're coming at it from this logical perspective when you say knowledge, because it's not, knowledge is fine to know, but ultimately I think God is kind of the infinite. We can't fully encompass the infinite, and
what about when Jesus teleported? You know, he'd be on one side of the Dead Sea and see him on another.
Yeah, it's knowledge of how to do something.
No, it's not. It's not knowledge to part.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the Bible. That Jesus had all-knowing knowledge.
No, he had faith in God, and God was literally giving him power.
Everyone had faith in God. Everyone had faith in God. There was no special power. It was knowledge. And in fact, the tree of knowledge that Adam and Eve ate from was called the tree of knowledge.
Correct, but what knowledge would allow Jesus to put his hands up and part the Red Sea?
However he figured out how to do it, he knew how to do it. That's my point. He had his father's knowledge. His father gave him ultimate domain over this planet. He didn't give it to Gabriel. He didn't give it to the other angels or archangels that came here. He would visit man. He gave the authority to his son, Jesus Christ, which had full knowledge. He was an angel. Jesus Christ was an angel. He was given this opportunity to come to earth in human form.
Okay, so like I was saying,
No,
going
he
back,
was
like
much more than an angel. Yeah. He wasn't.
Yeah, well,
a
he was
creation.
God. He was God's most beloved. He was his first creation. He was the Word.
He's the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
Oh, he says in the Bible. He says, "Give all thanks and all whatever to my Father, and he prayed to his Father. He prayed to his Father. He didn't pray to himself. He prayed to his Father. The Trinity, it is basically telling you he had authority on planet Earth. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He was the only one that was able, as a human being, or as a visitor, or as an angel, to be able to resurrect. Gabriel could never do that. Gabriel came right around the same time Jesus did. He was here when Jesus was.
No, he's before Gabriel.
No, I'm talking about on earth. Jesus Christ.
So prayers, but this is the thing. If I pray to God and He answers my prayer, I didn't need no special knowledge in order for a thing to happen, like the seas to get parted.
all right, let me go back to what I was saying really quick with the miracle in Fatima. So on October 13th, 1917, thousands of people watched as the sun just started dancing in the sky, moving around all over the place. You don't believe that happened?
I believe it happened, but I believe there's an explanation for it. I don't think it's some mysterious thing. I think there's truth to everything. It's just that you don't know it.
I used to think exactly the same way. I used to think, the plagues, that could all be natural disaster or.
How do you explain a cancerous tumor in someone's brain just disappearing?
Tsunami come or something with the Red Sea part, but no, I've totally changed my view on all that.
You cut your finger.
Miracles. I've seen miracles.
I think the problem is
cut your finger. You'll watch your finger just like
illogical.
You'll see your finger miraculously heal itself. Is that a miracle? I mean, think about it. That's crazy.
Well, if it
that you can cut yourself and your body will just go back to normal.
There's many different miracles, though. Not just the physical.
But that's not a miracle. That's my point. Like when people say miracles, like what does that mean to you? Does that mean like it's some mysterious thing like the Loch Ness monster? No, it's knowledge. Like so, eventually one day they'll be able to resurrect the dead, and then people will be resurrected through DNA or whatever. But it's knowledge of something. It's not a miracle.
What I explain is a miracle.
Yeah, but it's because we have limited knowledge, so we don't know how else to explain it. So we say miracle.
Does this thing work? Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah, we hear you, Splatter.
I was saying I actually experienced that. Someone I know, a tumor was in their brain, one X-ray, and then the next X-ray, it was gone.
So I'll say this. I'm not trying to discredit you or anything. I believe you. I have a friend who had neck pain. He went to a chiropractor, a physician. Didn't find anything wrong with his neck. It was a misdiagnosis. He went to a third doctor, and they found a softball-sized tumor in his neck. And either it was a miracle, like all of a sudden he grew a softball-sized tumor overnight, or it was a misdiagnosis by a doctor who he eventually took to court, and the guy was sued and lost his medical license. I mean, that's no offense. I'm just saying stuff like that happens. There's misdiagnosis
of like that, and I think focusing on like
sort of the opposite to a miracle
is not going to help you. I'm saying what I'm saying is you're trying to use logic to explain something that is not logical. The Mandela effect is 100% not logical. None of this.
Okay, so this is where I agree with you guys. All right, just like if we're going to go back to the Bible, people have been talking about this for a long time. They've been talking about this deceiver, this liar, this accuser, this Satan, right? So Satan,
Right.
at the beginning of man, waits in these reeds, gets to Adam and Eve and says, you know what? You know what I mean? And got them to basically destroy all of humanity and the future for humanity because he did this. He deceitfully went to them and lied in front of all of creation, made this accusation in front of all the animals, all the angels, etc. Man now has to deal with death, pain, misery, all this crap because they went against God. I believe that stuff exists. I believe there's always someone out there trying to trick you. I believe there's a greater power that's out there trying to trick you. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not a miracle. There's probably a reason for it. If you want me to say it's the devil, that's not really a good, I don't know how many people are going to buy that. But
Well, no, I do. I think, like I said, I think multiple things are causing the Mandela effect. And one of them, I believe we shift timelines and we're on an earlier version of Earth. And the reason why I believe that is because science says where I remember being taught by Carl Sagan that we were in the Sagittarius arm and now we're in the Orion spur. And the Sagittarius arm is missing. There's a chunk of it missing according to science. It's just gone. They don't know what happened to it.
Still here.
Let me finish. Right. So the chunk is missing, and if you move us backwards in time, or should I say forward in time, in the future the Earth will be back in the Sagittarius arm by its trajectory. In the future, the sun will be a yellow star, and apparently it's back to being a yellow star already. In the future, South America will be below North America with continental drift. So a lot of things that are wrong for me now will revert back to the way I remember them in the future when the Earth is again in the Sagittarius arm. Or in the position where the Sagittarius arm was. Because, again, chunk is missing, like a black hole just ate that section. But I also believe we switch timelines, and that explains the pop culture stuff, like Berenstein versus Berenstain, and Kit Kat without a dash versus Kit Kat with a dash. Like, for example, maybe in one timeline, when the designer of the logo presented it to the company, they were like, well, we can do it with a dash or without a dash, and the company chose without a dash in this reality, with a dash in another timeline, and that could explain that. So I believe we shift timelines, merge timelines, because I see things both ways now with a lot of things. That where it was only one way and now it can be this way or that way. But all in all, I believe this is the Mandela effect is caused by the devil. I think it's a great deception, and Jesus gives us the eyes to see through it by helping us to retain our memories.
I'm sure there's a lot of lie in all this, like a lot of lying. You know who Candace Owens is?
Yes.
So Candace Owens did this awesome video where she talked about how you can create a conspiracy theory, and she talked about dinosaur bones, and it was really cool to think about. She said dinosaur bones weren't a thing up until like I forgot how many years ago, and the only people who find dinosaur bones, right, are these paleontologists.
1850.
Okay, yeah. So all of a sudden, right, there's these dinosaur bones that show up. The only people finding them are paleontologists, and then you fast forward to 2025, and you find out that most of these dinosaur bones that you're seeing are fake.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very easy to start a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, people got believed by pictures, paintings of how they looked, and
yeah, I mean, and then now they got feathers, and like most of the bones in China are all fabricated to just develop a dinosaur, saying that, oh yeah, they have a full dinosaur there. It's not true. Like I think like 85% of the bones are manufactured.
No doubt there were big reptilians, but they weren't dinosaurs.
Exactly.
T-Rex makes no scientific sense the way.
Well, wait a minute. I did find 1,000-foot fish in Greenland.
And there
A
was
1,000-foot fish.
giants in those days.
Okay, but my point is that it's very easy to start a conspiracy theory, and she was right. And depending on what you want to believe versus fact, it can be very dangerous.
Right, but
like
the Mandela effect's not a conspiracy theory. It's a
Well,
phenomenon.
I would say it's very easy to steer a narrative. That's kind of what you're going. What you're
Yeah,
trying to say.
exactly. And it's like okay, well, if we all get this group mentality of like, hey, this is what it is, it becomes the truth. As long as people feel okay with saying it over and over again. You know,
Right, but with the Mandela effect, you're not saying it. It's we're sharing things that we see, that we remember.
Yeah.
It's not just saying things. And then it's also proving it, finding residue of what we remember and sharing that as well.
I don't know.
There really isn't a group mentality. That's how we get into arguments on here, because no two of us think every single thing about the Mandela effect alike.
Yeah,
So
we all disagree about everything.
Yeah. So there's people do think for themselves very, very much. We aren't a hive mind at all.
I just believe this. I believe that there's some things that are being presented to you, like be it the fruit of the loom or whatever. It's a possibility that someone is messing around saying, here's the original one. This is how it was back in the whatever. This is it. And that they're messing with you.
Yeah, we take this into consideration. Literally,
like we researched the logo history. The logo history has never been that. I actually did a whole thing on Fruit of the Loom, which I never made because I had run into video problems because I'm working with a very old iPad.
Yeah.
So Fruit of the Loom, as an April Fool's joke, gave their logo a cornucopia because everybody was saying that they remember a cornucopia. And then people go on TikTok and lie and say, look, guys, I found a shirt. I proved that it was all Photoshopped. I even created it. I did it better than they did, too. I made it look even more real because they didn't bother skewing it to match the fabric. But people are using fake. They're making fake logos and saying they found it online. But we research, at least for me, I research the history. Every residue I find is always somebody who just remembers it that way and created it.
Mm-hmm.
They're all remembering the same thing. Why would we all remember the same thing? People who don't know each other. I'm not talking about people in the community. These are just people random on Google and finding images. They aren't even aware that we exist.
In the end, no one's actually wrong in the end, because 50% of us believe one thing and the other don't.
Correct.
So, in a way, no one's actually wrong. So, yeah, it's like the weirdest conspiracy in it, because the fact that
getting back to the videos online, I specifically remember seeing them. I just can't find them anymore. I just kind of feel like maybe and they say the internet's forever, right? Once you put something on the internet, you can't it doesn't disappear. I've seen stuff disappear. Is there a possibility that someone's messing around and saying, no, this is the original? I don't know. I just
I remember seeing news stories like in the late 90s, late at night. Breaking news. We found scientists discovered this new energy source. It was like based on the ancient light bulb energy things you'd see in those holographics. And what they did, they'd put this sound waves, and they were able to straighten sound waves, and they said it was enough to power a city. And then Next day, nothing. That story just totally went away. Like, oh shit, we shouldn't have released that. And then suddenly sorry about swear. Suddenly in Australia, we find the biggest mineral find ever of gold, silver, all these other minerals. The biggest find ever. And suddenly that story goes away. I kept seeing that happen over and over again. It was like, it's like, oh,
They just recently did this to us with the CIA, China, and a virus. They just recently did that. No one remembers this. It came out a few months back. I remember talking about it on my podcast. People were saying, "No, it's not true. You got to fact check that." About I want to say 3 weeks after I had made this live stream, the press secretary from the White House comes out and says, "Yes, this is true. The CIA has discovered this." Blah blah blah. Now, if you go back and ask people, they're like, "That never happened. I don't remember the CIA ever making a report saying that happened."
Yeah.
And now try to find video clips. I don't know. It just seems like there's a manipulation. We're all part of this internet now. We're all part of social media. We're all part of all this crap. You don't know who's lying to you, and it could be that social media itself is like maybe it's AI driven and it's messing with you. I don't know.
What about the flag
Social
thing,
media
Jake?
could, and something like I said, something like that. There's multiple things that could be going on. They could be messing with us. I'm not saying you're wrong there at all.
Yeah, like I don't think millions of people that are talking like you, right, are wrong. I don't think it's like mass hysteria. I think it's something playing with everyone, and it's like it's very bizarre. I mean, it's obviously concerning to everyone here, right? Because that's what everyone's here for.
It doesn't really affect my life though. Like, I find
Right, but it's something that you like that you're talking about.
totally interests me because I've had, but
Yes, it is something
I'm not
that
going to let it
concerns me.
worry me.
It does. Yeah, people react to it more or less strongly, but yeah, it is something that concerns all of us, and that is why we're here. Yes.
Right, and we've all experienced it, right? And what do we all have in common? Social media. I just kind of wonder if it's that.
No, the flags, the British flag has changed.
No, that's not what he's talking about, Splatter.
No, but
he's saying that. Well, that's one of the conversations we've had before. What has the Mandela effect always been happening, or has it always been happening, but we've only become aware of it because of social media? Did it start in 2016 or 2012? Because people have Mandela effect memories before social media.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like New Zealand was one for me. I didn't know about Mandela effect, but I was going, how come it looks slower on the map than it used to?
Yeah, like Australia was the land down under. Tasmania.
Yeah, and New Zealand used to be up near Queensland, New South Wales, and now it's almost below my state, Victoria. It's gone way down south. It's sort of next to Tasmania.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the land down under is not Australia, it's South America. The tip of South America is almost 600 miles further south than Australia is.
Yeah. Oh, Tasmania's another one. It used to be Taz with a Z, and now it's Taz with an S.
Yes,
I remember as
agree.
a kid, it was Tasmania, not Tasmania.
Correct. I agree with that 100%.
Mm-hmm.
The Tasmanian devil is still Taz with a T-A-Z. The cartoon.
Yeah.
That's the man's excuse, though. We'll say, oh, it's because you remember Taz from Looney Tunes. No, Tasmania. It was a Z there on the map, on the globe.
The Explorer was Tasman, with a Z. Why would they change it to Tasman?
Makes no sense. There's so much. The problem is the Mandela effect doesn't just affect logos and stuff. it affects weather patterns.
Like,
It affects different types of weather, like the amount of rainbow, like
my
rainbows.
voice is its Tasman.
Like rainbows were singular. A double rainbow was rare. It was enough that people would take pictures of double rainbows. And now they're the standard. Good luck finding a single rainbow. They're all double anymore with the Alexander's belt in the middle, the purple part. They now create a dome. They never created a dome in my past, but now they have a white dome underneath the rainbow. There's like 15 types of rainbows now, when there was like 3 types if you include like, like fire rainbows, and there's like 15 types of rainbows now. There were never that many in my past. I loved rainbows, rainbow everything when I was a kid. Like I was eating that stuff up. I would read stuff about them.
I'm the same thing. I love it. I still love it.
I'm just gonna say, like, everything is Mandela. Every aspect of life, from songs to cartoons to movies to quotes to weather to continents to there's like 18 rainbow mountain ranges now, and
All right,
2 of them are in a U.S. state. And people that I know, 2 people who live near those rainbow mountains that never knew they existed. One lives 30 minutes away, never knew.
You there, Sandy? I think she's cut out.
All right, but if you guys are talking about weather, right? Like, so all of a sudden now this new thing on social media, this ball lightning. Have you ever seen this?
Ball lightning.
Yeah, it's all over social media. People have videos of them now.
Yeah, I've heard
Not
of it
ball
for
lightning,
years.
bead lightning. There's bead lightning, ball
Yeah,
lightning,
but my
circle
point
lightning.
is that like when you only found out about this because people were taking videos of it. I'd never seen it. I saw a light, pillar of light coming
Light
up
pillars.
from Manhattan during the daytime one time, right? And I looked it up. I'm like, is anyone else seeing this? I didn't know what the hell it was. Just this pillar of light, and during the day, it was like probably 9 o'clock in the morning. It's this pillar of light just coming out of Manhattan, straight up into the sky. And I look it up, and it's a natural phenomenon. It happens when the weather starts getting colder. Never seen it before, but everyone seems to know about this.
Yeah, exactly. Except us, right? Exactly. And
Well, I
it's
heard
something that
about
you're
ball
learning
lightning
about.
for years, and
You're being told that it's common and that it's always happened, but your brain, your mind, your memories tell you no, that's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true. There's Mandela effect, like I was saying, there's Mandela effects in every aspect of life, and people knew of these Mandela effects before the Mandela effect, before social media, but they didn't have a name for it. It's because of social media that they have a name for it. Like, even me, there's a song, Life is a Highway. When I was a teenager, well before the Mandela effect, well before internet and social media, the song was different. And it's different in the sense of how it sounds. The
Life
words aren't
is
different.
a highway. I want to ride it all night. Want that one?
Yes. So in my past, when I was singing the song in my friend Diane's convertible, she loved that song. It was one of her favorite songs. And it had more of a rock sound, and now it's tinny sounding. It's more of a pop sound. And but it was more of a rock sound when I heard it as a teenager.
It probably was. They remaster stuff all the time.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the original. I'm talking about the original.
I remember songs sounding different, but they remastered it. And it doesn't sound as acoustic as it used to be.
No. It's too acoustic. That's the problem. It was not acoustic in any sense of the word. It was just a straight up like a rock. It sounded like a, I don't know. It sounded like a heavier. I can't describe it. It sounded different. And then like the Leanne Rimes song. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, it was a fast song, and now it's super slow. Like when I speed it up, it sounds right. And now, let me hold on. I know the name of the song. I just gotta sing it in my head. The one that goes, "All I need is starlight, starlight." Let me try to. Can't fight the moonlight. That's the name of the song. It's a slow song. It wasn't slow. And someone said, "Oh, there's a dance remix," and I listened to it. I'm like, "No, it's not right." It sounded identical to the original, but it was slightly faster, just slightly faster. Like, I don't know. There's just all sorts of weird Mandela effects that just, I don't understand it. I don't understand why it's different. But I noticed those things before the Mandela effect, before social media, before the internet in some cases. And there are people who have a lot of Mandela effect memories from prior to the internet. So while I think the social media plays a part because it allows people to learn about other Mandela effects, to learn about the Mandela effect completely, and to find more, I don't think it's the cause because it doesn't explain why people would have Mandela affected memories from before the internet even existed. So like I said, we did have a show on that. We had a show on, was the Mandela effect, has it always been like that? Is this just normal and we're just learning of it because of the internet?
Yeah,
I think,
I would
I
like to
think there's
say
a lot to
yes.
do with it. Yeah.
Sandy, I want to say yes because literally, when you were saying that they just gave it a name, I said this earlier. The mandala, like literally, the mandala's ancient teachings talking about how we need to learn that things aren't permanent and things change, and we still need to create, even though that there's this destruction and this letting go that we need to experience. And things are always going to change. That's a part of this lesson that we need to learn.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I mean, like I said, I don't think this is just something that started in 2016 or 2015 or 2012. Not with all these memories that people have shared. They've come on the show and they've shared them. And like I don't know. Does anyone else on the panel have a Mandela memory? Josh, don't you have a Mandela memory from
I
before the
do.
internet? Yeah. What was yours?
Yeah. Mine was the Red Hot Chili Peppers "Under the Bridge" song. I remember when that song first came out. It was "City of Angels." And, every time when he sang it slow or sang it faster, it was "City of Angels." But then a couple years after, so I don't know, that song came out probably in the mid '90s or something, and I
Late
wasn't
90s, I think.
aware of it, or late '90s.
Oh,
But
mid
still, yeah, I
90s.
wasn't
Yeah.
aware of the Mandela till 2017. So, but a couple years after that song came out, I'm listening to it on the radio because it was popular, it played a lot, and it changed to "City of Angel," and I'm like, oh, that's weird. Like, I don't remember that. But then I just got used to it. I had no idea what the Mandela effect was.
Wait. So what was it originally?
Well, it's always been, in this reality, it's "City of Angel." Every time he says "City of Angel," it's not plural. But in my memory, it was originally "City of Angels" with an S.
Yes.
So,
As I remember.
Yeah, that seems to be a common occurrence. Is the S's and the T's? They seem to be being moved around a lot.
Yes. Like, well, for example,
Yeah, right.
Los Angeles, it's Los Angelos. So it's multiple. It's plural. It's not El Angelo. You know what I'm saying? It's Los Angeles. It's multiple.
Right.
So
So
it
the
should be
angels should
City
be
of
plural.
Angels, not City of Angel.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense, but yet that's the song. Or like what's the other one with oh God, Jewel. Who will save your soul is what the song was. It was always who will save your soul because she's talking about you. And now it's souls. Who will save your souls? And to me, that's a message that's not a good message either. But it was always who will save your soul. But in this reality, it's always been souls.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can I
played
say
that
something real
album a
quick?
lot.
I do feel like a lot of the changes, like what if there is messages or whatever, it does tend to lean towards more of like the exposing or the revealing of something that we would perceive to be more on the negative side of things. So, like just those two she mentioned, when it changed the city of angels to the city of angel, that for me that implies like there was a city of angels and now it's one angel, like all the angels are gone. And then the save our souls thing, it was just one soul that needed to be saved, and now there's more souls that need to get saved. So there's like this thing that does seem for me to be conveying a certain message, even though it does seem very abstract and subjective when you say like, well, where's the proof? Like, how do you prove that that's what that means? There's not really no way for me to prove it, but intuitively, these are the first things that come to my mind.
Yeah, right. And changing, one letter, just losing an S or adding an S or something like that can totally change the meaning of everything. And like a lot of us don't like. It took me a long time to realize that to look at the meaning of the change on top of the change itself. You know what I mean? Because a lot of us don't look at the meaning, like what the meaning behind it. But one word or one letter can totally change the meaning of in the context of everything.
I agree. I agree. And then there's also the merging letters thing. Now, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, David, but I mean, I have a degree in graphic design. I was trained, you know, what to look for, what not to do. Like we're taught, you want to make a logo clear and concise. You want people to be able to recognize it just by looking at it. Like for example, I always use McDonald's. McDonald's is perfect. You see that golden M, you know McDonald's. You don't even need to see the word McDonald's. You know that's McDonald's. You want consistency. You're not going to have a blue M and a red M and a green M. You're going to have that yellow M and that's it, because that's the golden arches of McDonald's. And yet we're seeing logos changing all the time for companies. And they're using all different colors, and it's weird. It was not like that in my past.
And they're
Letters
saying
were,
that, and they're saying there was logos from the past, like 50 years ago. They're not saying like, oh, this is the most recent change. It's like, no, this is what they said happened a long time ago.
right, yeah. And that's why I said I always research the history of the logo, because things can change. And I mean, like, the company can change it. I make sure it's not a company change. And like Home Depot, it's never been Home Depot, yet their website is homedepot.com. It's never been Home Depot, always the Home Depot. Yet Home Depot is written on the carts. Home Depot is written on some boxes. Home Depot is written on the tags. Yet it's always been the Home Depot. The company has never registered Home Depot, only the Home Depot. And some stores even have Home Depot written on them. That doesn't make sense if it's always been the Home Depot. I don't know, the Mandela effect.
Right? Wasn't it shopping carts?
Yeah, the shopping carts on the handle says
Yeah, no, all that matters when you're doing business
www.homedepot.com.
legally. Like the name you're doing business as matters when you're doing business.
Right.
You can't just go under a different name and then have all of your legal paperwork and documents on your store say a whole different thing than what you're legally filed as.
Yep.
I agree. That's the thing. Like, I don't know. There's so much that cannot be logically explained away. And yeah, if you focus on like certain things, you can, but other things just don't have a logical explanation.
But I think this whole thing is making us wake up to things, truths that we have been lied to about. Like I do think there is logical explanations for what's going on in our world, and we can understand and fix certain things. And that's what, like Sag Arm was saying, we are here meant to fix things. I think we are here to make things better.
Yeah.
And that's why, David, the examples you keep bringing up are, I do agree, could be logically explained away. And I'm not saying that everything is a Mandela effect. Let's be clear on that. Everything is not a Mandela. But there are many that are. And there are many that I suspect might be, but I can't prove it. I'm just going by the fact that the majority of people remember it the same way I do for some reason. And there's no reason, like I said, with Through the Loom, why would everyone remember a cornucopia? When a cornucopia has nothing to do with underwear. It doesn't make sense. Why a cornucopia? Because people are just going by their memory of it. And they all remember the same thing, and I find that very strange.
I'm just saying that there might be a possibility that people don't remember it correctly. That's all.
Oh,
And
no,
now that
we
we
agree.
now that we have social media, I feel like now there's like this like big push for people to start correcting others. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like the fact checkers and stuff?
Yeah, like maybe it's that, and maybe this is like something that we're not used to. I don't know.
Well, the fact checkers will always say that we're wrong and that it's misremembering. They will always say automatically, we are wrong, it's misremembering. They are, it's like, I can't even stress to you. It's coming from every angle.
Yeah.
The government, the news, the social media sites, YouTubers that
doesn't
debunk
explain
it.
the British flag being different.
Yeah, many people, including myself, remember the red and splatter, remember the red stripes on the British flag being centered and not off center. It's never been centered. It's always been off center. Yeah, we have artwork, we have historical paintings where they're centered, the way we remember it. The flag has never been like that.
You know, it's weird you say that. I just recently noticed that like 2 days ago. I was like, oh, I never noticed that about the British flag, or what do they call it, the Union Jack or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That one. Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember those
Imagine
stripes
that.
being offset.
Because they
And I was
weren't.
like, that's weird.
They weren't.
They weren't. Join the club.
Yep.
No one remembers them like that in this community.
I just saw that
Almost
yesterday.
no one.
Yeah. Weird.
And I have like
It is weird.
I remember. Do you remember the red bar underneath the blue box on the American flag, or you just remember the white?
I can't. I'm going to be honest with you. Stuff like that, little things like that, kind of, I'm not good at. Like those little details, I don't remember.
Well, see, I don't think it's a little detail because it changes how the flag looks. It actually changes the size of the blue box. Like the size of the blue box is bigger than what I remember, even though it had the same amount of stars. And there, I don't know. I mean, we found actual photographs. There's actual products you can buy where there's a red bar underneath the blue box. And there's actual products that you can find and buy with the red bar centered in the Union Jack.
Oh, I have much evidence of that. I just got some more just the other day.
Yeah, there's so much evidence. It's crazy. But then they'll turn around and say, oh, that's why you remember it. No, we went looking for it after our memory was different. Like the shield on the president's seal. Do you remember stars on top of the shield?
No, like I don't.
He doesn't remember the small details, like you said.
Yeah, like that stuff. Like if you told me there was, I wouldn't doubt it. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest. Like
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way that way. I can understand where he's coming from totally.
Yeah, like that stuff. I don't know, but again, you know, I'm sure people were younger had better memory than I do.
Sandy Voy wants you to let him in.
Oh, I can't see him. I'm sorry. I have to scroll.
Like what color
I
was
see him.
Pinocchio's pants? I mean, I wouldn't know what color Pinocchio's
Yay!
pants were.
Thanks,
Hey,
Ken.
boy.
Hey,
Yeah,
boy.
thanks, Ken. Hi, Sandy.
Hey, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, boy.
You were hiding under my mute button.
Yeah, I know how it goes. Yeah.
I seen you back there, but I can't do nothing about it. Sorry.
You could have said
Oh, I'm
something.
here now. It's all okay now. Yeah.
It's okay.
I mean, I seen you in private chat.
Well, since we have a little break here, I'm sorry to keep pushing it, guys. We are raising money to pay for Flickr, StreamYard, the video app, the slides app, and the storage, because I'm getting screwed on storage. I wish I could fight that. But yeah, everything that we need to make these shows happen. So if you can
How
help,
much more money do you need?
I have to look. I think I'm still down 20, 22, 23. I have to look.
$25.
Is that all?
Is that all? Yeah.
Go on, everyone.
So anyway, if you can't, I understand, guys. I couldn't either. So anyway, welcome, Boy. But David
you were
was
talking
saying
about having experienced Mandela effects before we got online, and well, yeah, of course.
you have one. Please share it.
I mean, how about the Converse, the logo turning from the outside to the inside? They were very in fashion back in 1984, 1985, I think, around that era. And so it was something to look for, right? And I saw walking up the stairs in school and seeing this, I mean, there were many people, and I was like, is it still a thing that people put their right shoe on the left foot and the other way around? You know, one might do that as a kid with your boots, that with like the Wellington boots, right? But is that still a thing with teenagers? I was like, huh? It's so weird. I remember having that thought, like, huh? But that was a Mandela effect. And of course, you just wave it away like, well, you know, I must have been wrong. But no.
Wait. Are you saying there was a trend of people wearing their shoes on the wrong feet?
No, not at all. No.
Oh, okay.
No,
I'm so confused.
But children might do that, right? Children might, yeah, but not teenagers.
No.
No.
I thought you were saying there was a trend in high school of kids wearing their shoes on the wrong feet.
No.
To say what?
It looked to me like that. Like, is that a thing that people still put that on, you know, the wrong way? Like, I remember that happened to me as a child, or I've seen children do it, but, you know, never with training shoes. So, yeah, that's a very solid memory of me. Like, yeah.
In the 1990s, I've talked about this before. I never heard of the Mandela effect. Computers existed, but I only used them at work. I didn't do any social stuff. But my mom worked at Penny's. She was a Penny's lady at Westmoreland Mall. And I forget which was which, but let's say her mall, Penny's, was spelled Pennys. The one mall over Monroeville, it was spelled IES, or it was the other way around. And I noticed that, but I chalked it up. I thought, well, maybe Penny sold off part of their company, and the second part of the company had to have a little bit of a different name. But now I know. But then the other mall changed to the other spelling. So then they were the same. Yeah.
Did you just say that you remembered one of them being IES, not EY?
One was EY and one was IES, two different malls. Westmoreland Mall was one spelling, and Monroeville Mall was the other spelling.
I
And
have
I noticed
never
that.
heard anyone say they remembered pennies with an IES. It's either Y or EY. Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
maybe
that's
it was.
crazy.
Maybe it was EY. The thing was that it was two spellings. I may be confused on what the spellings were.
Okay, because I was going to say that would be a totally new thing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the word. Yeah. The point was one was spelled one way and one was spelled another way, and I noticed that, but I had never heard of the Mandela.
Yeah, it wasn't pennies. It was penny. Yeah, with IE.
Someone just donated, but I don't know if you want me to say anonymous or your YouTube name, because this is not a YouTube name. So if you want me to credit you, like I want to say thank you. Please let me know who you are. If not, I'll go with anonymous.
Back in that same time frame, I saw Looney Tunes and Looney Tunes, different. But I thought it was the company sold off part of it. They couldn't have the same logo. That's what I chalked it up to the same thing. And I all my life, because I was born in 1959. Fruit Loops was FRUIT, but along that same timeline, when I never heard of Mandela effect, somewhere in there I started seeing FROOT. So the pennies, the Fruit Loops, and the Looney Tunes, they were all around the same sort of time frame, and I saw all three of those, but I didn't know about the Mandela effect at that time.
Yeah, and also I've seen the Ford logo change. I think that must have been in the 70s or early 80s. I remember because we drove Fords back in the day, and especially my grandparents, they also drove a Ford like steadily. We might have different cars, but usually Ford. And I remember looking at the logo like, huh? Wasn't that? I remember the swirl, but the swirl was on the O of Ford. It was on the O. It actually made sense.
It was the same in Australia, boy. I remember because everyone's fanatics about Fords and Holdens here since way back,
Yeah. But I didn't know. I don't remember. I remember the moment looking at the logo like something is wrong with this. But
yeah.
But I remember the swirl, but it used to be in or on the O.
Oh, that's odd.
It's definitely on top of the O.
I remember the F being different.
Yeah.
The cross in the F was like a knife blade, like or a ribbon ending.
Mm-hmm.
And the R was different. The R was like a writing R because it was his name and the way he would write it.
Yeah.
Like a little stump,
Henry Ford. Yeah.
Wait, why is Level Playing Productions out? What happened? He says, "Hey Sandy, can you remove my wrench so someone else can have it? I'm out."
What?
What happened?
Don't know.
He got triggered.
I don't understand.
No. All
I haven't been
Mandela
talking
out.
much, so I don't know.
Level Playing, what happened? I don't know. Was Level Playing backstage and I couldn't see him either? I actually had to scroll up to see the second row of people backstage. I couldn't see Voy either.
Hey, Andy, if you need more room, you can put me backstage and let somebody else come up. I need to take care of the dog for a few minutes anyway. So,
all right. Well, right now,
feel free to
right
do that
now
if
there's
you
no
need
one waiting, so you're good. But if I'll move you back if someone else joins. We actually still have. We only have 9. We can have up to 10, so we can still add one person right now.
I like the composition better when it's 9. When it's just the matrix.
All right. I have not heard back from the person. I did message them in PayPal. I don't like using real names without permission. So I'm just going to say thank you to SR. Thank you so much, SR. Let me, there we go. Thank you again, SR. If they update it, if they tell me who they are, I'll update it. If not, or was it? Wait a minute. No, it's a different picture. I'm going by the picture. I'm looking at profile pictures. I still can't find it.
OCD friendly screen. Bit of Venom says, and yeah, okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't know.
He's tired of it all. The Mandela effect.
No, probably the skeptics, I would say.
I think she's
That's
explaining.
a little annoying.
Yeah. Level
See,
playing.
I can't scroll up. I'd have to go. I'm gonna go to YouTube and scroll up and try to read comments.
But StreamYard will let you see all the comments, and YouTube probably won't.
No, it's the other way around. StreamYard only shows me to where Jackie said 5 or it's 7:29 a.m. It's 7:33. It only shows me like 20 comments.
Okay, so I can see here that he says, like, can we please boot this one? And then he's quite, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Dave.
Something about David.
He's just in the background not talking or something.
All right.
No,
Yeah,
no. We're just finding out what his problem is, and it's you. You know. Sorry, I mean, I'm not having a problem with you. I'm just trying to.
No, not at all.
Solve the mystery here.
Maybe I'll just say that it's like a good to bother this person.
Must have been something you disagreed about with him.
Too much globe talk.
See, I think it's important for people who are questioning the Mandela effect to talk about it instead of just making assumptions that, you know.
I mean, I'll leave if this is like affecting your show.
No, it's fine.
No,
You're being
don't leave.
respectful. You're not like somebody who's coming on and just saying everything's fake, or you know what I'm saying, like it's not real at all. I mean, you literally said you believe us and you are affected by Mandela effects, but you are trying to give a logical explanation for everything when there truly isn't. I don't believe there is.
No.
I mean, there are definitely times where people remember wrong. And I'll even say it. Like, I'll be like, I'm probably remembering this wrong.
Yeah, I do it all the time, you know?
Yeah.
I'm the
and we don't want an echo chamber where everyone agrees, you know, that gets boring.
Yeah, but one of the best
Yeah,
proofs.
right. It's good to hear other opinions.
But one of the best proofs of it being changed, that the reality is changing and not us so much, is the patent of the brand of Fruit of the Loom, right? Because it actually states that it has a cornucopia in it.
Wait, where?
Don't you remember that Brian Stavely? He did a stream on it. And he showed the patent, and the patent of the brand actually has it mentioned. So it says like it has a couple of grapes and a couple of this and a couple of that and a cornucopia. It says that in the brand patent.
I'm looking up the patent right now. Trademark filing shows the current logo originally. Status was canceled. This is their old one, the first one. Yeah, it does. All right, Splatter, I'm sending you the
Does
link
it?
for the
Right?
trademark.
Still, it's
And did everyone answer
Read
your
it out.
question?
Wow.
Did
It's in the
everyone answer your
background,
question?
Splatter.
Huh?
What question? I'm showing the patent for.
No, like your original question. Like I don't even think I answered it.
Which question?
The subject of the panel tonight. Like
Oh,
Boy
I know.
hasn't answered.
I know. We will get to that in a
Like,
minute.
totally went off track, like for hours.
We have. But that's the thing,
We
like the
digress.
topic is just the topic isn't required. It's there in case things go quiet. People don't have something to talk about. Bring up the topic. But really quickly, David,
Yes.
can you see the screen?
Yes.
Ah, right.
All right, scroll up to the top, Splatter.
Oh, really?
So here we can see the original Fruit of the Loom logo.
Mm-hmm.
This one was canceled, but this one is dated September 24th, 1974. Status date November 1988, excuse me. Filing date was November 12th, 1973. Scroll down, Splatter.
Yeah.
And it does say here, like Voy said, that the design searches for this are berries, grapes alone or in bunches, apples, baskets, bowls, other containers of fruit, including cornucopia, horn of plenty.
Right?
So that
that is one of the best proofs ever. That if you want proof for the Mandela effect, for reality changing on us, here is an official proof for you. Right? Thank you for looking it up so quick, Sandy.
Yeah, it's no
quite
problem.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. That was quick research.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's how official things are, right? I mean, you know how to get there, and yeah, that's what it is. Didn't you see Stavely's show on that? Well,
I
apparently
did,
not.
but I completely forgot it. That's a long
Yeah.
time. That was a long time ago.
But I'm actually surprised that it's still there. I thought it would have changed by now, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's still there, and I'm looking at they have other patents here as well.
Well, I wouldn't call this residue, right? Because Jared says it's cool residue. This is not residue. This is proof. This is solid proof. This is not residue. This is proof.
I'm actually looking in
Yeah,
Justia
I
to
would
see if
agree.
there's
This is definitely more than residue. Because this
I'm
is-
looking
this
to
is
see if
made by
there's
the actual company. Like I said, putting the thing on,
Oh, the mind. We cannot understand a word you're saying.
He was talking.
Yeah, that was talking. Yeah.
That was the weird noise.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was saying that was more than residue because this was put out officially by inside a legal facility. So that's more than just like somebody.
The mind. I still have no idea what you're saying. It's all garbled.
But why isn't it here though?
It's a goggle.
It's garbled.
I'm kidding.
Gobbledygook.
I'm joking. I was making a gargoyle joke, like the stone demon. Anyway, people got them outside their houses, making jokes. Anyway.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you
get
agree that is actually the best proof for reality changing? I mean, that's an official document. It must have been like 100 people putting it together, right?
So, just to let you guys know, Fruit of the Loom believes in the Mandela effect.
Is now Fruit of the Bloom. Oh my god.
No.
How crazy is that?
Fruit of the Loom tweeted in June of 2023, the Mandela effect is real. The cornucopia in our logo is not.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Fruit of the whom.
That's a nice absurdistic comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that and send it to Splatter. That's great. So Through the Loom believes in the Mandela effect. Splatter, messenger.
Fruit of the doom. It's the end of the world.
But I was looking to see if I could find huh? Hold
Fruit
up.
of the
I have
Loom.
to look up the logo for a minute. Logo history. They're saying there's a plate. I don't remember a plate. Hold on.
A plate.
Well, it said so. It said so in the patent, right? Any container. What did it say? Containers and a cornucopia, one of plenty. It also talked about other containers.
Yeah. We
Right.
lost Splatter.
So it's not just that big.
I guess I think I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
Yeah. And yes, that's a good point, LVA Paul. A lot of people learned what a cornucopia was because of the Fruit of the Loom logo.
Yes.
It's a big seashell, isn't it?
100%. No, it's like
No, it's a basket. It's a
woven.
No, it's a kind of basket.
A tightly woven basket.
Oh, right.
Came with
Like
the
a
Mandela.
seashell. Or a big giant horn from a big elk or something. I don't know.
There we are.
All right.
Oh,
So here's the tweet. There was can you zoom in on the top? Are you able to?
No. There's no little plus down here.
No, you'd have to do the controls scroll,
Yeah, I can
whatever
try
you do.
that.
I love crosswords.
Oh.
Anyway, at the top
No.
you can see it's the Fruit of the Loom Twitter account. The Mandela effect is real. The cornucopia in our logo is not. So, yeah.
That's so bogus.
And yeah, a lot of companies have tried to cash in on the Mandela effect. Through the Loom on April Fool's Day 2013. They put the cornucopia all over their website. Skechers, as Philo Fire points out, 1 year punked us on April Fool's as well by throwing the T into Skechers again.
Yeah.
And then also Cup of Noodles. That is a time Mandela effect. And I say that because it was Cup O Noodles. The company name was Cup of Noodles. They changed the company name. I don't know the year. I'm going to look it up. What year?
1993.
1993.
It was the 70s, and then it changed to 1993. But
Okay, so
originally it changed in the 70s, and then it changed again. So yeah, Cup of Noodles flips around all over the place and changes. Yeah, it's very
okay.
shifty.
Regardless, many in the Mandela effect community remember it being Cup O Noodles through the 2010s. So that's why it's a time Mandela. The company did change it, but they changed it much earlier than we remember. It should have been Cup O Noodles after I graduated high school. But it was, Cup Noodles, just Cup Noodles after I graduated high school. But it was Cup O Noodles until 2015 for me.
Right. It's always been Cup O Noodles here, isn't it? In Australia, Jackie?
No, it's Cup Noodles.
Could we look at the Steeler logo? We were doing logos like 5 guests ago.
Yeah, I have to get that though. Wait a minute.
Personally, the main topic of people majorly changing, I haven't had any real experiences with that so far.
All I know is cup of noodles have graphene in it, apparently. I don't know. No, I don't know.
Splatter, there's a link in the background for you for LJ's Steelers logo. Another logo that we covered, Gemini Vision remembers the Raiders. He remembers the patch on the other eye. He covered that about 6-7 years ago.
Really?
This thing on Steelers is very subtle, and it could be, like you said, a company change or something, or just like.
Well, we're gonna find out. I sent him the link to Logopedia where we can see all the logos.
Okay.
It's just a small little thing. It's the main thing looks the same to me. The main logo looks the same.
Yeah. Cup of noodles.
I had to get the screen back to normal size.
Control 0.
Well, yeah, I can make it bigger now, but I mean, to get to this, I had to make it smaller. It was like way too big.
That's good. Just scroll down. You're good where you are.
That's good there now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They did a survey of the best invention from China, and it was 2-minute noodles. You know.
You just want one of these big ones?
What the heck? Yeah, I don't know any of these. Hold on. Don't know that one either. That's the one we know.
Yeah.
That's 1969 to 2001, LJ. Does that look right to you? LJ?
666.
I think it should be.
Oh, gosh.
It should be
Wait a minute.
a black
Splatter,
circle. Huh.
Splatter, just leave it right there. I'm taking you off the screen. LJ dropped out.
Oh.
What's a Steeler?
It's the United States football team.
All right. We don't have any of that information yet.
Yeah,
But
and they only
that
put
logo,
the
the last logo that you showed looked like, more like a company than a team, than a sports team. I mean,
I agree.
I thought it was a company.
No,
Yeah, right.
Splatter.
They
Splatter,
named
I
their
wanted you
team
to
after
stay-
the U.S. Steelworkers.
I want you to stay right there. Right there. Just wait until LJ comes back, please.
Oh yeah, I was just like the other guy. He mentioned something, so I wanted to go back. I was gonna come back.
I got you. Just hope LJ comes back, because that was the whole point of showing that.
It's not like Boy wanted to see the other one.
I know. I just figured wait instead of going through it twice. Wait till she gets back.
We can't wait.
Oh, we just lost somebody else. Ah. David just left. So, going around the room real quick. We'll start with Boy. While we wait for LJ to come back. The topic at hand, like Jackie was saying. Oh, wait. Is that LJ? Is that David? It's LJ. LJ, welcome back.
Almost.
She's spinning on me. There she is. LJ, I'm putting the Steelers back on the screen.
Okay, I got kicked out for about the third time.
Yeah, I know. It keeps happening to me too. And David's not here anymore. I don't know if he got kicked out or if he left.
Let's see. The letters look pretty normal. The steel symbol looks normal. It's the silver or gray circle. I don't remember the circle being that color.
What color do you remember it?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, let's see what it looks like after 2001. Scroll down, Splatter. Now that's black and silver. That looks weird.
No.
And the font has
It was solid black.
The diamonds maybe are a little bit different because they look kind of even. they might have looked more elongated, tall wise, like taller, thinner, maybe, or maybe not. Not that sure.
Orange and red seem right, but the blues should be purple. You know, like we've got to go all Masonic.
No, blue is definitely blue. It stands for water.
Is it?
And
Oh,
red stands for iron ore, and yellow stands for fire. Those are what you need to make steel. So
Should have
those
been
colors
orange.
are, and the main colors of steelers are black and gold. But then they throw in the white and blue because of the white background and the blue in the steel symbol.
I was going by Masonic colors, maybe. That's how it should have been. Yeah, sorry. I digress.
Did SR come forward? Did anybody notice anyone in the chat saying it was them who donated? Or are we sticking with SR for now?
I didn't notice.
Jennifer remembers a yellow circle, and that sounds right to me.
Black and gold are the colors, so it might have been shown in black, it might have been shown in gold, even in white on a black background, but I just don't remember this gray silver color. It doesn't make sense to me. I do remember that, of course, they're saying this is 2002 to present, so that's possible, but I remember the Steeler name being bigger and the steel mark being smaller in the background, but that could be a company change. I don't know.
No, it's not a company change. We just showed it wasn't.
So,
Yeah.
what do you think about
I
the
remember the steel symbol not centered with the Steelers was bigger and more across, and then the steel symbol was off to one side and more in the background. And I think the diamonds were taller and thinner, more elongated.
Now, I do have a logo with it black. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, I saw. Go ahead, show it. I did see some
Yeah.
black ones when I just looked at logos. The black
But
looked
this
okay.
is a very bad logo to begin with. What would you say, Sandy? I mean, it's
And they only put it on one side of their helmet.
Oh,
it's like something. It's like a logo that a teenager would design.
Yeah.
Yes. The thing is, I don't think they, like, I never understood why they named their team that. Like, there's got to be more things that you could have a mascot with for a football team.
Oh no, Pittsburghers love this. I mean, at least they used to love it.
We have the steel town. That's where they made all the steel.
Right,
so-
you know, the whole town was steel mills, and that's where
Yeah.
everybody worked.
Yeah.
It's such a lame ass logo.
The Pittsburghers don't have any objection to the logo or the name. They love it. They're proud of it.
Oh yeah, they're
So-
Steelers no matter what because
So,
the
so,
steel.
so
Yeah.
so the
Right.
logo maker actually did a good job, right?
It
Yeah,
makes
well,
sense here. It won't make sense to some other city or some other country, but to
Yeah.
Pittsburghers, it makes sense.
that makes sense.
Don't
That makes
those colors represent the materials to go in to make steel?
Yes, it's water, iron ore, and fire. The blue is water, the red is iron ore, and the yellow is fire.
Splatter, let me know when you have that picture up on the screen because I'm in my editing app.
What picture?
The one I just sent you on Messenger.
On Messenger. Okay. I don't always have that available.
Pittsburghers like the uniforms because they look mean. The black and the gold, it looks mean.
Yeah,
So
that's
they kind
probably
of
what
like that.
she's
That
thinking.
in Pittsburgh, per person, Pittsburgh buys more football gear of their team than any other city in the country. So people have a room in their house that's decorated Steelers. A lot of people drive a Steelers car.
Okay.
They wear the men all wear Steeler jackets. They love the stuff. They love to have the Steeler stuff. And as they put up Steeler
That's
lights,
weird.
like Christmas lights on their house, they'll put up black and gold lights on their house.
Give me a second,
They
Splatter.
do that here in Columbus.
Yeah.
Someone drew the Steelers logo with Steelers crooked and the stars askew.
Oh no.
I wonder if this looks familiar to LJ. Give me a minute. I'm gonna mess with the logo. Let me get that on the screen for you.
Yeah, I think
So
I think LJ's gonna like this one.
Here's a black one.
She's gonna look at this one and say, "Yep, that's what I remember."
That looks better. That looks way better.
That does look way better. I agree.
It does look better. That might
It's got the
be
yellow
like,
and the black.
I wouldn't say that's like a real official one that I remember, but there could be more than one. They do come out with different versions, so that could be it. That could be a version of it.
Yeah, the communist grey didn't look good.
No, that just did not look good at all.
Yeah.
And I remember somebody saying in chat, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Our main colors are black and gold. That's their main two colors. Are black.
I don't have any memories of this, of course.
Nah,
but
I
this
don't
looks
either,
better.
but that looks right. Anyway.
Oh well,
I am
we tried.
It's an American
We tried.
I'm doing Photoshop right now, guys. Give me a minute. Well, give me a couple minutes while I do this.
Couple minutes.
I mean, please keep talking while I'm working here.
Oh. Well, yeah. I can't talk to myself.
Yeah, I agree with
I
agree with LJ.
Well,
looks
actually,
kinda
I can,
busy.
but you wouldn't want to
That
hear me talking.
That logo looks kind of busy, and why would you have Steelers twice? Steelers in the center and Steelers on the outside.
The way that Steelers is spelled and the font.
Yeah, it looks like something that's like on a patch or something that you.
It looks so unprofessional.
It does. It does.
But yeah, but that old the old
busy.
picture.
That's too many.
Yeah,
that doesn't look right to me.
Maybe the 1950s.
Yeah,
50s or 60s
basically, if you took
logo.
that last picture, just take out the Pittsburgh Steelers around the outside of the edge and just make that black line a solid black line with no writing in it and no yellow. That's
Right.
what I remember for like
Yeah,
the logo
they
on the helmet
showed
and
that.
stuff.
There were
Yeah.
pictures like that, and that looked okay to me. That looked better.
It's some graphic designer got paid $10 for that, you know.
Right.
That steel symbol was not invented by the football team. That was a pre-existing symbol. That was put on crates and on a lot of people that worked in the steel industry, especially if they were just hauling things around, they might not speak English, they might not read or write. So it wasn't just the steel industry. All different products and companies just had symbols that would be on things. So people that didn't read or write or didn't speak English, oh, this is steel, or this is something for the steel company. So that steel mark was not invented by the football team. It was adopted by the football team. But those are the three elements for steel.
Yeah, that makes sense. But the whole Steelers thing next to it, that doesn't make any sense at all. It would look so much better without the Steelers on the inside, right?
Right, I agree. That
looks
whole
like
thing doesn't look right. There's too much.
That makes it look bad. That makes it look bad.
It's kind of redundant.
I
having
don't
it here and
remember
here.
that.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
remember that symbol like that at
That's
all.
true.
That's
It's just have Pittsburgh and the Steelers here, but not down here. No, it's twice, and that's no.
Yes,
that's redundant.
Absolutely, yeah, that's the word.
I'm making a slide right now with variations, with the colors you guys mentioned versus how it is, and I also did one that's going to be ugly because the quality's bad, but it's got the stars skewed and the word skewed. I don't know. It looks weird to me, but maybe it looks right to you. I don't know. I'm sending it to splatter.
Any real Steelers fan would like it or recognize it or hate it. One of the ones.
Yeah, well, I'm not a Steelers fan, but I grew up in Columbus as a Browns fan, and the Browns played the Steelers twice a year, and they were, rivals many times over the, 2 decades. So I've seen the Steelers. I have Steelers fans in, Columbus. So yeah.
No. Hold on, I got to write a message.
Gotta write a message. Do do do.
Yeah.
I was in college going to the first school I went to, and I had this standing date every Tuesday night with a senior guy, and he would pay for this movie and pizza as long as like I got the pizza he wanted. Anyway, he was from Houston, and he was telling me all year all the reasons why Houston was better than the Steelers, which I didn't care. I didn't even care if they were better. And then we wound up in the Super Bowl, and he had 150 reasons why Houston was going to beat Pittsburgh, and then of course we beat them. So that was probably the most fun I ever had with the Steelers, because I've been watching it the last couple of years because I have some girlfriends that are really into it. Some like just for social reasons, I'm into it for them, but I'm just not. Football isn't my thing.
Right now, I'm going to use initials if I don't get a message back.
The football's good for the masses. It keeps them off the streets and fetch the ball. Get the ball.
Splatter.
Look.
The next, you should be able to hit right or left or leave and come back.
Oh yeah, I should be able to. That's right. It's on Facebook. Okay, hang on a sec. I got it. I forgot about that for a second. Thank you.
Oh.
So there you go, guys. There's a gold one. There's a black one. Now look at that weird one I saw.
Yeah,
How they
that's
have it
weird.
skewed.
The black one looks the most normal to me. It's still the word is too small. The diamonds are too big. They're not elongated, but that's the closest one.
Well, I can mess with that stuff later.
Yeah.
That'll take a little bit, but this was the easiest thing I could do was change
Yeah,
the
that
border.
warped one looks real. I've
Yeah,
never seen that.
The warped one would be in the 70s if it was real.
No, I was here in the 70s. Nope.
Oh yeah, okay. I know.
It might
that's
help.
when the Steelers were hot. That's when we were winning all the Super Bowl rings back then. Mean Joe Green and the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, I was going to say it might help if you did it on a black background, because the helmets are black, and that's what, a lot of people that are just, watching it, they're seeing it on a black helmet.
True.
And then I could see the gold ring looking better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make it right, damn it. The black background.
Just
Just a
move.
suggestion.
Just remove the whole word Steelers. That only then it will look all right to me.
No, that's not right though. That's in the logo.
I know, but still, it only makes sense to me if it doesn't say Steelers. I can imagine it without the word, and it will look so much better. But I said that before. I don't want to repeat myself. So.
Well, you better complain to the owner of the team.
I should. Right? I'm gonna write a letter. Oh.
It's funny. Steelers is like people who thieve from you. Like.
Yeah, but that's English. It's it's with the EA instead of the EE.
Yeah,
it's the wrong steel.
But it sort of reminds you of that. So you think they're thieving off the land, and I don't know. I wouldn't have had that name, but
yeah, at least in my language, it makes sense because steel would be called staal and stelen would be called stelen, right?
Oh,
steel and staal. We still have the difference, but you don't.
You have to warn everybody.
It's steel.
It's a stelen staal. Yeah.
The Steelers are coming to town. Put your stuff away. Lock it up.
What do you call these people that look for copper and
make badges out of it and put them on police?
The Pittsburghese is actually a dialect of the English language because it's so strange. We have our own words for everything, and we have a very you can hear me. We have a very thick accent, and so actually here they're the Stillers with an I, Stillers, or they even get a W in there sometimes, like Steelers, like Elmer Fudd would say it.
scrappers. Yeah, that's word I was looking for. Thank you, Angel. Yeah.
I am looking to see if I get a message back before I do the thank you. Let's get this off the screen. If not, like I said, I'll just use initials. You know, I'm just going to use initials. If they respond, I'll say thank you again. That's all. So thank you to RH. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And if you're hearing this and you're RH and want you to say who you are in the chat, let me know. Thank you. Hello, Rob.
Woo.
I think I said iron curtain. It was the steel curtain, of course. But I'm tired, so my brain just switches words.
Oh, Siren Offspring. Oh, thank you, Siren Offspring. Just in time for me to the banner. I can put Siren Offspring in the banner.
Right on.
Thank you, Siren Offspring.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I might go, guys. I'm pretty tired. I'm going to go to sleep to watching Star Wars Andor series. It's probably the best Star Wars series out of all of it.
It's all that indoctrinated.
No, why even to see it. But it's a pretty good series, actually. It's a standalone type show. Yeah. It's not trying to be woke either. But
Oh, thank you,
anyway,
Jiraiya.
that's my show review.
Anyway, have a good night.
Yeah, good night, Splatter. Sandy, boy.
Good night, Ken.
Back
Thanks
to
for
you.
being here. We're going to be
Yeah,
going
no,
soon
it
as
was
well.
Yeah.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
got
real
cold nights, so I go to bed early because below 0 nights, you know, it's like.
Yeah, we're already an hour overtime.
You know what? I'm jealous. I'm jealous,
getting
Ken.
old. Yeah.
I would
And
much
I can
prefer.
wake up and not have to go to work. I never get over that. It's such a
Or the
beautiful
winter,
thing.
heading into winter.
I would much
Anyway,
prefer
good
going
night,
into
guys.
winter than going into summer.
Oh, I want summer back.
Oh, no. We can trade. You
I
can have
hate the
it.
cold. Anyway,
All right.
God bless everyone, and yeah, peace out, and have a good week. Yep.
You
Cheers.
too, Ken. Have a good
Sleep
night.
well, Ken, and wake up healthy in the morrow.
Yes. That's a good one. I like it.
Yeah.
So, I have to mute because I'm going to be making noise with a plastic bag to empty out my ashtray. Before I do that, Jared's giving Siren the donut. Boy, do you have any personal Mandela effects where people around you are different?
Constantly.
Boy.
No, yeah. Yes, I did. You want me to talk about it? Because that's going to be a whole new stream.
You could. How about one story? One example.
One story. Let me think about that. Ask somebody else, because there's so many. I have to choose one. You know.
Oh, who that?
All right, who wants to go next then?
We just
While
lost
Boy's
somebody.
thinking.
Who did we lose?
We lost Everjosh. LJ, is there anyone different in your life?
No, I said that earlier. I haven't
did,
had
you did.
that happen yet. Not so far.
Jackie, is anyone different in your life?
Everybody.
Sorry?
Everyone's different in her life.
What? What do you mean everyone's different?
I don't know.
Oh, I believe that there's no solid version of anyone. I do believe that. But as for drastic changes, no.
No drastic changes?
Memory changes, yeah. Like my parents remember, like, us attending, like, a penguin parade. I have no memory of that. I remember everything else about that trip, but I don't remember any penguin parade because where I'm from, penguins live in Antarctica and they don't walk around on Australian beaches. So I don't remember that. And you know, my mum had that Sex and the City flip-flop memory thing going on. Well, it wasn't a flip-flop. It was just she remembered it one way and then remembered it a different way. Yeah, nothing too drastic. I've remember like people saying things differently, as I said, like I've rewatched lives and just the words have changed. It means the same thing. They've just swapped the words out. So I've had that experience. Even on TV shows as well, the same thing. Like people say one thing, oh, they're so crazy, and then it changed to they're so insane, or the other way around, or whatever. You know, so it's just like the words will change, and then, or you know, sentences will be said differently, or whatever. But like, yeah, like as for personality, no. Oh, I've had names change as well. Like I know people who've like their names spelled differently, but their personality's still the same. They're still the same. It's just that they're either their memories change or the spelling of their name changes, but their personality still stays intact. Like I haven't noticed any drastic personality changes really. That you would consider to be out of normal. Like everyone changes. Everyone like you know, all the time people are changing like normally. Like you
No,
know
I'm
what I
talking
mean?
like
So
personalities and stuff like that.
no, I haven't noticed anything like that, honestly. I haven't noticed anyone have a personality change. For me. No.
No, I understand. Okay.
Not outside of normal growing up and changing and changing your views on things and whatever. Like, no, it's just that the spelling of their names, you know, words are said differently and memories changing and stuff like that. That's about it.
So here's my question then. Do you believe people when they say, like we were saying earlier tonight, well, last night, because it's 8 a.m. here, do you believe people when they say, like, you know, I used to have kids that don't exist anymore, or I have a kid that I don't know, or
That sounds so weird to me. Like,
I have heard of someone, their sister has an extra kid now, that they don't remember and their family members don't remember. Like I heard of that, like last year or the year before. I think it's possible. I think anything is possible. I think you can glitch people in, glitch people out. Memories get mixed up. It's all just a spaghetti mess. People's memories are just a mess, spaghetti, just like ridiculous. But I do believe that can happen, but I just think it's highly unlikely. I think it doesn't even feel like it really can happen until it happens to you. Right now, do I think that that's ever going to happen in my family? Do I think I'm ever going to see that, like know anyone who that's really happened to? Based on my experience in life, probably not. I've never heard of that before. I've never seen that, experienced that. Yeah, I haven't even experienced these personality changes. So, do I believe it can happen to other people in their world, in their reality? Yeah, 100%. But for me, I don't think that it's going to happen. But anything is possible.
because like I said, I have seen videos of people who have said there was that woman crying hysterically in the mirror in the bathroom about how her husband is not her husband, it's a stranger, and she was her child was gone, and I can't imagine that. That'd be like my cat being gone for me, and that would be devastating.
See, the thing is, there is no solid version of anyone, and that's what people have to kind of let go of. There's no like, oh, my husband's gone, because it's like you wouldn't even know how many different versions that you've gone through. Like, unless you sat down every day and you question them on memories and on stuff, if you taught you, it literally would have to be a couple thing, and it would
No,
have to
wait,
be like
wait. I
experimenting with
wasn't clear.
reality.
I wasn't clear. She said that it was a
Right.
different person. Her husband was a different person, like a different name, different person, different person.
Oh, like as in physically look different.
Physically different person, yeah.
Oh, right. Yes. Well,
Like she
I
woke up
believe
in a
that can
new
happen. I just
life.
need right. Oh, oh, right. Yeah. I believe it's possible. I definitely do. I mean, if people can interact with a plant and then be in a different life, then why wouldn't that be possible as well? Like,
She
I
made a
think that
different
anything's
choice,
possible.
yeah.
I just think I just think it's highly unlikely. Just because like it's like you rarely hear about it happening to someone in your own personal life.
Ken's
Do you know what I
back.
mean?
Yeah. Ken's back.
Oh, sorry. Some reason I'm still streaming on my channel. There's something
You want me to
got
turn it off?
Oh, that must be it. Yeah.
I can stop it.
View on YouTube, remove your.
I can remove it if you want me to remove it.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I didn't realize I was still live. And no, that's cool.
Well, let's keep going until we end here.
Yeah.
Well, which do you want me to do? Do you want me to leave it going, or do you want me to remove it because you've left?
Yeah, leave it going. Yeah.
Let it go. Okay.
Oh, I forgot about preliminals. Well, yeah. Okay. I mean, we have her.
Okay, she just cut out. All right. Good night, Ken. Yeah,
Good night.
it'll turn off when we go off.
Oh, right. Okay, that's all right. That's what I want to know, actually. Yeah.
Well, it's more hours on your channel, so it's good for you.
Yeah.
It
counts.
No, that's good. Okay, guys, excellent. Good night. It was a great night. Good stream. Yep.
Good night again.
Thanks, Ken. Good night.
Cool.
All right. Sorry, Jackie, are you there?
I don't know what happened there.
There you go. You're back. You're back. We can hear you.
Okay.
You disappeared for a minute mid-sentence.
Yeah, that's all right. You have to be very experimental to find out, how much someone can change, like memory-wise. And it's really difficult unless you're with someone. Like I don't know. I think like eventually I'll find out, but it's going to take some time. It'll take flip-flops, like common ones that other people are aware of, and not like just my own personal ones. It will need to be like the main ones that other people are aware of to see like when it changes, will they say, oh yeah, that changed the same time? Or will they say like, oh, that changed like 5 years ago? So like right now everyone knows it's Fruit Loops FROOT, but tomorrow if for me it switched to FRUIT, like I would need to find out what if you tell me, oh well that changed back to FRUIT 5 years ago, obviously I wouldn't consider you to be the same person as you are right now. Because right now you remember it being FROOT for like how many years has it been FROOT for you now?
A decade, almost.
A decade. That's a long time. That is like a long time. So it's going to be difficult unless like it changes for me. And then if you say something different to what you're saying now, then I would not consider you to be the same person. But I just wouldn't even consider the previous, like this you to be even like real. Like I wouldn't really consider that to be, it's just like a memory at that point. You're just a memory, and the current you remembers Fruit Loops being FRUIT for 5 years or whatever. But until that happens, I mean, I tried to do it with Nightbot, but that didn't work. So I don't know. But I remember you saying that.
Jackie, what is real? I mean, in your perception.
I'm not getting into this. I'm not in the mood to get into that. But I'm just saying. I'm just talking to Sandy about my opinion on.
Cut out again. I think her internet keeps going in and out. I would say it did because she's very quiet.
Yeah. I mean, but that's one of the questions that one will be asked if one says that nothing is real, right? So
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I have asked my mom, and like I said, like someone jokingly said, my mom just got tired of it. But I don't talk to my mom about the Mandela effect that often at all. Like, I will randomly ask her a question, like maybe once or twice every 6 months. It's not like I'm constantly questioning her about the Mandela effect. And before, she would answer, no problem. She wasn't super interested, but she wasn't like, I don't know. Now she just gets annoyed immediately, doesn't even want to answer, gets angry if I even ask, like, push it at all. She was never like that. But
Hello?
hey, but I will
No.
remind you. We can hear you again. I will tell it again in case some of you missed it. I have had friends completely change personalities ever since the events of 2021.
Yeah, but that's obviously not what I'm talking about, though. Like, right?
Yeah, I know.
Jabberwocky.
Yeah, but we cannot categorize it.
You did it right. Categorize it.
Categorize it
I remember
under that, right? Because that's something else that happened. That's
yes, that was an external force.
I question my memories, though. I question, like, you know, sometimes it's really hard because I remember seeing Nightbot as 2 words, like a month or so ago, like weeks ago. And you said, oh yeah, Nightbot has changed to 2 words. That's what I remember you saying. Nightbot has changed to 2 words. And we were like, oh yeah. And then I was trying to remember Nightbot as 1 word. I was like trying to remember that. I was like, oh, like, do I remember that? And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do remember Nightbot as 1 word. I was like, I'm pretty sure, but I wasn't certain. I wasn't like 100%. I was like, I'm pretty sure Nightbot was 1 word, but I'm not like 100%. And then for like days or like maybe like a week, you know, like until I noticed that it's back to 1 word, you know, I saw it as 2 words and I kept looking at it thinking like, oh, you know, like, do I remember like 1 word? You know, it was still on my mind. And, you know, you said it was like a recent thing or like whatever. And, but now I question that. Like, I'm like, it just seems like, because if you don't remember that and it's like 1 word now I'm like, what if I actually just created that memory and I'm misremembering, you know, like, what if there are genuine cases where you just make it up? Because we're so, like, focused on this stuff all the time. Like, or what if I got it the wrong way around or something? You said it was always like
it was just 1
like,
word. Nightbot was always just 1 word because that's
yeah, for you, but I'm talking about my memory. I'm not talking about
There we go.
I'm not talking about
but
your memory. Your
memory
memories are relevant.
Your memory
But-
is per definition not real because that's your theory, that's your model.
Yes,
Nothing
exactly.
real.
But that's not what I'm talking
So
about. That's not what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
taking
about.
you into account. You know, you're pretty much
I'm not
unreal.
taking you into account, bro. This is like what I remember Sandy saying. Oh, wait, I don't remember you saying
No,
anything
here we
about
go.
it. What?
Philofire remembers Nightbot 4 ways. Nightbot, Nite, 1 word, 2 words, Night, 1 word, 2 words.
Interesting. I've never seen it spelt like that. It was just Nightbot 1 word, and then I saw it as Nightbot 2 words. And you said that it had changed recently to 2 words. That's what you said.
Well, see, I kind of remember that. We were talking about it in the chat.
I haven't even noticed.
So you do remember that? Well, yeah, exactly. Well, then anyway, people who don't notice stuff, I don't even understand why they're like.
Well, you
wanna
just
have an
assumed.
opinion.
You didn't let me answer. You just assumed.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about
Mhm.
Void.
It's just Jackie reacts to every second word, you know. So there's no
Anyway, Sandy, can you just
there's no
I want
line
to know
of
what you
logic.
remember. I want to know what
Be
Sandy
a line of
remembers.
logic because nothing
Oh
is
my
real.
God.
So it's just
Wait, there
every
is a question in the chat. I want everyone to stop and answer, please. Was it ever Nick at Night, Night, or just Nite? Nick at Night, guys.
Well,
Those
that
of you
didn't
in the
exist
NIT.
for me. I think that's a
NITE.
Mandela effect or something. That didn't exist for me in Australia. Oh no,
Yeah, that's
it isn't. Right, it isn't. A
it's a
couple
US
of
thing.
years ago, I think it was in 2023, Australia got Nick Night. And I was like, what the hell is that? I thought it was a Mandela effect, but it's not. But Australia never had Nick at Night. We always had just Nickelodeon. Anyway.
God, I watched Nick at Night every single night. Every single night.
Me
But
too.
it was
We didn't have
NITE for
it.
me.
Yep.
It was
We didn't have it.
Yep.
NITE for me all the time.
I think it was NITE. Yeah, yeah. I think from
You
memory, like
watch too
what I
much
saw.
television still.
It
Yeah.
was. It was. It
You
was.
still
Max.
watch
I'm
too
guessing
much.
it's not now.
I don't know.
They play it in
I pretty
McDonald's. Like I see it on the TV in McDonald's.
Oh no, Super Mario. We are not pushing for another 13-hour stream. No, we are not.
No, we're gonna end like right now. Good night.
Yeah, we're gonna be ending
No.
very, 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 very soon because otherwise we won't have a show tonight. I have to get work done before I go to sleep. But yeah, so
Anyway, Sandy, do you remember? Huh?
Okay.
So
yeah,
you do
we're
remember what I remember.
I do.
So
But
what are your thoughts on that?
What?
you mean if it changing from one word to two words to one word?
Yeah, like do you
It's a
agree with
flip
that?
flop for me. Yeah, it's a flip flop for me. I've seen it both ways.
But it
But I
happened to
originally remember one word, and then I saw it two words, and it's back to one word.
what the hell? So we had a flip flop at the same time.
Right.
That's
That's
interesting.
usually
That's
how it works.
interesting. That's interesting. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say usually how it works.
No, I mean usually in the Mandela Effect community, we do experience flip flops at the same time. Usually, a
Oh.
group of people experiences a flip flop around the same time.
My boy.
That's how it used to be, I think, for you guys. But you know, I've seen different. You know, when things change for me, usually I get told, "Oh, that's an old Mandela effect from years ago," or or I'll see something change, and then I'll look at posts, and these posts about the changes are going back years. It's like this just happened for me. It just changed recently, and then I look on Reddit, and they're talking about it from like 7 or 8 years ago. Sometimes
Yeah, but
even further back.
this is something
You know what I mean?
this is
My
a
God.
symptom that often happens, right, in the Mandela affected community or people, podium, however you want to call it. I'd like to call it. I'd like to call it a podium rather than a community. But you hear some people say, "Well, that's not a Mandela effect because I've always known this to be a fact." That's not how it works, and that's. Some people are affected by some things and not by other things.
Yeah,
and that's just how it works. And you got to, you got to respect their changes, even if they're personal changes. But what I cannot respect is somebody saying, "Well, that's not a Mandela effect." that's just not a thing. Everything can be a Mandela effect, and I think you should believe people for what they say. If it is a Mandela, if it is a change for them or a metaphysical change for them, then it is a change for them. That's how I deal with it. That's how I try to deal with it. I'm mansplaining. Yeah.
I just saw that.
True, that's true. I'm sitting here with my legs out wide. Yeah.
It wasn't boy.
I think that's manspreading.
Was going to tell us a story about somebody changing in his life.
Yeah, manspreading. He was.
Yeah.
Boy.
I was conflating it. I was.
LJ said that you were going to.
It got noticed. It got noticed.
Boy, LJ was reminding you that you were going to tell us a story about someone changing.
Yeah. And then the conversation changed, right? And but still, here I am, owing you the answer. I haven't come up with a good one yet. Give me some more time.
A little bit more time because we're going to be going very, very soon.
Well.
I'm giving it another probably about another 10 minutes or so. Because I honestly I have to get work done or there won't be a show tonight.
Yeah.
And I still have to sleep. So.
Well, you know, I can always just sneak out of the room without saying anything.
No, you can't do that.
No.
No.
Hey, half our panel did. Noel did. The Mind did. David did. They just
Dave
left.
did.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that, but you know, I will owe you the answer in the next show, I think.
That sounds good.
Okay.
We can do that.
Yeah,
Is
that
there
just
anything?
doesn't make any sense to me. It's just leaving. Like,
Yeah, I
would
know.
say goodbye.
Quantum Play does it all the time. So, guys, is there anything else you want to mention before we head out? I'm sorry, Super Mario.
I'm good.
I have to get work done for the show.
Well, this
No,
was a good
no.
show. We had a lot of new people and old people, so it was good.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I agree. It was a great show. Not too much fighting this time around.
Not enough.
They're all crying, guys.
Not too much, but just enough. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, guys, it's 8:30 a.m. here. I got to do work or there's no show. Yes, we'll all be together again tonight.
Yeah, and I see the brightness here at 5:30 in the morning. I can see it now.
I'll see you all in the chat probably.
Okay, I'm just gonna go, and I'm gonna say goodbye to LJ, Splatter, Jackie, Ever Josh, and Sandy in particular. See you on the next one.
Thank you, boy,
Yeah,
for
thanks
being
for being
here.
here.
Good night.
Good talking to you.
Good
Good
day.
night. We'll see you on the next one. All right, guys. So I am going to do shout outs now. It is time for shout outs. If I miss you, say hello in the chat because I may have missed some people when I had to walk away. Sasso. Who's Sasso? Sasso.
Will. There's a Will Sasso.
Will Sasso cracked me up. They all did, said Philo.
Sandy, do you think this
Yeah.
is weird? That in 1998, in Australia it says Nick at Night shifts back to 8:30 p.m. on weekdays, and then in 2000, Nick at Night closes and Nickelodeon becomes a 24-hour channel, and that's where my childhood begins, I guess. That's just weird. Like, why would they have it? And then
matches my memory.
it matches mine too. I just don't understand why they would, close it. I mean, and then I miss out on my childhood. I missed out on Nick at Night.
Nick at Night was like, it was just, okay, so Nickelodeon was more kid-oriented content. Really quickly first, while the thing's on the screen. I thought she was talking about Suso. I don't know who Will Sasso is. That's why I was laughing. I thought she meant Suso. And
We started off on Mad TV, then he's been on lots of other shows since then.
Gotcha. So it was kid-oriented content, Nickelodeon, right? At night, it would switch. It's like the whole channel changed to black and white television. They would play stuff from the 50s and the 60s. So they advertised Nick at Night because it was like different content. Whole different content format. Mr. Ed, Donna Reed, My Three Sons, the Patty Duke Show. All these shows from my parents' childhood were now on at night on Nickelodeon. So that was Nick at Night. And then they got rid of it, I guess, and it's just Nickelodeon 24/7, I guess. I don't even think Nickelodeon's on the air anymore here.
Oh, Nick at Night still exists. I saw it for the first time at Macca's. They were playing it at Macca's actually because we have TVs at McDonald's in Australia. I don't know if you guys do, but at McDonald's we have TVs, and I've never seen that before. And I was thinking, what is Nick at Night? I'd never seen it before because obviously in Australia it says they started 1995. Nickelodeon launches with Nick at Night, and then in 2000 in Australia it closed. So when I started watching Nickelodeon, it wasn't a thing. And plus, I mean, at that age, I probably wasn't watching Nickelodeon at night anyways. I started watching, MTV and the music channels as a teenager late at night. But yeah, that was later on, obviously. And I don't remember seeing Nick at Night, when I was a teenager either. I just never seen it, so. Right, because you'd have to go past Nickelodeon, Disney on Foxtel to get to the music channels, or you could just, anyways, never mind. You guys don't have Foxtel.
All right, but yeah, I am gonna do shout outs now so I can get off of here and do work before I go to sleep. But there will be a Mandela Effect show tonight. I have a lot to cover, so much. That's why I have so much work to do. So
Or you can join my live and listen to documentaries while you work.
All right, hold up. The list. Tonight we had Splatter 420, Sag Arm Mandela Effect Jose, Jackie McCarran, Geek was here, Neo Freak 91X, Pushin' Button 62, Rainwater, Mr. Super Sidewinder, Noel aka Stinky N, Sue Finelli or Sue F was here, Kieran just made an appearance, Schneider, Red Storm, Chicago Cubby Bear, Speedy Romans, Rudy Dog. If I don't say your name, say hi at the bottom of the chat. I may have missed some people. Jennifer was here. Jessica S. Ken Rotman. In the studio, Michael Fontaine. Hunter O. Musk. Preliminal. Vinny Pots and Pans. LJ. Kim Ray. Noise Guru. Channel 727. General Sorrow. Connie Wood. Cheryl Liao. I'm so sorry. Austin 108. Mustard Seed of Faith, The Mind, Dark, it should say Dark Knight something, but FE Nation was there, so I don't know what happened there. Dark Knight, oh, I know this. Gnomes, Dark Knight Gnomes, FE Nation, Maria, Post Anything 2, Max Power, Scott Level Realm, Bomber, Joe Bloor, Melted Syracuse, New York. Welcome to the 1500 Club. Paul Foster. Welcome to the 1500 Club. FAP. Bit of Venom. Ben. Real or Not for Real. Everjosh. Fast Hemi. Ryugami Mikado. Go Kart Bob. Granola Grin. Zach.
Right.
Welcome to the 1500 Club, Zach. Angels Don't Fall. Needs. That's not right. It says Needs Chess. That was an autocorrect. It's not Needs Chess. It's somebody else chess. Ashley, Ryan S., Timothman, Super Mario Brothers 3, Blue Pac-Man 13, Call 40, Artsy 909, Prove You're Not a Bot, Parody Mike, Jason Jones, Heart Earth, Jared Jaguar, LVA Paul, Philofire, Jariah Carey, welcome to the 1500 Club. Spite Fairy, welcome to the 1500 Club. Melvin Yu, Siren Offspring, Level Playing Productions. I hope you come back just because of a guest. I hope you come back. Rob, did I miss anybody? Looking at the chat. Tiniest Squish, Sarah Pagey. There she is. She's been lurking.
Oh, hey, Sarah.
Let's see. Scrolling. Ann Gaynor's here. Hello, Ann Gaynor.
Don't know what it would be, but
Making sure I didn't miss anyone. Last chance, guys. Going once. Going twice. All right, guys. I'm going to say sadly Karen because she may have popped in and I may have missed her. So everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you again to the people who donated tonight. We have Siren Offspring, SR, I never got a name for them, Bit of Venom, Pushin' Button 62, and FE Nation. Thank you for donating to keep the channel going, to keep the extra shows going. We really appreciate you guys. You have no idea. And we appreciate every single one of you for being here all night long for some of you. You guys are amazing. I mean, we've been going almost 8.5 hours. We will see you tonight. Thank you again to Jackie, Everjosh, Splatter, LJ, Voy. Voy was here. He was on the list, and I didn't say it because I was about to say him on the name. Sag Arm Mandela Effect. David. I know. I besides David, was there anyone else on the panel tonight? The Mind.
The Mind.
Mind was on the panel. Anybody else? Can't think. I can't think. It's too late.
I can't either. Yeah.
I feel like somebody else was here. Noel. Noel was here.
You said no already.
Thank you guys for being here. I love talking while Ozzy's playing it. It's awesome. Ashley was here. Yes, Ashley was in the
I wonder
shout
if
out.
that song will change back and be a flip flop, and then it'll be the song that never ends again.
Oh, I wish.
Maybe it will. Maybe it will. You never know. Never know what you're gonna wake up to. But that's good news. I'm honestly, that's really good news that we shifted together. That's good news. I'm actually happy with those results.
Alex Jones is shilling vitamins. Parody Mike is in the chat. We gotta find a way to get the Mind a better mic. So he's now crackly. Oh, Noise Guru was here. Noise Guru left because of the crackling.
Noise Guru left because of what?
Couldn't take the crackling. It was hurting his ears.
The crackling?
The crackling.
The pork crackling? Yum.
All right. Guys, we will see you tonight. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Panel, you want to say goodnight?
Good night, panel.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yep.
Good night,
Thanks for being
panel
here.
of wood.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Smash the two, smash the two, smash the two, smash the two. Turn the strap up, 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 turn the strap up. Please turn it off. Why must we watch Friends? 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 I've seen this show about 1,000,000 times. Not even funny when I'm drunk or high. Why must we watch Friends? Why must we watch Friends?
Is that Ricky?
Why must we watch Friends? Wait a minute.
This reality is not going to be very pleasant when all the good people leave.
I'm telling you now for the 100th time to change the
Isn't even close. How could you say otherwise? The land's
everybody, Hebrew 77 here.
I'm doing good. Now that I'm home and off work.
Why must we watch Friends? That laugh track is so welcome to me.
Fog that's happening over across everywhere.
No. Pastor of Muppets.
This Asian man propagate never too late. Yes,
Working on Baby, It's Cold Outside.
Part of your world, it flipped back again.
We all come from different realities, like I explained last week.
Watch TV, sit down and catch those ballet. Why must we watch Friends? 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 Why must we watch Friends?